If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Two old friends. The moon was rising in the sky, bringing some light on the snow-filled night, but it wasn't the only thing rising. The mana in the surrounding was also increasing as it filled the vicinity of Fuyuki City. Despite that, the mana wasn't as strong as what the world witnessed in the morning, but it was enough to give Magi a heart attack, because this level is something from the Age of Gods and the oldest epic of humanity. The Magi felt the mana as they almost puked blood, because these bastards are starting again. After all the memory-deleting events, the Magi doesn't want to go into another marathon. Well, at least they are doing it at night. In these times, the last thing anyone wants is another world-ending event that will ruin everything they did during this day. As I expect of the King of Treasures, he is really a model role that all of us should follow. These were the thoughts of Leo, who was watching with clairvoyance. He snapped his fingers as the space started to twist before it became a screen and showed the scene of the battle. Gilgamesh and Enkidu were standing in an empty spot in the forest, as both of them didn't say any word until now. Suddenly, both of them smiled, which brought chills to all the Magi who were watching the show as the mana increased even further. Assassin, who was hiding in the shadows, jumped from his place and retreated from his position. Boom! With an explosion of magical energy, Gilgamesh and Enkidu moved at the same time. Thousands of spatial circles appeared behind Gilgamesh and an equal number appeared from the ground beneath Enkidu. The two friends didn't hesitate for a moment before they launched their attack with full power. Boom! Thousands of noble phantasms were colliding on the ground and air. Each explosion made the air vibrate and the mana flicker. However, this didn't end as more and more weapons appeared and everything was razed to the ground around them. All the Magi were sweating when looking at the fireworks and explosions filling the mountain range, but before they calmed a little, the mana increased again as a red light and thunder filled the sky suddenly. Gilgamesh raised his hand as a golden key appeared before an enormous amount of magical circuits appeared on his hand. All the circuits started gathering again before they became something like a drill, but in fact, that's a sword, a broken bar, a sword that existed before the concept of the sword was made. It's the sword of rupture, EA, an anti-world noble phantasm. Roar with all your might, EA. Raising EA to the sky, Gilgamesh used all that he could from EA power as the sword started to spin at an alarming rate and a red storm was destroying everything. It doesn't matter where he attacks or where he swings, no one can escape his attack because his target is the world itself. Well, this is a little worrying. Leo stood up from his chair and walked towards the corner as he started to draw something on the floor. King Gilgamesh is going all out, even using EA. This is indeed a little worrying, Merlin said as he was curious about what was Leo doing with that magical circle that he drew. Maybe, I thought I had to interfere with the reunion of the Clay Club, but it seems that unnecessary, Leo said as he looked at the screen and saw Enkidu open his arms. The chains of heaven are broken bar, really, it seems even their noble phantasms are to clean each other's problems. Archer glanced at the screen as he heard footsteps coming from the door as Nero and Ritsuka rushed inside. Meanwhile, Enkidu opened his arms to the sky as thunder rushed from the ground and gathered around him. The earth cried out as mana was rushing from everywhere towards Enkidu as an equal power to Gilgamesh EA appeared on him. I'm happy, Gil. Even if it's only this tiny a broken bar, I'll go all out. Veins and trees started to grow around Enkidu as he started to lose his human form. At this moment, even Archer felt some of the power of the planet Gaia and the power of the human order are gathered on one thing in this world. I'm a weapon. Use me as you will, a broken bar, O humans, let us restrain the gods above, Annihilation. With those words, Enkidu lost all his human form and turned into a huge tree with chains rushing towards Gilgamesh in the sky. Gilgamesh grinned at this scene before he pointed EA at the chains and said, the star of creation that split heaven and earth, Annihilation. A huge storm that ripped the sky apart rushed to the ground as everything was getting destroyed by it. The world was screaming, but only a tree stood against that disaster as it blasted right through it without any hindrance. The star of creation collided with the chains of heaven as the damage to the surroundings suddenly started to disappear. EA's power that was supposed to destroy the world, started to melt down against the chain of heaven and become restrained, but the chains were also collapsing slightly. Boom. A huge sound, but no explosion happened as the two noble phantasms cancelled each other. The light filled the sky before it became fragments and fell to the ground. A huge hole was on the ground that almost destroyed two mountains was the only thing left from this clash. The power of the counterforce and the void collided on this day as both of the users started at each other again. Gilgamesh was flying in the sky and looking at Enkidu, who returned into his human form with a smile on his face. "I'm relieved. I was surprised by this nostalgia figure, but it seems you're not as young inside." Gilgamesh looked at Enkidu as EA was still rotating. "But for you to focus on stopping the damage, you're as selfish as always. This makes me think that you only wanted to protect the forest more than having a battle with me." Gilgamesh smiled more before he said with a sigh, "That's just like you. Though this is an empty land filled with only mongrels and rats, at least, you're able to distinguish between lives now," Gilgamesh said as EA started to rotate faster again. Enkidu heard Gilgamesh's words as he only shook his head before he said, "I'm not qualified to say that. I'm just a weapon that follow his master's orders." Still saying those things, even after dying a broken bar, you haven't changed at all. Gilgamesh looked at his old friend's face as he said those words casually. "And you, after all those years, still reborn as a tyrant, but I have to say a broken bar, that thing in your body has changed you." Enkidu's expression changed for the first time as he was able to see what Gilgamesh's body was made of. A dark mud filled with all the malice of the world. HMPH. Even if it's this world evil, the king can carry it all, Gilgamesh said as another red storm was generating on EA. "Is that so? Even if it's changing your judgment of things? A king shouldn't be this gloomy and tyrannical in his actions," Enkidu said with a smile as it made Gilgamesh laugh a lot. "Even in the middle of our reunion, you would still want to tell how a king should do his business? You really never change." Phew, ha 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 ha. Gilgamesh laughed even more as Enkidu was still smiling because he was happy to meet his old friend. Suddenly, both Gilgamesh and Enkidu flinched as they stared at the side because a new element had been added to this battle. A light flashed around before Enkidu was teleported from this place and a visible rage appeared on Gilgamesh's face. Meanwhile, at the other part of the mountain, a man with a cigarette in his mouth was staring at the battle between Enkidu and Gilgamesh. This man is Enkidu's master, as he was slightly uneasy about this battle happening at this time, but Gilgamesh rushed towards them without any warning, so he had no other choice. "I already lost Team B for that servant in the morning, and now Team A is running low because of rider sneak attacks." Enkidu's master looked at his watch as it showed some light spots around Fuyuki City. "They lost Team B yesterday, and on this day, he lost some members of Team A against some white creature when they were tracking Ryder." Suddenly, Enkidu's master widened his eyes before a gun appeared in his hand and shot behind him. The gun, even if it looked simple, shot a thick beam of laser that destroyed an arrow coming from behind and burned everything in its path. "With my command seals, Lancer teleports to me now," Enkidu's master said without any hesitation as light flashed and Enkidu appeared next to him. Enkidu glanced at his master for an instant before his hand turned into a blade and shot down a couple of arrows. "It seems everyone is in here. How nice." The voice of a man came from the forest before Alcide's master was walking casually toward Enkidu and his master. "Hello there, Guildmaster Alex. It's a good evening, right?" Alcide's master said with a funny voice as it made Enkidu's master, Alex, frown. Alex didn't answer as he looked at the side and saw Alcides aiming at Enkidu and him from a distance before he said, "Your face seems new. Did you change it like you always do, Lizard?" "Oh, how mean of you to say that." Lizard is Alcide's master code name, but he doesn't seem to care about it at all. "I'm here just to have some fun and make friends. Is this a hard thing to ask?" Lizard wiped the non-existing tears from his face as Alex didn't care about these actions of him. "You're really taking it carelessly, mongrels. Did this king treating you like rats wasn't enough to teach you a lesson?" Suddenly, a voice appeared in the sky as Gilgamesh was floating and looking at everyone around with a huge anger, except Enkidu. "Oh? Is this your master? To think it was a rat that doesn't even deserve to be called a mongrel. Gilgamesh seems angrier about the fact that Enkidu's master is one of the players. Even mongrels can do something useful for this land world, but these rats are just a parasite that should be burned. Gilgamesh raised EA in his hand as the red storm was rotating again. He doesn't have any patience after he saw Alex. He's prepared to bury everyone here and complete his battle with his friend. Oh, how scary. I'm almost shivering, Lizard said with a funny tone before a golden light flashed and a sword pierced his head. Bam! A pothole was created because of the noble phantasm power as Gilgamesh didn't even glance at Liz air. However, Alex didn't change his face and kept looking at the same location. Hee tilde. A creepy sound filled the surroundings as the smoke around Lizard was blown away suddenly. Ah, this is refreshing. It has been a while since I got headshot. Lizard stood up normally with a sword in his head as he was talking casually, like there was nothing at all. Immortality? No, it's something more. A broken bar. What an annoying rat. Gilgamesh glanced at Lizard with the corner of his eye. However, suddenly Enkidu flinched as he grabbed Alex and jumped away. In their location, a dark hand made of black fog was grabbing the rocks as they decayed. Curse of death. A broken bar. Master, this enemy is my natural nemesis. I can't be much of help here. Enkidu put Alex down, but Alex was furious when he saw the servant, which is Ryder. Pale Ryder, they really stole him from you. Sab. Broken bar. Damn it, what is happening in this mission? Alex looked at the living curse of death, who is called Pale Ryder, as he wanted to retreat now. This was a sneak attack, which means the master of Ryder is watching and he can't afford to be surrounded by all these enemies. One after another, you mongrels. A broken bar. Gilgamesh glared at Pale Ryder that also wanted to ruin his reunion with his friend. This is getting more interesting with each moment passing by. Lizard blood started floating suddenly as he looked at Pale Ryder join the battle now. The atmosphere was flamboyant as everyone was preparing with a fierce battle or trying to retreat immediately from this point of chaos. However, in Leo's mansion, Leo was looking at the spatial screen and his clairvoyance that became a black screen when the players appeared. So, how can I review this and give 1 star for this shitty service? Leo said casually as he was working on his magical circle. Everyone in the room looked at him as they felt the huge difference between the atmosphere here. Are they having the same Holy Grail war? Assassin. The mountain range was filled with mana as the atmosphere of war was a did speak. The 2 oldest epics of humanity were battling on that land with other intruders here and there. The power of EA and Enkidu gave the Magi around another heart attack, but at least the damage and even the show was less flashy than Leo and Solomon. That was only because EA and the Chains of Heaven are meant to cancel each other completely as a symbol of Gilgamesh and Enkidu. EA with its power, rip apart the world around with its winds that dislocate time and space, while Enkidu stitch it together with the power of the counterforce and recover the world to its normal state. This is only possible because, in Type Moon, the world is made of textures, a layer after a layer. However, the world in this condition cannot afford all those layers, so even EA can affect it badly if Enkidu didn't interfere. Leo didn't choose to interfere because he knew about Enkidu and currently, he was preparing something more important than messing with his fellow edgy guys in this world. Despite that, he never said that he'll not mess with them. I take it back, this doesn't look good at all. Leo looked at his completely blocked clairvoyance as he decided that an alternative plan is necessary. The magic circle was already finished as it was glowing slightly. However, Leo wasn't completely satisfied as his clothes started to shoot some runes on the magic circle. A summoning circle? Do you plan to summon more servants? Merlin walked next to Leo as he observed the magic circle. It was the regular servants summoning ritual, but for Merlin, it was slightly different because of the runes and Leo's unusual mana. No, I don't need more headache with servants, Leo said as he was discussing with Venom which part they should focus on. Let's use Ansu's diaresis directly to make the ritual stable. Leo put the most dangerous proposal directly, which made Venom flinch before he said, the runes we have are using Ta'ara rules as a base, which means if we use that rune, then Odin from this world will be informed immediately by our actions. Ansu's diaresis is one of the runes that means the arsenal god, and Odin. This is the rune of wisdom, harmony, and truth. This will help Leo in his surprise ritual for all those guys on the battlefield. Don't care about him. If he dares to show up, then I'll slap him across dimensions. Leo looked at the magic circle glowing as he was ready to kick a god in the face. Use GOOOOSE middle dot for the ritual core and hugulets, AS superscripto, for extra assurance. More runes were flying around and merging with the magic circle as Venom wrote them before Leo calculated the best position with his calculations power. GOOOOSE middle dot means all the matter in exchanges, including contracts, which will be the core of the ritual. Hugulets, AS superscripto, means the uncontrollable forces and the wrath of nature, which also include trials and tests. This is a booster for power in this ritual. Merlin stared at the runes flying around as he wanted to go to the library to see if Satan or Lucifer had a vacation in Norse and stole Odin's runes. Leo didn't care a lot about Merlin's expression before Nero walked towards them and said, "Did something happen?" King Gilgamesh and Enkidu were fighting, but the battle got interrupted, Merlin said, while his vision was still on the magic circle. "Oh, it seems that I missed something very important," Nero said while looking at the magic circle rotating. She didn't know a lot about magecraft or magic, but her skill can make her a caster in an instant. "It wasn't that important, they'll just throw some attacks then evacuate in the end," Leo said with some annoyance in his tone as his eyes were glowing because of his emotions. "Can I make some sort of emotion measurement based on this?" Merlin looked at Leo. "That glow even in the night as he left that the Lightbringer is a fitting title for him." "You mean like that assassin? This needs to be stopped." Nero remembered the time that took her to create the skill that defeated Assassin in now a broken bar. She forgot it. "And that's exactly what I'm doing." Leo looked at his side to see Nero, but the strange thing was her clothes. Her clothes were different from the usual red dress as they became a formal attire. She even had a small crown fixed with mana on her head. "Oh, what do you think about my new clothes?" Nero crossed her arms and raised her head as she looked very proud and confident. "Well, it's good, I guess," Leo said with a lack of interest as he felt something from the magic circle. A broken bar apparently, no shocked expression. Nero put her hand on her chin while thinking that she needed something more amazing. "It's different from what you think. You're the type of person who'll be beautiful in any type of clothes," Leo said calmly as he looked at Nero that had a half-surprised and happy expression on her face. "Of course, I'm the flower of Olympia, after all," Nero said with pride which made Leo stare at her blankly. "However, you should stop if your goal is to shock me or impress me. Nothing can make me completely shocked or make my heart skip a beat. I'm an angel, after all." Leo waved his hand as he said his true ideas directly. "Moreover, I'm a scientific angel before a devil or Lucifer." Leo closed his eyes slightly as it was something he did to relax his mind from the world around him. Ta'aru angels' way of thinking and acting is completely different from humans or anything else in this world. Something like looks or emotions is nothing important to them. Even humans are like a rock thrown at the side of the road. A scientific angel is kinda the same as humans, and creatures are just carbon-based life forms and nothing more. Keeping myself and thinking unchanged was a hard challenge at that time, but even so, it seems some of my way of thinking has changed. Leo remembered the accident in Asgard when his angel form went beyond everything he predicted. "I see, then is this you or someone else?" Nero tilted her head while looking up and down at Leo. "Huh? Do you want to start some stupid plot about doubting my identity now?" "I'm me and I'll always be myself, nothing more." Leo's eyebrow was twitching just from the idea that he'll start a stupid doubting story now. Then it's okay. No matter what happened, you can never be someone else except yourself, even if you try to lie to yourself." Nero nodded with her head before he smiled and looked at Leo in the eyes. "Good to know." Leo looked at her for a second before he walked towards the magic circle and started his great plan of chaos. "Emperor Nero, maybe you should take a step back from there." At the farthest spot in the room, Merlin was sitting there while pulling Ritsuka away. He didn't want to be caught in an explosion from that magic circle. Archer didn't say anything as he went to spiritual form and rushed to his master. In the case of explosions, he should evacuate immediately. Leo stared at this action with the corner of his eye before he sighed and extended his hand. Light spots started to fly around his hand before the sound of chains echoed in the room as a small chain started to emerge from nothing. The chain was around Leo's right hand, glowing with a white color before a book appeared from the void. The book looked normal and not fancy in any form, but just its existence made the room atmosphere heavy. The book cover was also shocking to any magi in this world, with runes revolving around a Kabbalah tree of life, which all its 10 spots were glowing. Merlin put his hand on Ritsuka's eyes before he averted his gaze from the book. That's something he clearly shouldn't see. What are you doing, Merlin? Ritsuka felt Merlin's hand on her face as she was puzzled by his actions. Just bear with it for a moment, Ritsuka-chan, Merlin said with his usual calming voice as Ritsuka didn't question it any further. Nero also averted her gaze from the book, but she didn't take a step back, which made Leo wonder if she really wanted to take an explosion to the face, because this ritual has a high probability to explode. Sigh, why is this world rules all this complicated? As a scientific angel, I should be throwing neutron stars at people. Anyway, let's do this. Leo activated his mana as he sends it to Venom before he said activate the ritual. Venom. With Leo's words, the magic circle started rotating and glowing brightly. Sparks and electricity were flashing around as the magic circle now was working at its maximum power. This is a servant's summoning ritual, but Leo chooses to use it in a very different way. He's using it to hack the Holy Grail system and track a particular servant. All the servants are connected to the Holy Grail mana reserve to exist in this world, which means, finding a way to enter that place can allow anyone to track or sneak into the spirit core of any servant here, as long as Leo has enough power to do so. However, before Leo started his plan, he took a glance at the magic circle before his book opened up and started to release some light spots. The light spots fell in the magic circle at the position of the runes before something was getting ignited. A golden light appeared from the room as the breath of divinity filled all its corners. However, it didn't last for a second because Leo grabbed the book of the law and slapped the golden light with it. Bam! A very loud slap echoed in the room as the golden light was shattered and the magic circle went to work normally. All this happens with Leo having a blank look while holding his glowing book. That was a broken bar. Odin a broken bar. He was Odin a broken bar slapped. Oh dear. Merlin closed his eyes as he witnessed Odin getting slapped back to the age of gods. After slapping Odin so hard between dimensions, Leo didn't show any change in his expression before he took back the book of the law and extended his hand above the magic circle. I see this world's flaws now because I was shocked by the end, so I'll go back to the beginning to understand it all. My powers are very ironic and stupid. Leo's mana was raising again before his eyes, horns, and necklace were glowing. The golden, dark blue, and green light was illuminating the room. After a moment, the green light moved towards Leo's right hand and stopped there. In this spiral of time, a broken bar let the concealed link show itself, Leo said as the green light materialized on his hand and started transforming into lines and threads. The threads and lines were green as they were moving around Leo and passing everything. The ceiling, the floor, Palkia's hidden space, even Nero. The lines and threads didn't seem to exist in this world. Magic circuits? Ritsuka was able to see again after Merlin took back his hand as she saw the lines and threads in the room. She widened her eyes at their number before noticing that Leo's horn had the same lines, but they were only one in each horn, unlike this huge number of green ones. I should call this movie a broken bar, the revenge of the Faith. Leo grinned as he waved with his hand before all the lines stopped in their places. After a moment, all of them rushed towards the magic circle. Leo stared at the lines as he controlled them with his hand. Crossing miles and miles, the lines passed the magic power reserve of the Holy Grail without stopping as they took some sort of a pipe. The lines seemed to know their target clearly as they didn't stop at any obstacle and reached a certain place using the Holy Grail as a shortcut. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, everyone was on their nerves as the mana was boiling in the air. However, not everyone here was fighting. Slightly far away from the battle, Assassin was hidden in the shadows observing the fight and waiting for his master's orders. No sound or a breath, Assassin didn't even release a little bit of mana to the air. It was like he wasn't even here to begin with. but nothing lasted forever as Assassin widened his eyes inside the mask. At that moment, Assassin didn't almost fall down from the tree he was on because of the thing that appeared on his spirit core. Green lines and threads appeared without a warning on Assassin's spirit's core as he lost his contact with his master before everything around him disappeared. He looked around to see himself in a dark space with green lines all over the place. "Greetings, Hassan Isaba." A voice that came from nowhere made Assassin glance at his surroundings, but he didn't find anything. However, Assassin felt something very nasty and dangerous for himself in this space. "I'm what you call the devil. Nice to meet you." With those words, Assassin jumped away as he was very vigilant now. He didn't sense any lie in those words, and this nasty feeling can clearly be explained now. "Not much of a talker, huh? Well, I didn't expect a lot from an assassin like you," the voice said with some boredom as the assassin felt some anger, even if he didn't show it. "Dirty monster, dared to insult our works and beliefs," Assassin though in his head. No, I didn't insult anything, just it seems so ridiculous to me," the voice said again as Assassin was sweating slightly because this devil can even read his mind. "Well, after all, me carrying all your sins and flaws really made you think that you're the good guys here? Seriously?" the voice said as Assassin looked around him before he said, "A monster like you isn't allowed to talk about humanity's sins or even dare to claim of carrying them." "Oh? And why is that?" The voice seemed to be interested in this topic as Assassin was trying to buy some time to figure out where he is now and if he can escape. "Our beliefs for the Lord is the thing that will keep us going and carry our sins with ourselves, not a monster like you." Assassin tried to use his mana to release his cow from the green lines, but he failed. "Yourself, you say? My broken bar. Okay, then. Here you go." Without a single warning, a green line fell from the sky and moved towards Assassin. He tried to escape, but he couldn't move as the line touched him on the shoulder. Crack. Assassin heard a cracking sound as his mind was in complete chaos. He didn't know if that was his spirit, mind, soul, spirit core, or all of them together, but he felt heavy, so heavy that he almost fell down. Yuga broken bar. Raising his head with difficulty, Assassin felt that he saw or even experienced the time when he killed a person in his mission when he was alive. However, he felt it was heavy and painful, like something was tormenting him or more crazy. He sensed that he was punishing himself. "So, how did it feel?" "That's the sin of killing. You have a lot of them, but it seems you're brave and kind to carry them by yourself." "For me," the voice said again as more lines fell. Even the lines and threads on his spirit core were tightening on him. "I can't use my noble phantasm completely, but this is enough. So, from the department of this concealed fate, a broken bar, look at your sins closely." The lines fell on Assassin's body as everything cracked. His mind and spirit core was crushed in an instant by a heavy weight that he never experienced before. He even saw all that he did in his life repeating in front of his eyes as the green lines ignited on fire and turned this place into a hellish landscape. This was his last vision before he lost all his feelings. Back in the mountain range, explosions sound were on the horizon as the fight started. However, in a place far away from it, Assassin was lying on the ground before he stood up suddenly. "My deep apologies, Master. I wasn't able to answer thee because of an attack," Assassin said with his cold voice as his master didn't feel anything weird. Closing the call with his master, Assassin looked around as his eyes shone green before entering to the shadows. If anyone looks at his spirit core, he'll see it fixed by some green lines and threads. Assassin is usually annoying as an enemy, but very fun as an ally. "Well, dance on the palm of the fool and backstab someone, Assassin." A voice appeared in Assassin's head as he nodded before leaving this place. In his mansion, Leo grinned as he was able to see from Assassin's eyes. "Finality, I can clear some of these players quickly." On this day, Assassin was already defeated, but before exiting this war, he was used as a double agent and as our broken bar assassin. Mountain range battle. Everything in this world isn't stable, be it legends or myths. All of them can change just by taking a different route or pushing a little stone in this history. This also reflects in the power system of this world as history and tales affect it a lot, which includes understanding and revelation on the said history. Servants are one of the most affected parties in the world because history can create servants even if that history was a lie and just a fantasy written by humans. The creature in front of Enkidu was the result of this phenomenon in the world. Pale Rider, a living curse, came from humans' fear of diseases and death. Differing from those called heroic spirits, Pale Rider is only one in name. Far from a hero, he cannot even be called a villainous spirit or demonic spirit. He is disease, that which has existed since time immemorial and that which will continue to exist far into the future. He can even be called the horseman of calamity as it brought the disaster to the world. He was even the one that let loose of the Black Death that killed 50 million. Something like this can even be called a false god of death without a divinity, which can affect Enkidu greatly. Pale Rider was just standing there as the fog gathered in the shape of a person. He had no face or anything that can describe his thoughts, but Enkidu, who was gathering his mana to attack, felt that Pale Rider's eyes were only on him. Master, a broken bar, Enkidu said calmly as he was waiting for orders. Battle or retreat, they all are in the hands of his master. However, without a single warning, Pale Rider exploded with a thick fog that started to cover the surroundings. Boom! Dark fog that was darker than the night sky filled the mountain range as everything was getting killed by various diseases and curses. All the area turned into a swamp of miasma, which made Enkidu frown. Suddenly, hundreds of shadows and claws appeared from the fog. Each claw and shadow was carrying a strong curse while rushing toward Enkidu. Enkidu jumped from the way while shooting weapons made by mana with each step he took on the ground. But those weapons weren't able to stop Pale Rider for long as the claws were advancing in Enkidu and Alex's direction. Alex stared at the raging fog before he took a bottle from his space pocket and threw it. Pale Rider didn't even react as the bottle hit the fog and exploded with a bright light. The fog produced a corrosion sound as it started to become clearer, which meant Pale Rider took some damage, even if he recovered immediately. The holy water that clears curses can only tickle it. Her broken bar. I didn't think someone could steal a servant in front of our eyes. Alex took his gun that turned into a shotgun and shot a laser beam that only managed to clear some fog because of the heat. Lancer, keep this chase going. His master's goal is you apparently, Alex said as he started to mess with his watch. It's time to find this motherfucker. Checking his scanning and observing items, Alex was determined to at least know the identity of Pale Rider's master. Enkidu didn't say anything as more mana was drawn from the surrounding before he used it to attack Pale Rider. A huge cloud of plagues and curses rushed to all the surroundings as it made the escape impossible for now. Pale Rider is a disease, something that can ride anything from animals, humans, water, even wind, so his speed is beyond Enkidu. The cloud didn't stop as it became a tornado and started to circle Enkidu, which gave him no chance to escape. Without changing his expression, Enkidu landed on the ground as weapons started to rise and surrounding him at the same time as Pale Rider rushed. Looking at the cloud of curses, Enkidu kicked the ground as the mana and weapons covered his body before the clash. A sound like boiling filled the fog as Enkidu's mana and weapons were dissolving in the fog. However, at that moment, Enkidu detonated all his weapons as a giant explosion hit Pale Rider. Boom! The explosion pushed the fog away as Enkidu jumped with his fastest speed away while Alex took a bottle from the holy water and threw it before he shot the fog. Another explosion happened, but this time the fog took more time to recover before it chased after Enkidu again. Suddenly, a large red river appeared, which blocked Pale Rider and forced Enkidu to leave the ground. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Boom! Gilgamesh opened his gate of Babylon and shot lizards and Alcides without mercy. All weapons were flying as they brightened the area like stars in the sky. The weapons were all noble phantasms with different ranks. Each one of them was filled with mana and flying with a speed beyond the speed of sound while aiming at Alcides and lizard. However, all of that was useless as both of them looked at the weapons without a hint of worry. Alcides didn't even glance at the weapons as he just lifted his bow and smacked them away easily without even receiving an injury. The cloth on his face grants him the ability to not be hurt by the weapons of humans, which means most of Gilgamesh's noble phantasms are useless. Lizard didn't even move or do anything as all the weapons pierced him before exploding because of the mana. His body lost all its form as his blood and body parts were blown everywhere. However, it didn't take a moment before his blood and flesh started floating, gathering, and increasing. Gilgamesh summoned his flying ship, Vimana, and stood on it while glancing at what Lizard had become. All that flesh and blood turned into a lake of blood as it was drowning everything in blood. All the surroundings were washed away by the blood, and the only thing that stopped it was Pale Rider's fog on the other side. For Gilgamesh, this was more like a river than a lake before he saw something in that deep red river. River of blood, Cuha broken bar. Gilgamesh was able to see thousands and thousands of souls in that river. Humans, animals, monsters, even creatures he never saw in this world were in that river. All of them were food for this river, the source of its power, and the extra lives of Lizard. He even saw those souls struggling and screaming, but they were helpless as they were in an eternal hell made by their blood. Gilgamesh's expression didn't change before he raised his other arm and said die. A lot of other treasures appeared behind Gilgamesh and shot at Lizard's river of blood. This time the attack was fiercer as the noble phantasm ranks increased to B and A, filled with mana. Boo-oo! Boo-oo! Explosions were happening everywhere in the river of blood. The noble phantasms were able to stop the river and destroy a part of it, but it'll keep coming and won't stop regenerating. You rat. Gilgamesh saw Lizard absorbing some of his treasures in his river of blood as his anger reached the sky. No one can touch Gilgamesh's treasures without his consent, especially these rats players. When the fifth holy grail became closer, Gilgamesh saw them appearing as they had one goal, which was stealing his treasures. But how could it be easy to steal the gate of Babylon that contains a part of human history? All their efforts were useless from the start, but they angered Gilgamesh greatly. He didn't even give a damn why these guys keep sending themselves to death each time they meet him, but he only cared about one thing, and it's killing them all. However, before he did anything, an arrow rushed from the sky, aiming at Gilgamesh's head, but it was destroyed by a lightning bolt. Looking at the arrow getting destroyed by his automatic defense noble phantasm, Gilgamesh glanced at Alcides that was holding his bow. Is this the power of the King of Heroes? Pathetic. Use that sword or you'll never stand a chance against me, Alcides said as the mana and divine power were gathering on the bow as he aimed at Gilgamesh. Oh? With a calm tone, Gilgamesh glanced at Alcides and Lizard River of Blood, as he grinned and didn't rise EA. Without a single warning, a golden portal appeared behind Alcides before a spear shot at him. The spear was carrying thunder and lightning as it reached him instantly. Alcides sensed something he hated in the spear as he reacted immediately and jumped away. Boom! Lightning struck the place and a huge explosion reached Alcides in the sky and knocked him away. Twisting his body in the air, Alcides landed on the ground as he looked at his slightly burned before he said gods are broken bar. The previous weapon was Vajra, the symbol of Indra, a weapon created by Buddhism gods. Just by throwing it, Gilgamesh can use it to strike his enemies with the thunder of Indra. Honestly, he wanted to use it on gods to see their reaction, but Lizard already angered him a lot. Alcides raised his head to look at Gilgamesh, only to see something that made him widen his eyes before grabbing his bow. What wrong? Won't you dance more, mongrel? Gilgamesh said as a giant bow appeared from the golden gate behind him. It's something that Alcides knows very well because it's his noble phantasm, 9 lives. 9 arrows were shot by the bow as they turned into dark blue lasers flying in the air. Alcides didn't waste any time as he also shot his 9 lives. Boo-oom! 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 Explosions filled the sky as Gilgamesh lost vision on Alcides, but his mirror noble phantasm allowed him to see all the battlefield clearly. Tapping the ship with his leg, Vimana did a sharp turn in the air and dodged all the red beams and blood waves coming Gilgamesh. The river of blood in the ground was raging as it turned into a lot of streams, rushing to Gilgamesh in the air, and trying to drag him down. Gilgamesh controlled Vimana in the air before he glanced at the river of blood and activated the gate of Babylon with extra power. A giant golden portal appeared in the sky before it opened as a behemoth emerged from the capital of gold. A giant sword started to fall from the portal and drag the wind with it as the air was shaking because of the storm. This is a Galima, a gigantic sword that can be used just to crush enemies because of its huge size and weight. Phew, ha 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 ha. Gilgamesh was laughing as the Igalima falling speed increased before it reached the ground. Boom. The huge impact made the whole area tremble as the river of blood exploded because of the winds and lose all its previous formation. Having a noble phantasm for every situation. To be honest, this way of playing real shows the difference between fun to play and pay to play fighter here. Gilgamesh uses the power of money to crush everything. Meanwhile, while the battle was at its apex in the mountain range, Ku was on top of a building in Fuyuki staring at the explosions from afar with a blank look on his face. Again a broken bar. Nobody invited me. Those empty words were carried by the wind as it told Ku's story of never finding any servant after looking for almost 3 hours. He even released his mana to attract them, but nothing worked as he stood there with his spear a broken bar alone. There's no helping it. Q had broken bar. Plan B, Ku said as he jumped from the building and rushed towards any amount of mana he can find in this city. After what happened in this city, any magi staying in this city has a high chance to be a master, so he even used some of Rune's magecraft to track some obvious sources of mana. However, he didn't know that in the shadows around him, a mask appeared in the shadows, glowing with a green light before it vanished. Caster. The night was filled with mana because of the fight in the mountain range. For every noble phantasm and attack, the mana reaction in the surrounding was stirred up as the masters frowned at this battle. Although it's not the end of the world type of battle, all the fighters were very strong and might be one of the stronger caliber opponents in this war. This made the war's difficult increase more, even if it was already abyss rank because of what happened. Above the rooftops of Fuyuki, Ku was running and jumping in his spiritual form. His moves were very fast and agile as he crossed a long distance with just a little movement. Because of the mana in the air, the mana reaction was very confusing and hard to detect anything precisely. A regular magi will have a hard time trying to figure something in this mess, but Ku was able to advance without any problem. His rune magecraft, even if it's weaker in his lancer class, can calm the mana around him, which allows him to detect mana signals without a problem. Although he thinks it's too much trouble to use them, he doesn't mind as long as he gets rid of this boredom. However, for Ku, his instinct was the most important. He has a feeling that going in this way is the best route to find servants. After a while, most of the regular buildings started to decrease and what left was some fancy mansions. This area was the south end of Mama Town, a suburban area of Fuyuki that contains old houses and traditional buildings. But in this area, the houses are Western style and fancier. Now, where is it? Landing on the rooftop of one of the mansions, Ku looked around as he felt the mana in the air before jumping again. The wind was blowing around him as the mansion in his sight was getting closer, but Ku always felt something off in this place, even if he couldn't detect it. He always believed in his instinct, but this doesn't mean he'll run away or back down. Very small. Is there even a magi here? Landing on another mansion, which was fancier than others, Ku didn't know what to feel about this slight signal of mana in it. Maybe it was just a regular magi, who's not involved in the war. These were Ku's thoughts before he entered the mansion using his spirit form. The spirit form allows servants to pass through normal solid objects if there wasn't a barrier or a spell on them. This also made Ku more suspicious of this place because there wasn't even a small barrier. His instinct and logic were telling him two different things, but Ku entered away, so he might check the source of mana. After all, his master is a coward and won't allow him to run into the other fight. He even told him to retreat once his noble phantasm was revealed. Nothing. Hugh had broken bark who traveled in the mansion until he reached its basement. It was dark and large for a normal basement. Ku glanced left and right as he was trying to determine the mana place, but he was frowning slightly. Everything is normal, but why do I have a disgusting feeling from this place? Keeping this feeling in mind, Ku took one step forward and exited from his spiritual form. At that moment, something like a mechanism in the basement was activated before two skeleton-shaped creatures appeared and rushed towards Ku. Whistle. Ku kicked the two skeletons into fragments while whistling and moving around. That was all. Cue broken bar. It's very weird. Ku felt the little mana disappearing with the skeletons before he said no barriers, no enemies, small trap, and clear basement, which has a disgusting feeling in it. Either it's a stupid guy or someone who wants to hide his tracks by making the others think he's stupid. Ku said his thoughts before he grabbed his spear and started to write some runes on the ground. He has nothing better to do, so he might just try and figure out what is going on. Using his runes to give him a vision of truth and taste of every mana in this place, Ku felt this place is really disgusting, like a bug's nest just from the mana remnant in it. This mana and way it has been erased. 3 magi were using this place. The first 2 didn't hide their traces or they couldn't. Ku felt 3 types of mana. One was normal, the second was like a bug, and the third one almost didn't exist. If it wasn't for his runes, instinct, and divinity, Ku will never be able to sense the third one before he said. And this type of mana broken bar caster, Ku had broken bar. Well, I guess it wasn't a useless trip in the end, even if I didn't fight anyone. Ku said with a helpless sigh as he was preparing to leave, but he didn't see the shadows in the basement moving around as Assassin was following all his movements. Presence Concealment X isn't a joke. This skill allows Assassin to be one with the world in the shadows and avoid all detection abilities. He'll only be revealed when he attacks as it drops to A+. Although some special abilities and skills can reveal him, those aren't common things, which show how unlucky he was in this war. Master, I believe that I found the presence of the other caster. Assassin called him Master in his head. Excellent, this is a great discovery. Where did you find it? Assassin's Master said through the link as Assassin said, I followed Lancer. He was the one who found it. Give me the location. And did you notice something strange? Assassin heard his master words as his eyes flashed green for a moment before he said, Mat resident. There wasn't anything strange. Good, continue the investigation and follow Lancer for the moment, Assassin's Master said before he left the spiritual link. Assassin stared at the area around before he disappeared into the shadows. However, he didn't follow Lancer and went in a completely different way. Meanwhile, in a hotel in the middle of Fuyuki City. Good, finally we can have some foothold in this mission. A man wearing a black robe looked at the window as he quit his link with his servant. Caster and Mat, it must have something to do with Pale Rider stealing, the man said as he looked at his hand watch. This was something he used to communicate with his leader Alex during the mission. He got a clear order to wait until Alex figured out Pale Rider's master before they did any action. Is the leader in that battle, vice leader? Suddenly, the door of the room was opened as a man in a soldier outfit asked. Yes, we lost a lot of our members, even more than we intended, but it's okay if we can recover the loss with the mission rewards. The robed man didn't look at the soldiers as he said the nightmare space doesn't allow weakness. The soldier nodded as he didn't say any other word. He knew this was supposed to happen in the mission, but it went more extreme than they intended. The nightmare space is the place where they take their missions and upgrade their power. It's a place where the law of jungle rules. Failures and weakness means death. These words always pushed the player to risk themselves to improve, even if it was mean to throw themselves at danger, because it's better to die trying than dying on the hand of the nightmare space. Their guild, Silver Lightning, planned to enter this world and lower the members' number. The survival of fitness was the rule of this mission. This was something that most of the members didn't know. In the past, Alex raised the guild from 0 as it accepted a lot of players and reached a huge power, but the more they advanced, the difficulty of the missions was increasing. This change wasn't affordable by the guild because the resources can't be equal and so many members sharing them can reflect very badly on the guild overall strength, so it went to Thieves a Broken Bar, a survival game. The goal is lowering the members' number and allow the strong to survive, as those will be the main focus for the resources. Everything went well at first. Some idiot lost their lives in internal conflicts for the rewards or items, and some met Gilgamesh as the greed took the best from them, even their lives. However, that didn't last as a servant came over and wiped the whole B-team from existence before the world-ending event happened. The mission wasn't normal, and this turned from a convenient test to a nightmare-level mission. The soldier didn't stay in the room as he left to take care of something, but he and the vice leader didn't notice the mask hidden in the shadows, shining green. Meanwhile, In Mountain Dew, there was a mansion in a secret location, hidden from all sights. Ho? Caster? A third caster? Or maybe a fourth caster? And Matwa Broken Bar call me crazy, but my sister Musa senses are tingling. Leo grinned as he looked at the show from Assassin's eyes. Assassin now is just a puppet with no mind dancing on his hand. The real assassin was already defeated, but Leo forced him to stay by using his noble phantasm and fixed him to this world. This drains more mana from Leo because the Holy Grail stopped giving any mana to assassin, but this is nothing for him. You need more than 15 servants fighting around to make Leo really helpless about his mana capacity. Did you succeed in our broken bar whatever you were doing? Merlin looked at Leo sitting on the table while grinning as she was curious about what happened. I was watching the detective, Mario Cuchulain, solving the case while some idiots were making fun of themselves. Leo grinned more as a creepy aura was around him, which made Merlin sweat a little. This looked like a very scary devil that Merlin didn't want to mess with, so he glanced at the surrounding using his clairvoyance before he walked away. Are you going somewhere, Merlin? Ritsuka asked as she was looking at Nero, who was thinking about something. She was in this state for more than 5 minutes as Nero entered deep thought mode. Are you worried about me? Fear not, I'm just going to stroll with the wind and look at this wonderful world, Merlin said as the petals were flying around him before he disappeared. Bullshit, a broken bar, Leo added from the side before he went back to his VR Assassin's Creed, Fate Stay Night Edition. A broken bar. Ritsuka was speechless by these words and the fact that as a master, she's completely clueless about her servant actions. A broken bar, this makes it 2 if she counts Rin, who doesn't know what happened with Archer. I found it. Suddenly, Nero raised her head with huge excitement, which shocked Ritsuka. What do you mean? Ritsuka wanted to ask something, but Nero didn't give her any chance. She took her hand and rushed outside the room as Ritsuka was helpless against the strength of a servant. That looks interesting, a broken bar, good for them. Leo looked at Nero and Ritsuka running away as he was able to feel Nero excitement from here, which even if he didn't want to admit it, but having a cheerful person around isn't all that bad. Don't you think so? Leo said to Fu, who woke up after some sleeping. Fu rubbed his eyes with his paw as he moved close to Leo on the table. You mean the little girl Ritsuka? If she doesn't want to say what happened to her, then I won't mention it. Leo shrugged his shoulder. He was never the type that loves to dig up people's private things, especially if he at least knows this person and if that thing was important for the said person. Fu shook his ears as he said something to Leo. Mashukari Elite. Is this the person you're willing to fight for? Even recovering your beast power, a broken bar. How to say, you're really interesting and a broken bar. Congratulations on finding this cause. Leo caressed Fu's head and ears as he smiled a little while looking at this fluffy white killing machine, finding something worthy to live for. Well, if this is my kin and comrade request, then I'll make sure this timeline will come back to its normal form, be it for my job or this request. But first, a broken bar. Leo looked left and right while scanning the area with mana and his divinity before he took a cookie from his hidden space and put it in front of Fu. Fu tilted his head before he ate the cookie from Leo's hand, which made the latter smile as he took another cookie. However, at that moment, he saw Fu yawning and felt his mana was still weak from the morning. You used your mana to reach this timeline and some power in fighting, are really this determined? Leo sighed at this action this day before he looked at the cookie in his hand and said, do you prefer Genesis, history, or the end? Fu was confused with this question before he answered. Leo nodded before his golden eye glowed and the cookie in his hand was charged with golden color mana. He looked at the cookie in his hand before he said, Genesis flavor cookies. My genius eyes, a broken bar, almost frightening. Leo felt he was making some weird things these days before he gave Fu the cookie, which apparently, he liked it a lot. Then Leo proceeded to feed Fu while patting him as it was very entertaining for him. However, he didn't know if any magi saw what he did with those cookies and how he wasted them. He'll suicide from this absurd action of wasting something that can even be a relic of a whole magecraft familiar broken bar, even if it was a cookie. Equality. In the corridor of Leo's mansion, red and orange shadows were rushing at a very fast speed. They already crossed half of the mansion, but they still had no intention of stopping. Well, at least one of them. Wait. Wait. Stop. Ritsuka, who was the orange shadow, was screaming because Nero was dragging her at a very high speed. It has been 10 seconds, but Ritsuka already felt herself in a blender because of Nero's speed and sudden turns in the corridor. What is wrong? Nero heard Ritsuka's voice as she stopped suddenly, which gave Ritsuka more headache. Don't give me a broken bar. That reaction, Ritsuka said while supporting herself with the mansion's wall. She is feeling that the world is spinning and everything is chaotic now. Ah, I forget you're still a normal human and a very weak mage, Nero said casually as it made Ritsuka glare at her and take a deep breath. Why did you drag me suddenly? Ritsuka fixed her hair before she looked at Nero, who was in a good mood. Because I got a great idea that I need to do immediately. Nero pointed at the sky while saying with an exaggerated tone in her voice. Then why did you drag me? Ritsuka dropped her from helplessness, which made Nero title her head and said, you're the only one available and doing nothing now. Yuga broken bar. Ritsuka was hurt by this statement because it was true. Leo is spying on people with assassin and probably preparing for a backstab. Merlin went outside, which most likely he saw something with his clairvoyance, and Archer is guarding his fainted master. Only Ritsuka and Nero didn't have something to do. Fine, I'll help. A broken bar. Ritsuka gave up under Nero's gaze before she said, are we doing something related to Caster? I mean, Tsar? Lucifer? Ritsuka was almost sure about Nero's plan, but Nero smiled meaningfully while crossing her arms and said, Lucifer? The morning star, why did you call him like this? Eh? Ritsuka was surprised by the sudden question before she said, I don't know, but I feel that Satan isn't good for him, even if he seemed okay with it. I don't really know, but I think Lucifer is better. And a broken bar. Polite? Sigh. Is this a natural master? Or the last master of humanity? Nero shook her head, which confused Ritsuka, even if she felt that Nero was praising her. Enough with this, and for the answer to your question. Nero pointed to the sky before she said, this is something for me. Huh? This answer shocked Ritsuka as she didn't know what to say. Are you shocked? Are you fascinated by my genius ideas? Don't worry, this is just a normal reaction. Nero was satisfied by Ritsuka's reaction as she narrowed her eyes. But, a broken bar. Ritsuka's cheeks were slightly red before she said, don't you love him? I do. Nero said without hesitation, which made Ritsuka redder, but Nero didn't finish as she said, but I also love myself, so broken bar. Cherish them both. Ritsuka was more shocked by this statement. Are you surprised? My love is selfish. If I give it, I expect something in return, so I also want to be loved too. Nero said with excitement as Ritsuka felt she was burning passionately. For me, the one who's called a tyrant and the whore of Babylon, to find someone that somehow shares the same fate, beautiful, and great, is something that I'll never give up on. Nero summoned her sword as it stabbed it on the ground and said, so, I'll love him, take his heart, and a broken bar. Let him like himself at least. Until now, Ritsuka realized what type of person Nero is. She is passionate about the things she wants and won't hesitate to do them or chase after them, which is something very different from her. These words and statements made Ritsuka speechless before she took a deep breath and said honestly, I don't think he can love or return these feelings. You heard what he said. I mean, he isn't even aware of your feelings now. He knows my feelings, and I can say, from a lot of beings in this world, he's one of those that can love a lot. Nero said with complete confidence, but Ritsuka looked at her with a are you kidding me look. So you should look into things more deeply and don't get tricked by the front he always puts on. Nero shook her head with disappointment before she said, as an example, he loves you, humans, even if that love was more like a respect, huh? Ritsuka raised her voice while remembering all the disgusted looks and words Leo kept saying about humanity. You have the right to be confused because this statement was for the humans back then. As for now, I don't know for sure, but it isn't all that friendly. Nero said as Ritsuka guessed that it's the humans in the past, but now, in this modern era, Nero isn't sure about his feeling for them. Respect humans. Ritsuka didn't find any comment on this before Nero said you humans gave and taught him something very important, so even the prideful angel respected you. Although he's not satisfied at all with the current state. I need to slow down. Ritsuka held her forehead as she felt her view that was built in these 2 days was crushed. What did we give him and what did we teach him? Ritsuka didn't know, and she had a feeling that she wouldn't know even if she looked for an answer. This is why I said that his thinking isn't good at all, also his actions, Nero said with some anger as she muttered, for him to be so indifferent about himself. If this emperor eyes were bad, then she'll think that he even hates himself. Ritsuka gave up at this moment, but she couldn't help but to feel her idiocy and ignorance. If someone like Mashu was here, then she can see the best in people easily, like she did with her. Don't put that look. Nero snapped at Ritsuka, which shocked the latter a lot. Don't try to think, if that person or maybe that person will do better than me. Just do what you're capable of, this is the most important, Nero said while looking at Ritsuka with a stern gaze. Ritsuka clenched her fist as she looked at Nero's eyes. At this moment, she remembered Chaldea, Mashu, and how their broken bar disappeared. Buta broken bar, I know that they will do better. Ritsuka screamed in Nero's face. Maybe it was the pressure or what she witnessed these days. Ritsuka wasn't calm as she screamed again. I'm just a failure, a weak magi, and not even a fighter. I even failed as a master. Do you think I didn't do all that I can? But no matter what I do, it'll never be an swing. Nero waved with her sword as he pointed at Ritsuka's head with the blade tip and said, it's not enough because you didn't do enough. Look at yourself now, do you think you can't do anything? Suddenly, Ritsuka was speechless, but Nero didn't stop as she took back her sword and said, everyone is not equal. Do you know? The genius you're wishing to be isn't something with talent. No, talent is still desirable, but it's just icing on the cake. The real genius is someone who understands the difference between him and others. When people compare themselves, they tend to fix the idea that they're fundamentally equal. Nero shook her head before she said sadly, that isn't right. Everyone is different. What is impossible for someone is easy for another. I'm almighty genius, but I never dreamed of others to be able to do something like me, or for me to imitate them, no matter how weak and average they are. With every word Nero said, Ritsuka lowered her head as she couldn't even look at her now. Everyone wants to believe they're equal, but that's a very far-away dream, a beautiful and warm dream that'll never come true. Nero looked down from a moment before she said, we have our problems, weakness, and sadness. Don't expect everyone to know what you feel because they're different from yourself, so if you want them to understand a broken bar, face them and tell them directly. Ritsuka looked at Nero, who was smiling, as she bit her lips and didn't know what to say. Let me give you an example. Your servant also believed one day he's equal to his creator, but an angel isn't equal to God, no matter how he lied to himself. Nero's words shocked Ritsuka as she continued. Now, he let go of God's plan and that idea. He's just doing what he can with all his might without thinking about anything else. This is his pride, a true pride only for him, something that made him more brighter than the morning star itself. This thing was taught to him by you humans, and sadly, it appeared in him now more than most of the humans in this era. Nero shook her head with sadness as she recovered her sword. Do what him a broken bar capable of. Ritsuka muttered those words as she was able to see a girl holding a shield and defending her, this weak master, who couldn't do anything. That girl was just Pseudo's servant, but she didn't hesitate to protect her. Thank you, a broken bar. Those words came out of Ritsuka as she raised her head and stared at Nero, smiling. Ding. Bond level up. Suddenly, the voice of a woman appeared in Ritsuka's head as it shocked her. She looked around, but had found out that Nero didn't hear it. Don't thank me. You're a beautiful person, and it'll be a shame to let your beauty be buried here. Nero waved with her hand before she said, now, let's go back to the subject. I want to become an idol. Nero raised her fist with excitement. Huh? Exclamation mark. This was the biggest confusion Ritsuka received in her life before Nero caught her hand again. I saw this when we were in the city. I believe this is the best stage for me to show the world my almighty genius abilities. Without waiting for Ritsuka to answer, Nero ran away as the corridor was filled with Ritsuka confused screams. Meanwhile, in the main hall, Leo was covering his face as Fu wasn't able to see his expression. Fu asked what was wrong with him. Nothing, but can she stop stabbing my floor? Also, if she wants a long monologue, she can do it a wire broken bar. How does she know all that? Leo sighed before he muttered. That was embarrassing. This guy felt his mansion was stabbed by Nero as he looked with clairvoyance to see her monologues, which he wished if he didn't see them. Removing his hand from his face, Leo decided to stop using his clairvoyance this casually. Suddenly, Leo received a call in his spiritual link before he said what happened. Merlin? I might have found something interesting. A broken bar. Very interesting. Merlin's voice was slightly wrong as Leo said, what did you find? Leo heard what Merlin wanted to say before he said, I don't know if you're lucky or unlucky. A broken bar. Sigh. At the bridge of Fuyuki City, Merlin was on top of the bridge, looking at a battle happening in front of him while looking at a servant hiding with magecraft. It was a woman with a long robe. Ha! Ku was smiling while rushing towards his opponent as his spear was glowing red. Ku's opponent was a servant in a black armor, holding a black sword while screaming with rage. However, for some reason, the servant was looking in Merlin's direction. Even his sword was somehow trying to aim at him. Am I hated this much? Merlin couldn't help it while looking at Lancelot that somehow appeared and tried to fight Cubic Inch's Fuyuki Bridge. Ignoring Lancelot's screams, Merlin called Leo as he found something very interesting indeed, especially the woman, with a hooded bluish-purple robe. Servant, Leo LM. Arizoltk. Biography, Default, the angel that dared to claim to be equal to God. Banished from heaven and fell into hell. The angel that was brighter than the morning star now has another name, Satan, and called the source of all humans' shortcomings. Mentioned in the Revelation book as the beast of Babylon, a monster that will destroy everything because of humans' greed and desires. Holding the 10 crowns that spell all the evils that can exist in this world and beyond, something frightening, yet in another look, something very heavy as a mortal mind won't comprehend its meaning or its true form. Even if it was for sure, this crown was given by humanity. However, as the history written by winners, what was hidden in a tale that had never been told? Bond Level 1, Height/Weight, 180 centimeters of 66 kilograms. Source, Christianity, the Book of Revelation. Region, Heaven, Hell. Alignment, Chaotic of Good. Gender, Male. An angel with the name of the devil, yet not evil or good. His actions don't follow any principle except doing what he wants, which may bring a lot of confusion. New solution. Clank clank clank. Ku and Lancelot were exchanging hits as both the fighters were going all out without mercy. Each attack was aiming at the vitals as it showed how serious they are, even if Ku was enjoying this and Lancelot was a broken bar crazy. Ku didn't know how this happened, but he isn't complaining. He found out that maybe servants are a naturally occurring phenomenon, so he should leave things for fate next time rather than running around like an idiot. Rotating the spear in hand, Ku aimed at Lancelot's leg, but Lancelot easily moved his leg away and swept with his sword. However, Ku suddenly changed the target to the ground as he used the spear as a support and kicked Lancelot. Raising his hand, Lancelot blocked the kick as a shockwave hit the surrounding, but this didn't stop him as his sword was aimed at Ku's head. Not bad. Ku used Lancelot's handguard as a platform as he rotated around the spear and avoided the attack, but Lancelot also acted quickly as he kicked the spear, which made Ku lose his balance. A dark red sword filled with mana was aiming at Ku's head. This is Lancelot Noble Phantasm, a Rondite, which allows him to increase his states by 1, in exchange for his other noble phantasms. However, this didn't make Ku flinch as he also aimed at Lancelot's head with his spear and rotated his body in midair. Using the advantage of the spear length, Ku forced Lancelot to back away a little before stabbing the ground under him and jumping away. For a berserker, you aren't half bad, Ku said while feeling his slightly hurt leg because of Lancelot's strength. Honestly, Lancelot's states surpassed Ku, but by using his agility and skills, he was able to match him. Lancelot didn't stop as he disappeared from his place suddenly, leaving only sparks of mana in the air. Ku widened his eyes before he raised his spear and blocked the dark sword as the ground under his was cracked. Ku let go of one of his arms holding the spear as the sword slid from the spear after it lost support. Ku used this opportunity and rotated his body and spear before stabbing with one hand, but this trick didn't work on Lancelot. Swiping the ground with his leg, Lancelot made Ku lose his balance before he attacked with his sword again. Boo-oo! Ku managed to block the sword with his spear, but this still sent his flying from the bridge to the water under it. Splash! Covering his feet with mana and simple rune magecraft, Ku stood on water as he looked at Lancelot on the bridge before he a broken bar grinned, a grin filled with fighting intent. Geez, how violent Merlin was on top of the bridge looking at these two fighters. When he looked with clairvoyance, he sensed a familiar mana that belonged to the fairies, so he came here to find Sir Lancelot of married women, fighting with Ku. But most of his attention was on the woman. She wasn't able to see him because of his illusions, but he could determine from her mana that she was a servant and a caster on top of that. According to your description, that is Medea, our fourth caster in this war, Leo said from his spiritual link with Merlin. An unfortunate princess who was labeled as a witch, but for this mana, she is just an avatar, which means the real one is watching. Merlin was able to see that Medea here is just an avatar and not the real servant, which allows her to act without fear of sudden attacks. So, say what do you need? Leo stood up from the chair as Fu jumped on his shoulder. I need some time to analyze her avatar type. Wait for a second, Merlin said as he started to use both illusions and magecraft to check on Medea's avatar while taking Excalibur in his hand, even if that might attract extra hatred from Lancelot. Fine, just don't blow this up. I need to know what happened with this new caster. Leo nodded as he suddenly noticed something he forgot about for 2 days, flashing in front of him. Don't worry, my illusions aren't something a little girl can solve, especially with the huge amount of mana I have now, Merlin said as his eyes were shining with mana. However, Leo didn't answer him because his eyebrow was twitching now. Advocate of Gender Equality, 666, 666, 666, 666 A broken bar, neat princess, 666, 666, 666, 666 A broken bar. The screen in front of Leo was filled with this particular number as he wanted to smash it for some reason. Is this some kind of a secret ritual? Advocate of Gender Equality, we don't have phones to type 666, so we'll do it just here. Neat princess, we are trying to summon Satan. Lion big sister, I thought his number is 7. Advocate of Gender Equality, neat princess, advocate of Gender Equality, 666, 777, 666, 777, 666, 777 A broken bar, neat princess, 666, 777, 666, 777, 666, 777 A broken bar, lion big sister. You two are just next to me, you know that, right? Advocate of Gender Equality, 666, 777, 888, 666, 777, 888, 666, 777, 888, neat princess, 666, 777, 888, 666, 777, 888, 666, 777, 888 A broken bar, lion big sister. Crack the table next to Leo cracked before he took a deep breath and typed in the chat. Annihilation Maker admin, you guys shouldn't go to hell. Go to heaven and you can turn it into hell just fine. Advocate of Gender Equality, sorry, but they told me that I can't satisfy my urges in heaven, so I prefer my mortal land. Neat princess, oh, you appeared quickly. I thought that I need to start calling you Tsundere a couple of times. Annihilation Maker Admin, yup, I didn't miss you at all. Advocate of gender equality, same. Neat Princess, same. The chat room witnessed the degenerate trio gathering together again as Misaka stared blankly and Leon left the chat room before it was too late. Bri, are you fine after the dramatic exit, Leo? Annihilation Maker Admin, my life was only pain and suffering in an abyss of despair. A broken bar. I hate this world. Bri, it seems you're still okay, Neat Princess, so, how is the abyss? Type Moon, Annihilation Maker Admin. Like the abyss, advocate of gender equality, that's Type Moon for ya. Everyone needs to suffer, one way or another. Bri, there's these kinds of worlds, huh? Annihilation Maker Admin, did something interesting happen to you? Neat Princess, nothing much. There have been something interesting, but more importantly, Kazuma became God. Advocate of gender equality, oi. Annihilation Maker Admin, my broken bar. You know that gods in Konosuba can't do anything sexual because they will lose their divine power, right? Mister, I need my urges. Advocate of gender equality, sigh. There's no helping it, I'll reject my humanity in another day. Annihilation Maker Admin, pathetic. Dio's sword needs to defeat the Joestar's swords and you're a bad host. Advocate of gender equality, oh, yeah? Then tell me what happened to you and let us see if you're not pathetic. Leo grabbed the chat screen and put it in above him slightly before he took a picture and sent it in the chat. Annihilation Maker, Admin, picture of Leo with glowing eyes and horns while Fu is sitting on his shoulder. Advocate of gender equality, Neat Princess, oh, my. Did you become a light bulb now? Advocate of gender equality, I refuse to suffer alone. That's Fu, right? Then you must have done the Gakka. Tell me you're suffering. Leo stopped in his place as he remembered Merlin and his female form trick as the table that recovered was cracked again. Annihilation Maker Admin is offline. Advocate of gender equality, coward. Allowing the chat, Leo received another call from Merlin. I found it. She's trying to break Lance's contract with her noble phantasm, but she can't be completely sure because Lance might never give her a chance. Just tell me what you need, Leo said as he was looking at the explosions from the window. A distraction, a big and quick distraction, so I can cut her to pieces with Excalibur and find her true location. Merlin raised Excalibur as it glowed and made his smiling face scary. So Broken Bar dropping a nuke on your location? Leo put his idea as it met an instant rejection from Merlin. No. Do you want to kill me? You're in the category of people who don't die when they are killed though. Fine, I'll just nuke the other guys. Sigh. I need to think about damaging this world in every move I do. This sucks. Leo sighed as he grabbed his spear from space and walked away. Moving towards the balcony and jumping on the rooftop, Leo stared at the battle in the mountain range before he said, now, how should I calculate this? I need at least a double kill or I'll be mad. Leo stood on the rooftop as the wind was moving his clothes and hair as his mana was rising before he entered the chat room again because it was flashing non-stop. Advocate of gender equality : 666, 666, 666. Advocate of gender equality: oh, you're here, then tell me what you got, coward. Annihilation Maker Admin: later. I'm now busy with calculating the damage that I'll cause, so I won't blow up this timeline. Neat Princess: is the situation all that bad? Leo tightened his grip on the spear as he was channeling mana to explode the drop a nuke. Annihilation Maker Admin: it's bad. Although Root didn't say it, I have all the reasons to think that she's losing control over her world in this timeline. This can explain why the chat room can only send one member while there's a huge number of players and enemies. Does that mean this world might face the same thing? I mean, the two missions are close to each other. Advocate of gender equality: don't jinx it. But Type Moon stuff, huh? That really sounds like a pain. Neat Princess: a broken bar problem in destruction, huh? Maybe you need something that'll destroy and fix the world at the same time. Annihilation Maker Admin: what? Neat Princess: you know in Gensokyo, we have a lot of stupidly broken and crazy abilities while living in a boundary, which is kinda fragile, so everyone usually uses cards to battle. However, Some abilities destroy the enemies, but help the area around. Neat princess, something like your pollution-free nukes, but it's for the world in total. A broken bar, for example, Enkidu's noble phantasm can do the same thing. Leo stood on the rooftop looking at his red spear while feeling like an idiot. Why didn't he think of this before? This sounds so stupid yet reasonable that his anger against Solomon decreased slightly. It must be the edge. Yes, the edginess didn't let me do it. Leo blamed his edginess. Annihilation Maker admin, it pained me to say it, but thank you, you have my gratitude, neat princess, don't worry about it, it isn't so. Kaguya stopped typing because she received something from Leo. It was the octopus chef as she almost fell down. Neat princess, you asshole. You finally remembered. Annihilation Maker admin, I don't know what you're talking about, and if you want to say something, say it now because I have a big project. Leo said as his necklace was glowing and Drake woke up because they were about to make something crazy. Advocate of gender equality, yeah, she called you ... for broken bar. Kazuma was laughing for some reason, which made Leo interested. Neat princess, right. You made my Mudkip unable to evolve, didn't you? Kaguya's dream of becoming the very best was crushed as she found that Mudkip wasn't able to evolve. Annihilation Maker admin, pathetic. We, the real Pokemon's master, can solo Rayquaza with a Caterpie. You disappointed me. Annihilation Maker admin is offline, neat princess. My Mega Swampert has been ruined. Advocate of gender equality, you hate to see it, are you going to do something crazy? Drake said, even if he already knew the answer. You know me better, Drake. I'll surpass the craziness here. Leo grinned as he called Merlin in his spiritual link and said, hey, Merlin. Does your king hate plagiarism? Huh? Which one? Merlin was confused as he said the most logical question in this situation because there's a lot of Arthur in this world. Forgot I said anything, just wait for the distraction. Leo gave up on that question as he took a deep breath and grabbed his necklace. Glancing at the chat room, Leo started a recording and named it Look What You Made Me Do. Before he said Vi from Leo's shadow, 7 dragons appeared. They weren't big like when the noble phantasm was activated, but Leo wasn't going to use it. The dragons didn't wait before their 7 horns started glowing. Gold experience, Tusk, King Crimson. Leo summoned all his stand before he said it's time to show this world the power of JoJo references. Click. Leo's necklace opened up as his halo appeared and his horns started to shine like the dragons. Palkia, seal us in space with all that you got, Leo said as Palkia appeared and sealed the space around. Taking another deep breath and preparing himself, Leo raised his necklace and reached to the air in front of him. Click the necklaces and entered in space like a keyhole as green magic circuits appeared around. In the middle of those green circuits, there was one dark blue and golden line that was in the far left and far right. It has been a while since I made a beast, let's make this an extraordinary one, Leo said as he turned his necklace. The magic circuits started gathering before they transformed into a black pitch area with a drawing in its middle. The drawing was a tree with 10 spots, but it's actually a Kabbalah tree of life. However, unlike the original, this one is upside down as it released some dangerous aura. When this one appeared, Leo's Book of the Law also appeared on his own as the normal Kabbalah was shining. From the hidden world, the 10 crowns are emerging, Leo said as his horns, necklace, and the 7 dragons' horns shine more brightly. However, when it appeared, Leo's eyes started to become empty, as most of the traces of emotions and life disappeared from them. No matter how I see it, I can't understand. But for the Annihilation Maker to become this thing. Just what is wrong with this and that to Aru world? Drake was having some internal conflict while looking at the inverse Kabbalah before he remembered that he also changed slightly because of them. The Qliphoth is the completely opposite tree to the Sephiroth, covering another side of the world. I/N, for more information, go to the end of the chapter. Venom, Leo said quietly as Venom extended his arm and started to throw all the 18 runes around Leo's arm. These runes will act as a stabilizer so it doesn't explode in his face. Leo didn't say anything now as he raised the spear in his hand and pushed it towards the cliff. The spear and a part of Leo's hand sank into the darkness, but Leo didn't care as he moved to the second part. Conceptual boost. Leo has used his boost to increase his power 2 times before his stand started to work. Golden experience rushed towards the tree as the vitality and mana in the air was drawn towards him. Tusk started to rotate with the necklace, and King Crimson skipped time. At this moment, everyone in Fuyuki noticed something wrong. The first was Enkidu as he felt the mana and vitality were gathering somewhere. A clear image, a broken bar. I want something like a bridge for my power, something that can allow me to use them without worry, even if they were weaker. Because of that, Leo started to imagine the correct image in his head. He needs something to repair the world and destroy it at the same time. It needs to be strong to handle his power, so he won't be worried about destruction. Also a broken bar, it has to be cool. After a while from sending a crazy amount of mana and power, a golden light was flashing from the darkness. Golden spots of light were circling around Leo as his golden eye was very bright at this moment. Crack. Cracks filled Palkia's barrier, but it was a surprise for Leo. Either it's this action isn't all that destructive or his beasts are getting stronger, which requires him to check on them later. When this light appeared, Lancelot stopped suddenly, which got him a kick from Ku. Merlin also stopped as he almost dropped Excalibur from his hand. If you're the king that stood at the end of illusion, age of gods, then I'm the one that stood at the end, when this reality and illusion crumbled to pieces, Leo said as his stands and beasts vanished. When it lost its power, the Cliffoth started to disappear as Leo returned to normal and got back his necklace before he pulled his new spear, or rather say a lance. The lance was long and had a white color. It was shining with a golden light as spots of light were rotating around it. When it appeared, Palkia's space recovered automatically. Even the servants like Enkidu and Gilgamesh felt that the world is stabilizing. Geez, the amount of mana and power that I used, if I was just Beast Vi, this would be impossibly broken bar. Leo closed his eyes lightly before he raised the spear and said, at least, it was worth it, which means the power of plagiarism is the strongest. This is the lance that shines at the end of the world, an anchor that fastens the planet together, existing to ensure the world's stability. This is wrong, Emiya, the spear of the end, the light of destruction coming down from the heavens. Leo is now holding his own version of the Tower of the End. This was made by changing his original spear to make it the perfect weapon now, according to Kaguya's suggestion. A weapon that fixes and destroys the world at the same time. Leo started to gather his power as the lance shone brightly, which almost made Merlin scream and Lancelot ignore Ku. He and the lance started to be surrounded by light spots as Tusk used the spin to rotate the lance power. Maybe I'll make that mudkip evolve, but for now a broken bar. Leo grinned as he pulled the lance back. Oh, the holy lance, shine at the end and write my reality to the world. A broken bar, Leo said as his mana reached the sky, but unlike the other times, it didn't do a lot of destruction or effect on the world. Wrongo, Miniad. Leo screamed as an enormous beam of light launched from his position and rushed to the sky. The clouds were cleared instantly, however, without any violent winds. They recovered normally. But don't let it fool you, the beam was also destroying everything in its way. Rules, laws, space, everything was getting crushed before it was fixed casually when it passed. At the mountain range, the sky shone with a golden color, as everyone raised their heads to the death coming from above. Cliffoth, the Cliffoth is the complete opposite tree to the Sephiroth, covering another side of the world. Like the Tree of Life, the Cliffoth consists of 10 spheres and 22 paths. Unlike the upright tree of the Sephiroth, which is protected by angels, the Cliffoth is an upside-down tree with a demon's name engraved in each cliffer. Though the Cliffoth is often interpreted as a tree of evil, being the inverse of the Sephiroth and having demons as the guardians of its spheres, its essence is not an absolute evil. With appropriate training and experience, it can assist in acquiring dangerous knowledge found in the hidden world. Just as the Sephiroth, the Tree of Life, is also a diagram explaining how to handle the soul, the Cliffoth, the inverse tree, can assist in the creation of something much like life if used properly. Battles. The golden light crossed the sky of Fuyuki quickly and arrived above the battle in the mountain range. The light that represented the Tower of the End and the anchor of the planet was shining brightly on all the fighters. Alcides, who was suppressed by Gilgamesh's divine noble phantasms, raised his head as he channeled the mana to his feet and tried to back away, but he knew that was useless because of the range of attack. The light beam was aiming at the whole mountain range. It even made the space solidified because of its stabilizing power, as it didn't leave much hope to escape, even with teleportation. Lizard, who was in his river of blood form, stared at the beam before he started to leak into the ground in an attempt to avoid a lot of damage. The light of the beam was already hurting him because of its holy properties, but this didn't stop him from his last action as a part of the riv moved towards Alcides. Pale Rider had the same reaction as Lizard because of the light. As a curse, he isn't fine with the holy attribute as his fog was boiling. Suddenly, some light flashed on him, but it died quickly. That was Pale Rider's master trying to summon him, but it seems that the beam user is determined to make some servants exit the war now. Gilgamesh and Enkidu raised their heads at the same time as their mana was raising. They both know that getting a direct hit by this beam is a game over, as they didn't hesitate. Drawing the mana from the surroundings, Enkidu forced his noble phantasm to be activated quickly. Gilgamesh was in the same condition as he gathered the mana from all the noble phantasm he previously threw before he used all of them on Ea. The sword was rotating as the red storm was distorting the world around him. Annihilation. Both Enkidu and Gilgamesh used their noble phantasm. A red storm and chains rushed towards the beam, but because of the quick activation, they were weaker. However, it's enough to not be killed directly. The beam was rotating above the sky as it met with the storm and chains before an explosion occurred on the mountain range. Boom! A blinding light filled the sky as the storm and chains tried to stop the beam, but it was useless except weakening it in Enkidu and Gilgamesh's direction before it hit the ground. On that day, a pillar of light shone on Japan, as the Tower of the End destroyed, yet fixed everything around it, except the enemy. Boom! Gilgamesh fell down from Vimana as the ship was destroyed because of the beam. He wasn't able to keep his balance, even his treasures were destroyed, but at least, they were able to do their job and protect him. Enkidu used the forest around as a shield, but in the end, he was still blown with his master away as he took a slight damage. The river of blood was evaporating as a large part of it was lost in moments. However, Lizard didn't flinch even if he felt that thousands of his lives were disappearing like nothing as he reached his servant. Pale Rider was the most unlucky as he took the beam to the face and melted like snow in the summer, without any struggle, even if he doesn't know pain. Pale Rider vanished from this world under the pillar of light. Alcides was also in a bad situation as he used all his power to protect himself, but he couldn't stop the beam. His cloth couldn't stop the beam because it isn't something from human origin, and his arrows vanished like nothing. Even so, Alcides continued to struggle. He used his noble phantasm to lower the beam power, but suddenly, he fell into the river of blood as he felt his spirit core was melting. At that moment, anger filled his face because he was betrayed, but he couldn't do anything as he lost all his feelings before disappearing. Alcides exited the war because he was betrayed by his master. The pillar of light died down as it left light spots in the air and a huge pothole in the mountain range telling about what happened, but even so, this area now was the most stable in the whole world for the moment. Leo, on top of his mansion, stared at the mountain range as he lowered his lance slowly before he said, "Did you think you'll have a fair fight? Or maybe a legendary battle where you put everything before leaving? Think again. Well, it was a double kill. I wish to shoot again, but my reserves of mana are in a critical condition." Leo shook his head in disappointment as he slightly moved the lance in his hand. The golden grains of light was still circling around Leo as it made a beautiful picture with the snow from the sky. Although he still can shoot 1 or 2 times, but for Leo, the critical condition means when he can't fight Solomon if he suddenly shows up, so he prefers to keep his mana at a certain limit. What the hell, what that? Do you want to give me a heart attack? Suddenly, Leo heard Merlin's voice in his head. Why? Leo asked before Merlin exploded again. I thought that goddess came here. The first thing that she'll do is to impale and stab me without mercy. She would even attack Avalon with Rongominiad if necessary. That looks like your problem to me. Now, did you get that caster's avatar? Leo said as he didn't care about Merlin interferes from Lanceratoria. Yeah, I got it, Merlin said as he stabbed Medea to the chest as she had a shocked expression. He didn't wait for any reaction before he waved Excalibur again and tore her avatar to pieces. Medea's avatar didn't know what hit her until she felt the pain in her chest, but that was too late as Merlin gathered the mana from the avatar, which he'll use to detect her location in the future before he said third-rate caster dare to challenge a grand candidate. Tell me a better joke, she can't even solo a saber in melee AOR. Lancelot screamed with madness as he looked at the pillar of light until it disappeared from his sight. Although he's still fighting Ku, he didn't give him any attention except letting his body and instinct do the job. Oi! You bastard! Ku was finally enraged by looking at Lancelot ignoring him completely before he grabbed his spear and took a stabbing position. Veins appeared on Ku's head as the mana was rushing towards Gaebolg as it glowed red before wind pushed everything away from him. Gaebolg. Because of the constant ignoring, Ku was very mad that he rushed directly with his noble phantasm. A red beam shot from the spear as it moved in the air before attacking Lancelot. Lancelot didn't move a lot as he used his sword to block the spear and it was easy as he defended himself perfectly without receiving damage, but Ku grinned. The picture stopped like it was being paused before everything changed. PFFFF. With the sound of flesh getting pierced, Ku's spear stabbed Lancelot in the heart before he raised him and threw him away at the river shore. Ku's noble phantasm allows him to reverse causality, which makes him always hit the opponent's heart. Also, the spear is cursed in a way that makes the wounds it caused become very hard to heal as long as the spear remains in the world. Boom! Lancelot hit the ground as he tried to stand up, but he couldn't, even if he was a mad warrior. Ku attack hit his heart and spirit core, which made him officially out of the Holy Grail War. If some miracle didn't happen, then nothing will save him. Ku was pretty sure he won and it was his revenge for getting ignored, but then he saw two lights flashed on Lancelot. The two lights were command seals, one stabilized his injury, even if it didn't heal him, and the other summoned him away. There's no way he'll survive a broken bar, right? Ku wasn't even sure about this move to waste two command seals if Lancelot's master didn't have a plan before he spotted Merlin. Merlin also looked at Ku and smiled before he disappeared with a storm of petals. Illusions? Annoying guy. Ku clicked his tongue before he went into his spiritual form and left the place. He already used his noble phantasm and according to his master, he needed to retreat. Meanwhile, at the hotel where the multiverse players from the Silver Lightning Guild stayed, a shadow was moving around. The shadow didn't produce any sound or movement in the surrounding, but the number of corpses around him told that he was on a killing spree. Where is he? A man holding a sword said before a wizard behind him snapped and said, shut up. Focus, don't give him opportunities. I know, but he killed. The man didn't finish his words as he saw the wizard's head pierced by a dagger as blood flew to the sky. AHHH. The man screamed as a golden light enveloped him before swinging his sword around. Clang! A shadow appeared as he stabbed the man's neck before disappearing again, which made the man more nervous before running away. Jumping from the hotel window and landing on one of the buildings, the man kept running away as he lost all his breath before stopping. Pant. Pant. The man was breathing heavily because of his skill cost as he felt that he passed the disaster, but at the moment his skill deactivated, a dagger passed his neck as his vision suddenly changed. The man was able to see his body while his head flew in the air before losing all the feelings. This scene continued as Assassin was hunting all the players in the hotel just by using his presence concealment X. Even if those players have items and skills to detect him or stop him, he'll just choose another target until their skills and items expire before killing them. So, the solo assassination mission was done against all the players in the hotel as Assassin moved in the shadow again and appeared in front of the Black Robe Vice Leader. In the shocked gaze of the latter, Assassin's dagger flashed before knocking him out. In this battle, two servants exited the whole war and a lot of multiverse players got their lives taken by their own servant. Edge. In the mountain range, some light spots were falling from the sky on a huge pothole. The whole area was calm and normal, showing the power of the Lance of the End as it made the whole area stabilized after being affected by this grumbling timeline. However, if you can ignore the huge pothole, then you can't ignore the broken ship and weapons all over the place, even if they started to turn into light spots and disappear. At the battlefield corner, the trees and vines opened up to show Enkidu and Alex, who are slightly injured from Ryamog's attack. Although Enkidu didn't show it on the surface like Alex, he was weak after using his noble phantasm and blocking the attack. Alex had some scratches and injuries on his body, but they were healing quickly. It seems he had a passive skill to assist his recovery. However, he didn't care about his injuries because he was looking at his watch and checking something as his face became clouded with each second passing. Heal a broken bar. Ignoring his master's expression, Enkidu looked around as he felt the familiar mana before he saw Gilgamesh lying on the ground. However, Enkidu felt something changed. It was the dirty feeling he got before from the evil of humanity, but now, it almost completely vanished. Gilgamesh was on the ground in the middle of his weapons and ship. He didn't say a word, even when his weapons and ship were turning into light spots. He stared at the light falling from the sky as his face didn't show any expression. However, Enkidu felt something familiar, which was Gilgamesh's clairvoyant being activated. Ha broken bar. Gilgamesh's shoulders started shaking before he started laughing without any warning. Phew, ha 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 ha. A loud laughter echoed in the surrounding as Gilgamesh was laughing without stopping. Enkidu looked at Gilgamesh laughing like crazy as he tilted his head because he didn't understand what was so funny. However, he also looked at the light spots as he felt something. A broken bar. Nice? Enkidu didn't know how to describe it. The light was carrying a cold stone divinity from a faraway place, but in that coldness, he felt some weird warmth. It was not the divinity, but the thing carried by it. Something bright and nostalgic that Enkidu missed in humanity. Even if he was just attacked, Enkidu wasn't the type of person or weapon that get mad easily. However, the light made him smile a little as he felt that Gilgamesh was excited for some reason. Damn it. Alex didn't care about Gilgamesh's laughter as he smashed his watch. He was very angry because he saw that all his guild was slaughtered, except the vice leader, which his location is unknown for now. The situation passed Alex's calculations, but as a player, he always thought that one day something like this will happen. Calming himself with a few deep breaths, Alex grabbed a weird item from his dimensional pocket before he said, "Forget about him, Lancer. Let's go." Enkidu glanced at Gilgamesh for a moment before he walked next to Alex. Alex saw this as he activated the device, which made them teleport from this position. He can fight Gilgamesh now, but that's just idiotic because everyone knows this location now, especially the light beam guy might attack again. Everyone left the mountain range, leaving Gilgamesh laughing like a maniac. His laughter continued for a while before it went down slowly before he grinned. At this era and time, in this disgusting modern era that was rotten by these mongrels. For me to see something like these, a broken bar. Phew, ha 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 ha. Gilgamesh said before he exploded with laughter again as he stood up from the ground. I thought this was a mongrel, but it's something that passed this king's age. Gilgamesh grinned more as what was okay from his weapons recovered inside the gate of Babylon. However, no one can destroy my treasures without consequence. Gilgamesh put his hands in his pockets before he looked at the sky again. Very well, count this as a generosity from the king until we meet. With those words, Gilgamesh used one of his treasures and left this place. If Enkidu was in here, he'll see instantly that Gilgamesh's interest was fully awakened and he won't stop until he gets bored or satisfies with it. Meanwhile, Leo, who on top of his mansion, got some sort of chill as he looked left and right, but he didn't sense anything weird. Was it Solomon? Leo thought, but he didn't know that he became a target of another king. Anyway, I need to take care of something. Leo wanted to finish the last part of this operation, but then he heard Merlin's voice in his head. Master, I'll continue my stroll if you need me. Merlin sent that message before he left. Leo blinked for a moment before he said he'll probably get into another accident. Leo can say for sure, if not completely certain, that Merlin will get into another problem in this stroll. Don't you think so? Leo said as Archer appeared from his spiritual form. I don't know about that. But it seems you are making a broken bar. Something in all this noise. Archer looked at Rongaminiad before looking at the light around Leo, which made him look like a light bulb. Leo felt something wrong as he made a pair of his old glasses in his hand. Wearing the glasses, Leo pushed them to reflect the light around him before he said, "Do you feel left out?" Look, Leo pointed at the mountain range before he said, "There's a Gilgamesh there if you're interested." Archer looked at the mountain range before he crossed his arms and said, "I'll pass." With those words, Archer transformed into his spiritual form and left the rooftop as Leo pushed his glasses and didn't say anything. However, another interruption happened as the chat room appeared in front of Leo. Annihilation Maker Admin, what do you want? Neat Princess, Mega Swampert. Advocate of Gender Equality, you're suffering. Bri, don't mind me. I'm here just to watch. Leo looked at the sky before he stabbed the screen with Rongaminiad, but the lance passed through the screen without even scratching it, which made him take a deep breath before typing. Annihilation Maker Admin, 1. Maybe, 2. I refuse. 3. You're learning and I don't know what to feel about this, Neat Princess. There's hope, Mudkip. Kaguya tossed Mudkip in the air as Leon felt that it was a correct choice to not join this conversation. Look, even Kaguya has gone mad. Advocate of Gender Equality, JoJo's references won't save you today. You're going to share the pain. Annihilation Maker Admin, JoJo's references can do miracles. Look for yourself. Annihilation Maker Admin sent a record look at what you made me do. After watching the clip, the cultured people in the chat shared the same opinion. Neat Princess, Edge. Advocate of Gender Equality, Edge Plus. Neat Princess, I thought Emiya, who is made from literal swords, has the absolute edge. But you're something completely different. Advocate of Gender Equality, oh the holy spear, my ass. How did you manage to turn a holy chant into an edgy one? Annihilation Maker Admin, there's no helping it, everything I do is edgy. My noble phantasm is edgy and my lines are edgy. I even discovered that edge equals power here, which make me lose more hope for this world, Neat Princess, and if you want to copy something, then do it correctly. Where are the seals on Rongaminiad? Annihilation Maker Admin, idiot. My lance is the true tower at the end, manifesting as a bridge for my power. Its power can adjust according to the situation and has 3 modes according to my 3 noble phantasms. You need to understand that my products are the world finest, Neat Princess, noble phantasm. Yeah, why do you have that lance? What happened? Annihilation Maker Admin, nothing much. 14 murder death kill battle royal, multiverse players, mysteries in every corner, and I became a beast. Advocate of Gender Equality, and more edgy, don't forget it. It's very important. After another deep breath and stabbing the screen with his lance, Leo explained briefly what happened in this period and the reaction was like the following. Neat Princess, that sounds horrible, but much more interesting than here. After this week we only managed to find one anomaly, which I'm not sure about, Annihilation Maker Admin, a week. Time difference between worlds? And what anomaly did you find? Advocate of Gender Equality, old man, Whitebeard, was walking in the town before a group of 3 screamed Whitebeard. Because the old man suddenly appeared. However, when the old man caught them, they vanished from the world after they said horror space or something like that. They only left something like a stick before it also disappeared. I'll send you a picture. Leo looked at the screen as he saw something like a stick with some sci-fi vibes on the ground. Neat Princess, the mission also changed to stop these people from planting those sticks. I'll send the full story later, but now, there's something more important, Neat Princess. If you're a beast, that means you're a servant to Broken Bar. Come here and let me sacrifice you to the Gaka. Annihilation Maker Admin, do you think it's easy to be a beast? The amount of edge I need to handle is beyond your mortal brain capacity. Do you even know what I represent, this beginning, history, and into Broken Bar? Damn it. I did it again. Advocate of Gender Equality, calm down with the edge, buddy. And tell me what you got. Annihilation Maker Admin is offline. advocate of gender equality, he ran again. Leo closed the chat as he jumped down from the rooftop and entered his house. I wanted to ask about Saitama, but he's probably fine. Leo felt he shouldn't be worried about someone like Saitama before he looked at the room door. Ritsuka was pale and holding the wall with her hand while muttering "I'm a broken bar, I'm alive, a broken bar." She didn't last long before she fell to the ground as Leo was confused by this situation, even if he was a beast and an angel. However, Leo didn't know that the embodiment of chaos was defeated by the grand singing of Rome's emperor. Story. With the sound of a body hitting the floor, Ritsuka fell unconscious. Her face was pale and she seemed to have nightmares as she was muttering some random words. Leo looked at the unconscious Ritsuka as he pushed his glasses up from the confusion. He stopped using his clairvoyance to see things in the mansion after Nero's monologues, so basically, he has no idea what happened to her. Looking left and right, he didn't see anyone near this place. Even his sensor of mana told him that everyone is in different parts of the mansion and Merlin isn't even here. An enemy? Far away possibility because this mansion is secured with Leo's second noble phantasm, so you need something equivalent to break with force and that won't go unnoticed. He even gave this girl a guard, so something like this won't happen, even if someone managed to sneak in. A broken Bafu jumped from Leo's shoulder as he landed next to Ritsuka before trying to wake her up. Moving towards her, Leo waved gently with his lance and tapped her head as her expression eased. He felt that she should be waking up soon. Suddenly, Leo sensed something familiar before he saw Killer Queen floating in the air and coming slowly from the corridor. However, the way he was floating wasn't quite her broken bar right. Killer Queen was hugging his knees while rotating slowly in space. His eyes were empty and the best way Leo could describe them was he saw some shit as Killer Queen didn't move at all. Killer Queen was the guard he put for Ritsuka if things got bad. He couldn't afford something to mess up his mission after all this time, so he even made Palkia keep an eye for anything that might happen with Killer Queen. Killer Queen? Leo said as Killer Queen flinched before he turned his head like rusted gears and stared at his lord with empty eyes. Huh? Why do you want bite the dust? Leo was able to understand Killer Queen because of their link. Killer Queen didn't say anything as he looked at Leo. To be honest, Leo doesn't even need his link to understand him now. His eyes showed clearly that he wanted to forget about something. So broken bar, do you want SCP-117? Leo said, but Killer Queen shook his head before looking empty again. We can't blow up this timeline, you know? Leo's eyebrow was twitching because Killer Queen said that erasing memory isn't enough. He needs to regress time to avoid the calamity. What calamity is this anyway? Let me see. Leo linked his mind with Killer Queen to see what the big deal was. At that moment, Killer Queen snapped as he wanted to stop him, but it was a broken bar too late. Leo saw Nero and Ritsuka from Killer Queen's eyes. They entered a random room before Nero nodded and stabbed the floor again, which made Leo's eyebrow twitch again. Does she have a vengeance with my floor? Leo said as he continued to look at these memories while Killer Queen covered his ears. After stabbing the floor, Nero used her noble phantasm and turned the room into her theater. The golden theater was shining as rose petals were falling from the sky. In the middle of this magnificent place, Nero was the center as she put her hand on her chest and took a deep breath. Is this why they didn't feel something about all what happened? Leo's eyebrow was twitching even more as he looked at Ritsuka that was surprised by Nero's noble phantasm. Wait. This is a broken bar. Leo widened his eyes as he wanted to stop the link, but it was too late as the grand singing started. Putting his hands on his ears and preparing for the impact, Leo didn't know if this would help as the song was playing in his head. It was bad, tone deaf, and completely chaotic. Leo was prepared to enter a coma, but strangely, and to his surprise, he's still alive. The song continued until Killer Queen and Ritsuka fell before the mansion reacted and pulled them out from that theater into this room. It's bad, but not Cthulhu-level poisoning. She just need more training. Leo was happy to avoid the calamity as he breathed a sigh of relief and thought, it seems that looking at it through memories is safe. Killer Queen widened his eyes as they almost popped out from the shock when he saw his lord completely fine. However, That didn't last long before he recovered and nodded in a fashion that was saying, as I expect from my lord, the calamity can't affect him. He then went into Leo's shadow before leaving a message that he'll take a vacation from guarding, which Leo accepted immediately as he felt sorry for Killer Queen. Yuga broken bar, eh? Where am I? Ritsuka woke up slowly from the ground as she looked left and right before she saw Leo having a moment of silence for his stand. Fu jumped on her shoulder as he patted her face, which woke her up more. Oh? Good morning, or good night. Leo looked from the window to see it was completely dark before he said with curiosity, how do you feel? I don't know, a broken bar. What happened to me and why I'm sleeping on the floor? Ritsuka stood up as she looked at the light bulb Leo with his lance. Memory loss? You were brave, I give you that. Leo looked at Ritsuka as that made her more confused because she felt he was sad for her. What happened to you, Lucifer? Ritsuka chooses to ignore those stares and focus on Leo's new equipment. Oh, this? This a tower, Leo said casually as it made Ritsuka look at the lance before looking at a tower from the window. I found that a spear is something common, so I'll be smashing people with a tower for a change. Also, I can plant it when things go wrong, so I can have a few seconds to fix them, Leo said as he recovered Rongaminiad and pushed his glasses. Leo isn't joking. Throwing Rongaminiad with full force can allow him to manifest the tower at the end to stabilize the world. So, theoretically, he can have a few safe seconds, even if the timeline was about to be destroyed completely. Oh, I see, a broken bar. Ritsuka didn't understand completely. But this wasn't the most confusing thing she heard, so it's okay. However, her eyes were looking at Leo and his glasses as she didn't know why he's wearing glasses now. Leo noticed those stares as he said, what? Do you need glasses? Ritsuka hugged Fu in her arms as she didn't know that the devil needed glasses. Sai, are you one of those guys? Does everything need a reason? Leo shook his head before he pushed his glasses again and said, this is just a habit and a hobby of mine. It's one of those small things that make life more enjoyable. Also, I feel more relaxed with them. Leo crossed his arms before he said, you can say, I'm a devil in glasses. Ritsuka and Fu stared blankly at Leo, who seemed to be proud of his naming sense. However, why are you interested in my style suddenly? Leo stared at Ritsuka with suspicion, which made her panic. No, it was just curiosity. Ritsuka started to wave her hands around as Fu almost fell. My broken bar, it seems you're better now, or at least her broken bar cheered up a little. Was that talk more effective than I thought? Leo said before he walked away and left the room, but Ritsuka heard what he said as she rushed after him. Talk? Did you hear that? Ritsuka's face was red from shame because of what happened in that talk with Nero. Sigh, yes, I did. Leo sighed and admitted it directly, but Ritsuka stared at him closely without saying anything. However, her eyes said it all. It's the side effect of clairvoyance and I wished if I didn't see it. Leo's eyebrow was twitching from this false accusation before he said, I take that back, you really cheered up, huh? Eh? Ritsuka was surprised as she stopped. That's good. I've got a severe case of edginess and the last thing I want is my master to be a sad person. Leo sighed again as he looked at the window on his side. You really can't show anything except sarcasm. Ritsuka walked next to Leo as she looked at the window, but she didn't see anything except the trees. You don't have clairvoyance? Leo said with a funny tone as Ritsuka snapped and said no, and don't think everyone has a mystic eye, especially something like yours. Ha 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 ha. Is that so? Well, what do you need? Leo leaned his back on the wall as he chose to stop playing around and enter the subject. Ritsuka stopped as she looked at Leo's different-colored eyes and said, you asked me before, what I want to do with the Holy Grail, a broken bar. If it was you, what you'll do? The Holy Grail is useless for me. Leo shook his head and said something like that can't achieve any of my wishes. Honestly, I can do a better job than it if I want to, but because everyone wants it, then I'll win it just to anger them. Leo grinned as Ritsuka smiled wryly because of this bad personality she's witnessing. You really like to have fun, huh? Ritsuka said as she leaned on the wall next to Leo. Of course, I like to at least have some fun in the things I do, rather than being serious all the time. Leo waved his hand before he said being serious and realistic all the time sucks. Those guys that always need a serious reason to do things. They are just slaves to a reality built by the environment around them. Although sometimes it's necessary, be brave and admit you're edgy without trying to justify everything you do. Like those players. Leo laughed a little before he said, but sealing yourself in your fantasy isn't good either. Keep an eye for the world in your surrounding, just balance them without overdoing it. Look at this world with its reality and try to write your own. This is my advice for you, consider it or not, your choice. Leo looked at Ritsuka, who was surprised by his words. Oh, thank you. Ritsuka felt this advice was for her thoughts about how good it'll be if everything returned to the past and her seriousness and stress these days. Even Mashi wouldn't want to see her like this. However, this was Leo's angel power way of working. Personal reality is the first step, which means realizing your own reality in the middle of this world. Then compare it to the world's reality before writing it. To be honest, Ta'aru is really a crazy world. If we look at it deeply, all the espers are low-key reality warpers. Don't be, Leo said casually, but in his mind, you helped me dodge a bullet. Nero singing, this is the least I can do for your bravery. After that, silence filled the place as Leo was looking at his necklace and Ritsuka didn't know what to say. This awkward silence was very weird for Ritsuka as she racked her brain to find something before she blurted out, did you really respect humanity? I didn't say anything. Ritsuka didn't want another long speech about humanity, but Leo didn't react much as he said, yes, I did. Ritsuka didn't expect this quick and easy answer before she said, really? Yeah, it isn't something to be ashamed of. Although I don't really like them now or the way they do things. Leo looked at his reflection in his necklace's orb as he was lost in thoughts for a moment. I see a broken bar. Were humans in the past better than now? Ritsuka asked as Leo shook his head and said, not at all, you're still the same, but the conditions changed and with it, everything did. Ritsuka started thinking about these words as Leo facepalmed himself before saying, don't take everything I say seriously, especially if I'm a beast and you're a human. Ideas change from a person to another, so make your own vision and judgment. Leo looked at Ritsuka, who was still thinking deeply, before he sighed and raised his arm. I'm already edgy today, so let me just finish it. Look here. Leo got Ritsuka's attention before black light flashed and a paper and a pen appeared in his hands. This is an empty paper, think of it like nothingness, empty, and nothing at all. Leo waved the paper in Ritsuka's face before he grabbed the pen and drew a line. Here I drew a line, but for me, this line is flawed. But it's just a straight line, how can it be flawed? Ritsuka saw a line drawn with a very high accuracy. This isn't because it's straight or not. The line, in its most fundamental existence, is flawed from the beginning, Leo said as he started to draw something on the paper. Then from one, come many. Each one is flawed like the last one, but with each line, they show those flaws more and more. Leo drew on the paper with a quick speed as he finished the drawing quickly. Now, we reached a place where you have two choices. Ignore the flaws and continue, live in ignorance until the end, or regret what you made and try to return to the beginning to change it. Leo laughed a little before he crumpled the paper and said, then what about trying to change now? Sorry, but a flaw can't fix a flaw. You'll just put a cover on something broken and nothing more. Leo remembered what DXD's world has said about he'll just put a cover on something broken when he suggested fixing the plot, which made him laugh at himself a little before throwing the paper down. Ritsuka looked at Leo before he picked up the paper. Looking at the drawing for a moment, Ritsuka said, why do you need to change? If you're flawed, then be it. Live with what you have. If the flaws were a part of me, then I'll gladly accept it. Also a broken bar, do you call this flawed? Ritsuka looked at Leo's drawing about some sort of a humanoid white creature with an anchor sign on his chest before she said, you can draw this well and you say it's flawed? Leo looked at Ritsuka waving his drawing in his face before he burst into laughter for broken bar. Ha 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 ha. What is funny? Ritsuka snapped, but Leo didn't care as he laughed more before he wiped his tears and said, look at you, trying to act cool. You need more than that to impress me, little girl. You got broken bar. Ritsuka clenched the paper in her hand while glaring at Leo, which made him laugh again. But I've to admit that it was a good answer, so as a prize, I'll tell you a story, Leo said as he cleared his throat, and Ritsuka was staring blankly at him because she didn't want a story now. One day, in a huge place, there was a huge boundless light. From that light, some small bird appeared. They revolved around the light. It was everything for them. However, they couldn't think or act on their own. A broken bar. They were like programs or remote control cars for the light, Leo said as Ritsuka raised her eyebrow because this already seems ridiculous. After a long time, one of the small birds, the most shiny and brilliant one of them, stopped revolving around the light. He malfunctioned, so he was thrown away from the place. However, in the truth, the little bird was supposed to malfunction because it was the plan of the light. A broken bar. He was flawed from the start. Leo seemed to be immersed in his story as Ritsuka stopped because this seemed very important for some reason. After falling, the little bird didn't know what to do. Broken bar. He was just a flawed puppet. Suddenly, the bird saw different creatures. They were flawed like the little bird, but they had something more than him. A broken bar, a free will to be exact. Leo stood up from the wall and stretched his arms. Those creatures also saw the bird. They seemed to know him, but they decided to call him by a different name. When that happened, 10 small twigs appeared on the bird. At that moment, the bird received some feelings, will, and desires. A broken bar. He got a free will. Leo subconsciously touched his necklace before he said the little bird knew that he got this from those creatures, so he, who didn't look into anything except the light, respected them, even if the thing they gave wasn't good at all. However, the 10 small twigs grew up very fast as they became unbearable for the little bird. They crushed him with their weight and turned him into 7 small snakes as his free will crumbled into madness. Ritsuka could swear at this moment that she saw Leo's shadow become 7 dragons before it returned to normal. Geez, what the amount of bullshit that I kept saying. Leo shook his head before he said sorry, but the 2 similar origins resonating and past life memories are confusing. You know, right? Yeah, I know. A broken bar, Ritsuka said subconsciously before she covered her mouth, but Leo was grinning before he said, oh? It seems we have something in common. Yes, we both love to keep secrets. Ritsuka recovered as she said with a smile, which made Leo sigh and say, are they all learning these days? This is boring. Leo shook his head before walking away. However, Ritsuka stopped him as she said, who was the little bird? A little bird is a little bird. Nothing more. Leo chuckled a little before he walked away. Ritsuka didn't say anything as she was lost in thoughts while looking at the drawing in her hand. However, she suddenly heard Leo's voice. Hey, little girl. Like I said, don't think too much about my words. Also, if you're feeling good, then you should know that your command seals can work very well as a battery for me, but who knows when they will become useful. Leo waved his hand before he left the place. Ritsuka was surprised by this as the shock lasted on her face for a while before she smiled wryly and said, he isn't really the honest type, huh? Ding. Bond level up. Secret achievement. Craft essence has been obtained at a broken bar. Empty future 1/3. Suddenly, Ritsuka was startled because she heard the voice of the woman again in her head. Am I going crazy? Ritsuka started to question her sanity before she saw some sort of information from her command seals. However, before she looked at them, she heard Leo's voice from their spiritual link. Oh, yeah. I forgot to say that you should go back to Nero or she'll be really mad, eh? Ritsuka didn't remember anything about Nero, but her body shivered just from instinct of survival. Root? Ritsuka? Maybe she's trying to fix her world. Leo felt the presence of Root on Ritsuka. But you really didn't say it, Root. A broken bar. My reincarnation wasn't all that simple. Leo looked at his empty palm before walking away. Everyone was busy with their own things while forgetting Nero, who just found that she was alone all that time. Bond level 2, Abaddon. The time of death has come. Witness this empty future on this land of steel. A noble phantasm that manifests in the form of 7 dragons from the shadows, foretell about an inescapable ending. It is Beast Vi's body, who was once an angel brighter than the stars, ignited in blue flames of death. A heat came from the stars that left this world because of the boundless greed of humanity that killed the planet. They aren't only the result of sins, they are actually ignorance, the ignorance of humanity, catalyzed in 7 huge dragons that can kill the planet. A broken bar like humanity did. 7 dragons act like shadows, the same with humanity as they usually ignore their shadow, even if it was always there, carrying their sins, and waiting for the promised day. So, the Son of Man, after you saw that your ignorance killed even the world round you, are ready to face the end? Craft essence, empty future, A.A.A.A. Effect. Description and law, in a future, at the farthest time in this world. The sky lost its blue color and turned into a bloody red. The stars in the sky have already left and didn't shine on this place anymore as this dead planet is telling its last story. Its name is the Land of Steel, an empty place on a dead planet without any hope at all. In the barren land, a person, or rather say an angel, was standing there, even after this planet and world died. The angel was looking at the ashes that was telling the story of a whole race without an expression. He didn't show much feeling to something he saw a lot of times as his 10 crowns were shining. Does this count me as a king? But on what? Ashes? The angel said as he looked at the sky and felt the pulling force from it. The platinum was calling for him to go out of this continuous cycle of beginning and ending, to a place beyond this Milky Way. However, the weight from the 10 crowns kept the angel in its place, attached to this world. This evil turned into an anchor and the last thing keeping the angel in this world, which made the angel speechless. Is it time? The angel sighed again as everything around him was vanishing. The angel still didn't feel anything about this as he closed his eyes before the darkness devoured all. It's time for the cycle to repeat, from its beginning into its destined ending. Konosuba Side Part 2. The sun was shining brightly on a large green field. The wind was blowing gently on the grass as the weather was perfect to relax. This green field was next to a peaceful town, which reflected the atmosphere perfectly. Some monsters and people were seen once in a while on this green field, but this didn't destroy the calm. All in all, this was a very peaceful and calm day that couldn't go wrong. Boom. People, or better say, adventurers, were doing their own thing from quests to adventures. Completely normal. They didn't even care about the explosion near them. Boom. The monsters were running around on the field as the earthquakes didn't bother them. A broken bar, everything was peaceful. Boom. Lightning rushed to the sky as it illuminated the surrounding, but no one cared because the broken bar, they are used to it. On the west side of Axel Town, the atmosphere was boiling as 2 behemoths were standing in front of each other. A huge old man was standing face to face with who might be the mightiest enemy he met in this world, a broken bar, a giant frog. "We meet again," Whitebeard said with a serious voice as he glanced at this formidable enemy. "Ribbit, a broken bar," the frog replied as he tilted his head because, in all his life as a frog, he never saw this scary-looking old man. However, Whitebeard didn't wait as he clenched his fist before punching the frog to its belly. Boo! An earthquake hit the place as the ground around Whitebeard cracked, but all that power only managed to push the frog on step back. Broken bar. Releasing a breath, Whitebeard squinted his eyes as he raised his fist again. He'd never admit defeat to a frog. During this week, he found these opponents. They were strong and able to stop his fist without taking damage, but then, he learned that these frogs are a small fry. Whitebeard almost caused a gigantic earthquake that day. So, in the name of Whitebeard, he swore that he'll defeat these frogs with only his fist. No haki or devil fruit, only his fist alone. Ribbit? The giant frog tilted his head while looking at Whitebeard and his fighting spirit. However, for the Whitebeard, who the blood rushed to his head, all he could see in that frog's action was, "Is this all what you got?" A vein appeared on Whitebeard's head before he punched the frog again. Meanwhile, a group of people was looking at the legendary battle between Whitebeard and the frog with blank looks on their faces. HMPH. Even this goddess wasn't able to defeat those monsters with her god blow. "Do you think you can surpass me?" Aqua crossed her arms as she had a proud look on her face while looking at Whitebeard. "Do you think this is something to be proud of as a goddess?" Kazuma, Kaguya, Misaka stared at Aqua with blank faces as they were speechless about the situation. "How sad. It seems that I, Kaguya Aorazen, need to show you how this is done," Kaguya said as she was holding Mudkip in her arms before floating to another frog. First, you need to take advantage of the surprise element. Kaguya raised Mudkip in her arms before she aimed at the frog. These are frogs, right? A small fry, right? Kazuma looked at this careful planning with a face that was losing hope in the world. However, he'll lose more hope if he saw Misaka shivering when looking at the frogs, as she also had a serious face. Now, Kaguya said as she threw Mudkip towards the frog before she said, Mudkip, use hydro pump. Mudkip. Mudkip cried before he charged something in his mouth and shot a huge volume of water at the frog. The frog was blasted by a huge volume of water launched under great pressure from Mudkip's mouth. Because of the water, the area became muddy as Mudkip landed near the frog. Use mud slap on its eyes. Kaguya gave another instruction as Mudkip waved with his fin and shot some mud from the ground. The frog was trying to stand up, but the damage from the water weakened him a lot as he took the mud to the face and lost his vision. End it. Aqua tail. Kaguya didn't even finish her words as Mudkip jumped above the frog as his fin was flashing blue before water started rotating on it. The frog didn't even raise his head as Mudkip hit him with his fin that carried a raging wave of water. Boom! The frog head was smashed to the ground before Mudkip did a flip and landed on it calmly. HMPH. Did you see it? This is how you. However, Kaguya didn't finish her words because he broken bar mud. Mudkip was about to say his Pokemon's cry before the frog raised his head suddenly and threw him in the air. Mudkip finished his cry as the frog broken bar swallowed him in front of everyone. Mudkip. Kaguya screamed like a certain Joestar before she rushed to the frog with an energy bomb in her hand. Kazuma's face became like Saitama as he couldn't think from the depth of his mind of a word to say about this. Looking to his left, he saw Misaka and all the burned frogs next to her, but that didn't make him feel better because he saw what happened to her 3 days ago. It's been a week since the group arrived in this world. Everything was normal, a broken bar, yeah, right. Nothing was normal at all. After getting cards and helping to explain Whitebeard's height with some spells from Kaguya and his natural charm, Kazuma just said to Aqua that these are other worlds people came to save the world at the request of another god world's wills. Aqua was suspicious for 3 seconds before her attention was distracted by Kazuma saying to her ear, with this, you can return faster. After explaining to Aqua, the group got their adventurers cards and the chaos started. Every day, every single day, an explosion or an earthquake happened in Axel Town. Kazuma already lost hope in this group from the moment when he saw Whitebeard swear to defeat frogs with his fists. Then things got better, a broken bar they didn't. The second troublemaker arrived as Leone did what she knew the best. Tricking everyone in Axel one way or another, as Kazuma was praying to Eris every day for her to not get caught because she'll drag him into another debt. After that, Misaka's frog accident happened on the 4th day here. Flashback 3 days ago. Are these really monsters? Misaka looked at the frogs as she couldn't attack them for some reason. Of course, they are monsters. Aqua was far away from Misaka as she was screaming at her. But, Buta broken bar, they look like a Jikita broken bar. Misaka couldn't bring herself to kill these frogs as she looked them in the eyes. Ribbit? The frog tilted his head as Misaka did the same before she changed the direction, and the frog also did. Both of them stared at each other for a while as Misaka smiled and looked at Aqua. Eh? They aren't really bar. Misaka didn't finish her words as the frog bit her before raising his head and trying to swallow her. The lightning struck Axel's field that day more than it ever did in the whole history of the town as Misaka kept whispering they are not Jikota on that day. Flashback end. After that, Misaka will kill any frog when they enter a 10 meters radius around her, which makes her the haven to Aqua when they go to the fields. Sigh. Kazuma sighed as he facepalmed himself while Aqua tilted her head and said, what happened to you? I'm giving up on this world and this team, a broken bar, Kazuma said with a monotone way as he removed his hand. Eh? What are you saying? You know that you can count on this goddess. Aqua felt offended as she puffed her chest and stared at Kazuma. Huh? Kazuma was surprised by this statement before he said, count on someone who can barely count? Who do you think I am? Aqua raised her fist, which made Kazuma sigh and say, that's right. You're a goddess, after all. Yeah, You can count on me, Aqua said with a smile, which made Kazuma smile a little, even if that was more like a helpless smile. However, it didn't last long because Aqua slipped on a puddle from Mudkip's hydro pump. Kazuma was more speechless now as he sighed before looking at Kaguya, who saved Mudkip from the frog and said, I'm going back to the guild. Who wants to come with me? Me, I'm going back now. Misaka looked at the frogs as she didn't have any motivation to stay here. I'm coming back too. Kaguya cleaned Mudkip with her spells before she floated away. I'm staying here. Broken Bar, I've something to do, Whitebeard said with a serious voice while staring at the 3 frogs in front of him. Kazuma looked at Whitebeard's back as he felt that was cool, but then, he saw who was his opponent as he facepalmed himself for Broken Bar again. Hey, wait for me. Aqua stood up from the ground as she rushed after the group. After a walk in Axel, the group reached the guild building and entered inside. The guild is still the same with its atmosphere and adventurers, but there was something new. Cheers. Leone raised her cup in the air as the adventurers around also did the same. Cheers. There was a party going on in the guild as Leone was the center and all the adventurers were partying. This situation made Kazuma squint his eyes again as this troublemaker, even if he has to admire her social skills. Leone didn't take more than a week to know the adventurers around and have connections to Axel's guild. A Broken Bar, how terrifying, but this is an information-gathering assassin. Ah, hello. Leone waved with her hand when she saw Kaguya and the others before walking towards them. How was it? Leone asked about the hunt in the fields as she met with Kazuma's blank eyes, which made her say, good. A Broken Bar, I hope it was horrible. Everyone said simultaneously as it made Leone sweat a little before she said, as usual, huh? Enough with this, did you find something? Kaguya hugged the scared Mudkip in her arms as she asked Leone. Did I find something? Leone sat down on one of the chair before she said, I find something, but nothing at the same time. No one knows those 3 guys. I tried to get information from the guild, but those guys weren't adventurers at all. Leone shook her head in disappointment. Yesterday, Whitebeard met those 3 guys, who screamed his name before they disappeared. The group didn't know who they were, but according to what happened to Leo, they guessed their identity as players. I see. A Broken Bar, we're back to the 0 point, Kazuma said as he saw Aqua going to the quest board. Not exactly, we still have the information about the stick and the mission changed, Misaka said, while backing away a little because of the alcohol smell. According to my knowledge, culture and that mission, I think that stick is probably something to tie this world to the multiverse space. Kaguya said her guess as it get a nod from everyone. I don't want to say it, but that's the most likely thing to happen. Kazuma sighed because now, his world might face some sort of an invasion, which is worse than the Demon King. I'll keep an eye if something big happens. They won't stay silent all the time, right? Leone winked at the group before she went back to the party. I'm going to order something. Kazuma dragged himself away to a table as sat down before Aqua came and told him about her team recruitment disappearing. He heard about that recruitment as he didn't believe that anyone in his right mind would choose to accept it. Hey, lower the bar a little. Advanced class only is asking too much. Kazuma leaned his head on his hand as he looked at Aqua. He isn't against the idea of making his team here because he knows that the chat team will leave eventually, so he needs his team here. However, with Aqua's amazing recruitment and his cursed sword effect, he doesn't think that anyone will join them. Buta Broken Bar, Buta Broken Bar. Aqua teared up a little as she was stubborn about her recruitment plan. Kazuma wanted to convince her, but then he heard a voice from behind him. I happened to notice your recruitment poster. A girl with a long staff and a pointed hat said as Kazuma turned around and looked at her. The girl was small and wore an eye patch on her left eye. She had black hair and red eyes as she looked at Kazuma and Aqua. Kaguya, who was thinking about the revenge plan against frogs with Misaka, saw this and took some popcorn from her sleeves. That we would meet is a fate chosen by the world itself. The girl hasn't spoken more than 3 lines and Kazuma felt this is so chunny. I've anxiously awaited the arrival of those such as yourselves. Putting a pose with her hand, the girls waved before she said, my name is Megumin. My calling is that of an arch-wizard, the one that commands the explosion magic, the strongest of all offensive magic. Emiya Broken Bar, are you okay? Kazuma tried to ask. But Megumin continued her introduction and said something about power and abyss, which made Kazuma and Kaguya cringe a little because it was chunny. "Are you making fun of us?" Kazuma looked at Megumin with a blank gaze. No. Megumin retorted immediately. "Eh? Are you a crimson demon?" Aqua said when she noticed Megumin's eyes. "Yes." Megumin started another introduction as it made Kazuma and Aqua stare blankly at her because she fell from hunger before asking about food. "I don't mind treating you, but what with the eye patch? If you're injured, why not have her to heal you?" Kazuma pointed at Aqua and said her magic might prove to be useful for once. "What was that?" Aqua snapped at Kazuma. Megumin stood up slowly as she said something about a seal before stating that the patch is only there because it's cool, which made Kazuma's grab her from the eye patch as she was screaming. Kaguya was eating popcorn while watching the show before she heard Misaka's voice. "Hey, Kaguya-san. Do you think this mission is alright? Why do you ask?" Kaguya's popcorn was snatched by Mudkip as he poured it into his mouth. "This mission sounds more complicated and difficult. Even Leo seemed to have it hard," Misaka said as Kaguya tilted her head and said hard. "That overpowered cheater? Tell me something else." "But didn't you hear him? About being edgy and all," Misaka said with some worry as it made Kaguya laugh. "What is so funny?" Misaka's eyebrow twitched because of Kaguya's sudden laugh. "You actually believed that it's bad?" "He's just joking while going with the flow. Also, with his power, it was just a matter of time before showing some edginess." Kaguya wiped the tears from her eye before she said, "Yeah, I'm also looking at you." "Eh?" Misaka was surprised because Kaguya pointed at her. "There's nothing that can bring edginess more than a power that come from someone's physiology and inner mind like your Respa's personal reality," Kaguya said with a serious face as it made Misaka speechless. "Are you telling me that Leo's power came from his mind?" Misaka knows about how trauma can affect the personal reality of an Esper, but she never experienced something like that. Of course, it did. Even in his speech of beginning and end, Kaguya sighed for a moment before she said he wanted to understand what happened to his friend, so he was able to see the flaws. He thought that his ignorance was a reason for that, so he counted that as the end. Or he regretted and wanted to reach for her, so he wished to change the beginning. Maybe that is also related to the fact that he can't see the future and past without the spell a broken bar, because that count as the time when he was in ignorance. Kaguya shook her head before she sighed and said, "I can guess that maybe his beast's meaning is in this category." Misaka wanted to say something, but then the atmosphere in the guild exploded. "I heard enough. If you want to join our team, then you need to pass this test." Kazuma heard Megumin's story before he took Daio's sword and pointed at her. "This is Daio's sword. The cursed sword that was forged in the pits of hell and brought nightmares to demons. Are you perhaps, Daio?" Megumin said with stars in her eyes as it made Kazuma lose all his motivation to recruit her. "You know what? I give up her broken bar." Kazuma wanted to sit down again, but the adventurers around didn't let him. "Hey, Daio, join us." An adventurer asked Kazuma to join the party with them. "No, I'm good," Kazuma said, but they didn't let him. "Come on, it's on us. Daio. Daio." The adventurers around started chanting Daio's name as they offered beer to Kazuma. Kazuma stood there without a word as he didn't know what the point was anymore. "I give up." Kazuma picked a beer before he raised his sword and said, "Kono Daio da. Rai." Daio's sword also screamed as all the adventurers were cheering. Kaguya saw this as she covered her mouth with her sleeve and said, "Hiss, they broke him." "But didn't he say that he forgot and he's happy now?" Misaka said quickly as she didn't know she was in this rush. Kaguya was surprised, but then, she smiled kindly before saying, "He got you again, huh? We can't forget about those things, Misaka. We learn to live on, but never forget." "Also, how can you be truly happy if you were never sad once?" Kaguya looked at Mudkip, who finished the popcorn before smiling bitterly and saying, "I guess we're both with a power that reminds us of something, huh? I'll join." "All hail, Daio." Kaguya joined the party as the adventurers were hailing Daio for some reason. Misaka was left alone at the table as she was thinking about Kaguya's words. "Remind you of something? Eh?" Misaka remembered Kaguya's story that she told her when they were hunting frogs. The Aura elixir made by Kaguya's ability of eternity is something that makes the consumer have a body that rejects all change, but that was illegal and she was exiled from the moon because they couldn't execute her. Kaguya's eternity brought her a lot of pain and became a power that reminds her of pain and regrets. Like Leo and his flaws. Misaka looked at Kaguya, who was smiling while partying as she could say anything. That smug smile of Kaguya became so different now. Hey, what with that face? Suddenly, Misaka's shoulder was tapped as she saw Leon looking at her with a smile. You have a very interesting talk, but no one wants to see you having such a face, right? Leon messed Misaka's hair before she gave her a beer and said, do you want some? No, I'm still a minor. Misaka refused immediately, which made Leon sigh before she said, you're no fun at all. Misaka took a deep breath because of Leon's attitude, but then, Leon grabbed her hand. If you don't want to drink, then at least join the party. Leon dragged Misaka to the party. Misaka sighed again while looking at the chaos around before she looked at Kaguya shooting water with mudkip on Daikazuma. This made her smile before joining the chaos. Another day passed in Axel, as the guild was in chaos and earthquakes were still appearing because of Whitebeard and the frogs. The third day. The area was foggy, which didn't provide any clear vision. The platinum color was the only thing that was clear while everything seemed to be scattered around without any reason. It was a completely chaotic world with no rules at all. Where am I? Ritsuka opened her eyes at this platinum space as she couldn't remember how she arrived at this place. Is this a dream? Looking around, Ritsuka couldn't find another explanation, except this, and she's now crazy. After the talk with Leo, she went back to her room to sleep. And why didn't she go to Nero? She doesn't remember what happened and her instinct tells her that's a bad idea. Suddenly, a bright light flashed as it cleared all the fog and the platinum was replaced with a golden color before a person appeared. His face or shape wasn't clear, except he had 6 white wings on his back and a golden halo. The person with wings didn't move, even if his wings were cracked and started to fall down. That seemed for Ritsuka like a star falling from the sky as a golden meteor fell from the sky and landed somewhere in a dark pit of mud without any light shining around. The person didn't move even in these conditions, however, his wings started to turn black and his halo became faint before 2 horns appeared on his head. At that moment, green lines appeared from the black mud as they reached the person before he flinched. More and more lines and threads arrived at him until the person stood up and shook open his pure black wings. However, his faint halo recovered as it seemed more different than the previous one, even if Ritsuka couldn't see it clearly, but somehow, she felt the person was more a broken bar alive. The mud was trying to circle around the person, but the light around burned this mud as it revealed a clear world, which had a blue sky and green forests. Ritsuka couldn't help but think this is the normal human world, but it was so old into the ancient era. An angel? Ritsuka wasn't completely sure, however, she didn't have that much time to think as the angel started walking. His clothes changed into a black and red robe and his wings were hidden, however, Ritsuka wasn't able to see his face, even if she had an idea about his identity. For Ritsuka, that action was very casual, like the person experienced them a lot of times and he's just doing something regular. The scene started to change like the fast forward button was pushed. Clouds were passing around quickly with every step the angel took as in the surprised eyes of Ritsuka, some trace of civilization appeared. Ritsuka knew this was a very ancient era, which was in the BC era. Green lines and threads appeared from the civilization as they crossed the sky, but the angel didn't care about them. Then the scene kept changing. Mesopotamia, Egypt, China, Greece, Rome, civilization after another passed in front of Ritsuka's eyes as the green lines filled the sky and started to ooze a black mud. More and more black mud oozed from the lines as it started to fill the surrounding before it became a flood drowning everything. Ritsuka tried to back away, but she found that the black mud didn't touch her, which increased the idea that this is just a dream. The whole world with everything that Ritsuka saw, was drowned in the black mud as it became a large ocean extending to the horizon. The angel was standing on top of it as a red drawing with 10 spots appeared behind him. Ritsuka felt her eyes hurt just from staring at it. The angel finally stopped walking as it seemed for Ritsuka that he crossed a journey around all this world. His wings had some extra colors, but they were very faint. Raising his hand, the countless green threads gathered around the angel before his lips moved slightly. 7 knots in 7 rope as a broken bar. What comes and goes a broken bar, eh? These words came to Ritsuka's mind suddenly before she widened her eyes because the green threads ignited on fire. The whole ocean of black mud started to burn as it became a blazing inferno extending to the horizon. God knows where this burning hell reached, but Ritsuka couldn't care more because she wasn't in a good condition. At this moment, Ritsuka held her head in pain because of the amount of things that appeared in her mind. Greed, desires, sins, maliciousness, hatred, killing, 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 killing. These thoughts rushed into Ritsuka's head as they were burning under the green lines and becoming an eternal hell. After a few seconds, the flames turned blue as everything vanished in front of Ritsuka, except an angel standing there. Meanwhile, at Mount Indu where Leo's mansion is hidden, the sun rose as the third day of the Holy Grail War arrived. In one of the rooms, Ritsuka woke up suddenly as she was sweating and pale. She put her hand on her chest while breathing heavily and couldn't stop for a while. Lying down on the bed, Ritsuka put her hand on her forehead as she closed her eyes and tried to calm herself, but she couldn't because everything was so real. Were those Lucifer's memories? Ritsuka opened her eyes as she took more deep breaths before remembering something about servants and masters. Masters and servants share a deep mental connection, so it has been observed that both can see visions of each other's pasts in the form of dreams. It is a known phenomenon said to have widely occurred in the Holy Grail Wars. However, Ritsuka couldn't understand why this happened to her. Although she doesn't want to say it, she can't provide Leo with any mana because of his huge consummation and he didn't even need it with his independent manifestation skill. So, her link with Leo isn't all that strong to view his memories or something like that, except a broken bar. Is it because of this? Ritsuka looked at her command seals that showed some information and a card. The information was saying bond level while showing some information about Leo. The card was very confusing for Ritsuka because it said 1/3, and it's split into 3 parts in the image place. The other 2 were black and the only visible side was a destroyed place ignited on blue flames with faint 7 dragons in the background. Empty future, pure broken bar. Is this why Lucifer was talking about the edge a lot? Ritsuka smiled wryly when she remembered that Leo diagnosed his state as a severe case of edginess. Unaware our broken bar. Ritsuka closed the interface of her command seals before she tapped her face. She needed to wake up and prepare for another day in this war, even if she couldn't do anything. Jumping from the bed, Ritsuka went to wash before trying to find her way out in this mansion of pranks. However, she didn't notice that when she closed her command seals, her magic circuits glowed dark blue for an instant before returning to normal. After finishing, Ritsuka went into the only place she could feel Leo's mana in. She tried to avoid all the beasts in this mansion because they will try to prank her, especially Daishu and SCP-999. Suddenly, Ritsuka reached the place, which was the kitchen, as she heard some voices inside before opening the door, but what she saw was a broken bar, a battlefield. Nero was leaning her head on her arms while her face had a clear unhappy expression, even if her eyes betrayed her with their sparkling when she looked at the battle in the kitchen. Ritsuka saw the other master beside her here, Rin, lying her head on the table. She seemed to have given up on something. Fu was moving around as he seemed to wait for something. However, the biggest problem was a broken bar. Leo was crossing his arms with a serious face as some purple text was floating around him, which made him somehow scarier in Ritsuka's eyes. Leo's face was so serious, more serious than fighting with Solomon while looking at the 2 fighters in the kitchen. Ritsuka followed his gaze to see something weird. Archer was cooking against an octopus in a chef outfit, but how did this look like a real battle between life and death? It's a pleasure to have you here, Leo said seriously and formally. That made Ritsuka more uneasy. A broken bar. What is happening here? Ritsuka asked before she saw Nero looking at her with a displeased look. A battle to determine everything. A broken bar, Leo said as he looked at the 2 chefs cooking. It was in the morning, Archer was walking with his master, who wanted to talk to Ritsuka, but then he saw the octopus chef cooking and tasted it. Even if servants don't need to eat or sleep, Archer felt something in his soul hurt after feeling that this octopus surpassed him, so this battle started in the eyes of the helpless Rin. Leo and Nero came after a while to join the judging table. Nero was complaining about everyone leaving her singing show as Leo ignored as he was sighing about if this or hearing her singing is worse. Thankfully, Nero was distracted easily by this competition as she decided to be the judge and Leo entered a menacing mode before joining her. Rin was giving up on everything as her servant was fighting a cartoonish-looking octopus in cooking. You are. Suddenly, Rin raised her head when she heard Ritsuka before jumping towards her. Eh? Ritsuka backed away a little because of Rin's flaming eyes. You're also a master, then face me seriously. Rin said while pointing at Ritsuka, which made her more confused. Leo glanced at this scene before looking at the cooking battle. Nero was also focused on the cooking battle because she wanted to be the judge on this. Now, tell me your motives for taking me as a hostage. Rin, who woke up in the mansion of Satan, didn't know what'll happen to her, even if Archer told her it was pointless to worry because their power simply isn't enough. She knows that Archer and her can't beat 3 servants alone, especially with the so-called Satan there. She still can't believe that the Holy Grail can summon Satan, but that doesn't stop her from being wary of 7 giant dragons that covered the sky. Eh? Isn't this a war? Ritsuka showed a confused expression before she said you, as a master, is a target for other participants, so we have all the reasons to kidnap you. It's not like you want to fight fairly in the war, right? Ugh. Rin didn't know how to come back from that. Not to mention that your servant is the only way to connect to La now, so he's very important. Ritsuka looked at Rin getting more and more dejected as she didn't know what was wrong with her. She was only saying the truth. Strength is a very important thing in these situations and a broken bar. It was him who kidnapped you. Talk to him, Ritsuka said as Rin looked behind her to see Leo. Leo was surrounded by the menacing text as he glanced at Rin for a moment, which made her turn away immediately because of his scary aura. I know a broken bar and took a deep breath before she looked at Ritsuka and said I can understand that you want an alliance that needs mutual benefits to happen and we both want the Holy Grail, right? Ritsuka knows that most of the masters came here for the Holy Grail and no one will just choose to give up on it. No, I just want to win. If you want that Grail, you can have it. Rin shook her head because the wish and Holy Grail wasn't the reason for her joining this war. I see a broken bar. Ritsuka took a moment to see if Rin was lying or not before she said then the command will be in our hand, huh? Rin snapped at that declaration, but Ritsuka didn't give her the chance as she said we've more power than you and in cooperation, you need 2 equal sides. To be honest, you lack that a lot. Yuga broken bar and felt attacked again, but she couldn't retort against this clearly weak magi because she has 3 servants. This isn't the work of a weak magi. She's cheating. I know that I may sound harsh, but I had to make it clear. This war isn't simple and I think besides winning, you also want something else. Ritsuka stared at Rin seriously as she walked and sat on the table. Rin looked at Ritsuka for a moment before she sighed and sat on the table while saying as the owner of the city and one of the 3 families that made the Holy Grail, I want to make sure this town don't get blown up to oblivion and I've a person that I want to protect. Rin said her request in a helpless tone as Ritsuka smiled before she said I see. Our work was about fixing this timeline, so welcome. Ritsuka extended her hand as Rin sighed again before taking it, which means the alliance had happened. Even if Rin wanted a contract, that's too luxury for these unbalanced sides. Leo looked at this exchange before he said no bad. A little inexperienced, but it's okay. She needs more training, Nero said as she was still dissatisfied with Ritsuka leaving her alone in the theater. You're still angry? Leo didn't want more complaints this morning. Of course. Everyone would spend all their fortune to watch me sing. Even in Rome they were so pleased with my singing they would sleep peacefully. Nero said instantly with excitement when remembering Rome. I think they were unconscious, Leo said with a blank face, but Nero was immersed in her story rather than listening to him. However, she suddenly flinched before returning to normal, but Leo sighed as she extended his hand and tapped her forehead. "Don't work yourself too much, those headaches will only get worse," Leo said as he used his mana to ease Nero's headache from her skill, migraine. Migraine is a curse inherited from one's previous life. Due to suffering from chronic headaches, it is hard for Nero to perfectly demonstrate her valuable talent for fine arts, which include her other skills. But don't I have you?" Nero tilted her head, which made Leo tap her head again before saying, "I don't want to waste my time curing others. It's too precious to waste like this." "My broken bar, I see, I'm very precious than your time, you say," Nero said with a smile as Leo's eyebrow was twitching before he said, "No, you're overthinking it." "No. I understand clearly and your feelings." Ouch. Nero wanted to start another speech, but Leo chopped her to the head with his hand. Ritsuka and Rin glanced to this side to see this interaction, which further destroyed Satan's name in Rin's head, and Ritsuka didn't know what to say. Leo saw that Nero didn't stop even if he did that, which made him sigh before returning to what he was doing. "What are you doing?" Nero felt the mana around Leo moving as she asked. "Process of elimination, that's what I'm doing," Leo said as he was manipulating his mana in different directions. "Elimination of what?" Ritsuka listened to them as she asked before Leo waved with his hand and showed a map of Fuyuki made by mana. "My clairvoyance is blocked by a lot of things in this world," Leo said as he showed shadowy places on the map. "And those things in this city are the most likely to be enemies or goals, so by eliminating everything that I can see, I can just go and check what I can't see." Leo said this simple and casual, but effective plan. In this world, Leo's clairvoyance weakened a lot because of the numerous guys that can block and nullify it. However, if he ignores the vast world and focuses on Fuyuki, he can mark the thing he can see or not, which allows him to pick the places to check. This is a loophole in the system of clairvoyance, but even so, there's some risk because you won't know what awaits you like a trap. However, this is better than not knowing what to do for Leo, so he's ready to invite himself to some parties. Just how strong is that clairvoyance? Rin was startled by the range and the amount of power to do such a feat. For her, clairvoyance users need to focus on something before looking at it, but Leo can scan the whole planet while focusing on other things because of his huge calculation power and his mind that left the human categories a long time ago. "I see, then are we going to check them?" Ritsuka looked at the places on the map as she focused on the Ryudo temple, which was the closest to this place. "Yeah, our broken bar," no, Leo said with a lone tone before he rejected the idea. "Why?" This was Ritsuka's turn to be surprised by this decision. "Because I'm waiting for Merlin to get in trouble." "That's more effective than using my way," Leo said with a straight face as it made Ritsuka sigh. Nero nodded at this while Rin didn't understand the principle behind that thinking. "Oh? Here he is." After waiting for a while, Leo received a call from Merlin. The call was a small message, "How to say this ... in your words, he didn't die when he was killed, pfffff. "What?" Leo stood up from the table in the shocked eyes of everyone before he said he broke his own rules. "Hey, Archer, this can wait, we need to go now," Leo said to Archer as he grabbed Rongyaminiad. "What happened?" Archer was focusing on the battle with the octopus chef as he said without turning his eyes away. "He's still alive after being killed," Leo said as the knife dropped from Archer's hand before he screamed, "What? How can he not die after being killed? Weird." The sun was shining in Fuyuki City in the morning. It gave some warmth after a whole night of snow falling. The weather became slightly better as the snowstorm stopped slightly, which allowed the accumulated snow in the surrounding to melt a little. On this normal day, Fuyuki citizens regularly started their day, completely forgetting the secret battle that took place here. The Church and Magic Association didn't waste any time as they got the closet magi and exorcists in the next town to help in Fuyuki condition. After a few operations, most of the citizens' memories were deleted as the magi left the city immediately after. The magi, even if they are a part of Clock Tower, they don't want anything to do in this death zone of a city. Usually, they won't mind risk in the path of magecraft, but the risk is simply too large and they didn't lose all their brain cells. Yet, the exorcists didn't leave like the magi. They stayed in the town to check the situation while supervising the Holy Grail War. For this to happen, they had to go into the church of Fuyuki first because one of their priests was a supervisor on the war from the start. The situation didn't leave much to do anyway. Both the church and magic associations are suppressed by Zeltrich, which doesn't give them much room to interfere. However, the exorcists arrived at the church only to meet a man with a red spear. At that moment, before even entering the war, those exorcists became victims to a random servant and Karai had to make a call after a while to inform the church about their terrible loss. Meanwhile, away from the bloodshed, a young man was walking on the street. He wore a school uniform with a scarf on his neck as he was holding a bag in his hand. His hair was auburn while his eyes were brown golden. He seemed a little listless while walking before he sneezed because of the cold weather. I shouldn't have slept on the floor. The young man wiped his nose as he attempted to forget the weird feeling he was getting lately. Shaking his head, Emiya Shiro continues on his way towards the school without knowing the reason behind the odd feeling. However, on top of a building on the other street, a group of people were watching the young man walking. So, as you see, he didn't die, Merlin said to the group before he looked at Shiro. He can feel it from here. A mana so familiar for him. Even if it was weak, Merlin can be sure it's Avalon. Hypocrite Leo said one word about this guy, who breaks his words about people dying when they are killed. That look a broken bar what? Ritsuka looked at Shiro as she was confused about why he looked very similar to her. A broken bar. Nero looked at Shiro before looking at Archer as her artist's mind told her that they are very similar. Archer didn't say anything as he looked at Shiro, especially those eyes that made him remember his past and his forsaken dream. Emiya Shiro? Is this who you were talking about, Archer? Rin recognized Shiro immediately before she looked at Archer. He's just a normal student. That is no way he's our broken bar. And didn't finish before Archer said he's a magi. A weak one, but a magi nevertheless. Emiya broken bar a magi. Rin was really surprised because someone like Emiya Shiro was a magi. For her, someone who didn't refuse to help anyone or show any qualities as a magi, couldn't possibly be a one, especially with Shiro's personality. Now a broken bar. What happened, Merlin? Leo leaned on the rooftop railing as he glanced at the partner of justice. I was taking care of my own business. A broken bar. Merlin smiled as he wanted to tell his story in Fuyuki's city, but then he met everyone's eyes that didn't believe in his first words. Cough cough. Merlin cleared his throat before he started to tell the whole story without caring about everyone's eyes. After 3 minutes, Merlin finally entered some important parts. Basically, he passed by this location as he sensed a familiar mana. Much like Lancelot's accident, Merlin knew immediately the source, but that was where the problem began. If Avalon was there, then there was a big chance to meet his king, Arturia Pendragon, which isn't a really happy event for Merlin. After hesitating for a while, Merlin chose to broken bar not to go. As a smart magus, he can't make such a stupid mistake. What if he was shot by an Excalibur? Proud of himself, Merlin wanted to leave the place, but then, he felt that Avalon's mana became weaker suddenly, which piqued his interest. If it was Arturia, this wouldn't happen like this, but Merlin was still hesitating as he picked a flower from under his feet and started to pick off its petals while saying I'll go and I'll not go. Leo stared at Merlin telling his story and even took a flower to demonstrate his actions as he felt that if the edge won't kill him, then this story will. Archer and Rin were in the same condition as they even forgot what they were talking about. Their expression became of disgust when Merlin spoke about the couples he saw in the night. Ritsuka was speechless while holding Fu, who wanted to rush and kick Merlin. Only Nero was impressed by Merlin, not his story, but the flower garden under his feet. She felt this was very impressive and she should make something much like a Rose's version of it. Then Merlin talked about sneaking into Shiro's house with utmost care before he saw the young man lying on the floor with a hole in his shirt. There was no wound, but Merlin saw some blood nearby, so as the great magus he is, he didn't waste time checking the scene, but he went straight into Shiro's dream and got the information he wanted. Apparently, he was killed by a bullet to the chest before he fell down. The only thing he remembered was someone putting something in his body before losing consciousness. off-putting? Leo noticed this as he put his hand on his chin and started to think about something, but then, Merlin's story took a turn. He started to talk about the couples he found at night, which made everyone looked at him again. Ritsuka held Fu as she was in the same condition before she saw something on her side. She didn't even have time to ask before she panicked. Leo, who had enough of this story, raised his left hand as green lights manifested on it. The lines gathered in a particular shape of a rifle before a green brightness flashed on Leo's hand. Waving his hand, Leo did a 180-degree turn as the green light broke and showed a sniper rifle with a silencer in his hand. Without hesitation, Leo aimed at Shiro in the street and shot in the panicked eyes of Ritsuka. Except Merlin, who was telling his story, and Nero, who was thinking about her new skill, only Archer and Rin looked at what Leo was doing. Shiro was walking in the street before his scarf was stuck on something, which made him bend slightly only for the bullet to pass him and hit the wall. "Hey! What are you doing?" Rin was shocked by Satan taking a sniper rifle and shooting Shiro. However, she was interpreted by Archer as she looked at Shiro's location. The wall where Leo shot didn't have a bullet mark, but there was a text that said people die when they are killed. Huh? Rin raised her voice in confusion as Ritsuka also didn't know what to say about this. "I missed? The fuck?" Leo cursed at this stupid accident in front of him. Is this plot armor he's witnessing? Can this thing exist now? If so, then how did he got shot before? He specifically made this rifle to write words when the bullet hit something. The bullet is completely silent and nobody will feel it, but Shiro dodged his own wisdom memes. Aiming again, Leo took two other shots at Shiro. The first one hit a cat that jumped from a wall and the other one hit the forehead of a man passing by. Ritsuka looked at the cat with "just because you're correct doesn't mean you're right." And the man with "when you have a birthday, you celebrate being born" on his forehead. Shiro just passed normally even if he felt something weird, especially about the man with a phrase on his forehead, but he doesn't like to judge people's hobbies. "I swear to the roots, if it was you Root, then I'll just fix this world only to blow it up later." Leo fed up with missing as he said a very confusing way of swearing. Don't you think it's better to focus? Ritsuka chose not to comment on Leo's actions while looking at Merlin, who kept telling his story. "I can multitask, you know?" Leo said without lifting his head. He was half listening to Merlin's story while ignoring all the other nonsense he's saying. "I see a broken bar," Ritsuka said with a wry smile before she noticed something. It was something about his clothes. For an angle and the devil, his clothes were surprisingly modern, even when she summoned him. He even took a sniper rifle now, which made Ritsuka ask, "Don't you have other clothes, Lucifer?" "I have a lot in the mansion, but why do you ask?" Leo looked at Ritsuka with puzzlement. "I didn't mean that." Ritsuka shook her head before she said something like an armor or servant battle outfit. "Oh, that? I have one, but I won't wear it." Leo waved his arm as he rejected the idea immediately. He does have a servant outfit and Venom can become it at any moment. Although it doesn't have even a fashion buff, except looking cool, but also edgy. "Is it a black and red robe?" Ritsuka couldn't help but to ask because she saw something in her dream. Leo raised his eyebrow as the sniper rifle in his hands disappeared into light spots before he said, "It seems you saw something interesting, huh?" "Yes, I did." Ritsuka pondered for a moment before admitting it directly, which left Leo speechless. At least to act mysteriously, Leo felt that Ritsuka is breaking other rules like Shiro, who had the same hair color as her. "So just say what you want before I knock Merlin and make him stop talking about the couples he saw at night." Leo shuddered as Merlin was saying poems about love or something like that. Only Nero seemed to be interested in those poems. "Yuga broken bar." Ritsuka looked at Merlin before she remembered something and said, "What are the 7 ropes and the 7 knots? You even saw that, huh?" Leo shook his head because things started to take a turn he didn't expect at all. Something is weird about this master of his. And he doesn't mean chaos or something like that, but now, Ritsuka seemed to be, even if it was weak, more pleasing in his eyes. She even saw some of his memories in this world, which made Leo very suspicious of Root's actions. Was she fixing her world or giving her protagonist a charisma buff? Looking at Ritsuka that was waiting for his answer, Leo sighed and said 7 since tying knots on 7 ropes of virtue as a broken bar. Raising his arm, Leo caught the air around him before a thin green thread appeared between his finger as he said, carrying a debt from the past. What comes and goes? Ritsuka said as Leo smiled helplessly before he repeated the same phrase, what comes and goes. Suddenly, Leo felt something as he glanced at the sky, but he didn't see anything, which made him frown before looking at Merlin. Okay, stop with this nonsense. Leo finished his talk with Ritsuka as he had enough of Merlin talking about couples. But I'm almost at the good part, Merlin said immediately as he refused to stop. This part is important, Nero said as she was very interested in hearing Merlin's story. Leo took a deep breath while rubbing his temples because of the headaches he suddenly got. What's wrong with them, Archer? Rin couldn't understand what was going on and why historical figures were acting like this. Just go with it. Archer didn't have an explanation either. You said he put something, which assumes it's Avalon, so does he have Avalon now? Or did he even have it before he was a broken bar killed? Leo didn't find a better way to phrase it. No, a broken bar. Merlin pondered for a moment before he said, from the mana and his magic circuits, he had Avalon in the past, but it was taken from him, then it was recovered shortly at that night before it was taken again. A broken bar, is this some sort of trap? Using Emiya Shiro as a trap to attract others? Leo started to think about the possibilities of having Shiro as a bait. Honestly, this isn't a bad plan. The protagonist can attract a lot of targets without having to look for them. Okay, this needs to stop. What do you mean Emiya-kun has Avalon? He didn't even show qualification as a magi. Even if he did, then Shinji should know. Rin had enough of being silent as she walked forwards and said her ideas. However, to her surprise, Leo and Archer were looking at her weirdly like, what the hell are you talking about? Was written in their gaze. What? Rin was confused by this reaction as she didn't know what to say. Shinji can know if Emiya Shiro is a magi or not? Archer had a weird expression on his face. Are you okay? Maybe I scared you a lot yesterday. Leo felt sorry for the innocent girl, who couldn't handle his greatness and lost some brain cells. What with your look? Even if I didn't want to admit it, Shinji is a first-rate magi, which has more caliber than me, Rin said with some annoyance. Leo and Archer looked at each other as the surprise on their faces wasn't hidden from the other. It appears you found something interesting. Merlin looked at the reaction around as he picked his staff. Is this Shinji someone important? Ritsuka asked, but Leo didn't answer her as he said, Rin, was it? I want to ask you something. A broken bar. What is the hair color of your sister? Leo said as everyone except Archer, who was waiting for the answer, looked at him weirdly. Huh? What do you want to do with my sister? Rin snapped immediately because Leo talked about something important for her. Just answer the question, Leo said with some seriousness in his tone, which made Rin calm down a little before she sighed and whispered, it's black. Leo and Archer looked at each other again before they nodded. That explains a broken bar, Leo said before Archer finished his words. Everyone was slightly confused by this rhyme these two achieved about something. Meanwhile, at Ryudo Temple, a man with long white hair was walking on the steps towards the temple. The 10 rings on his fingers were glowing slightly, but if anyone focused on them, then he'll see a slight crack on the middle ring on the right hand. Solomon walked the steps towards the temple as his eyes didn't show what he was thinking about at all before he crossed some sort of a barrier. Boundary field? Solomon whispered before he heard footsteps above him. A young man with blue, seaweed-looking hair, walked towards Solomon casually before he stopped at some distance. I didn't expect your presence here, Broken Bar, the young man said indifferently as he looked at Solomon. Welcome here, Broken Bar, king of magecraft. Solomon, the young man, Shinji, said with a smile like he was greeting a friend. However, Solomon didn't talk because he figured out the type of barrier he's in now. A reality marble. Rejoice. Well, I guess this is progress. Leo had a weird expression on his face as he realized that even an angel with a huge calculation power like him can't guess some simple things. To be honest, He's speechless after figuring out the situation, which was bothering him in this Holy Grail war. There have been a lot of unexplained events during this war. From 14 summoned servants to attacks that didn't have any reason behind them. More importantly, who were the masters behind some servants that appeared from nowhere? Even more, how did some servants like Medea and Lancelot be summoned to this war? Especially Medea, who was clearly an extra caster like Gilgamesh, who is an extra archer. These questions kept bothering Leo a lot during these days. He guessed it'll be the system user Root talked about, who didn't show himself yet. But he wasn't sure because this war is very complicated and confusing. It could be a hidden player or maybe someone completely random pulling the strings from the dark. Everything was possible and he can't deny any of those possibilities without proper evidence. However, today, after checking on the partner of justice, he got the missing piece of the puzzle to connect those events. At first, when he arrived in this world, there was a hacking in the Holy Grail system, which allowed this war to become a 14 servants battle. Leo knew from Assassin's Mind that the players were the ones that hacked into it and got 5 pairs of command seals to summon servants. But what shocked him was someone stealing their servant, Pale Rider. Someone stole Pale Rider and made him attack players with command seals before sending him to kill Enkidu. From Archer, Leo heard that Ella detected a disconnection from the human order in Mit's family during the 4th Holy Grail War Fate Zero, before it was corrected immediately. Merlin also talked about the distribution and how it was close to Lancelot during the 4th war, which means Mit's side. Moreover, Avalon wasn't in Shiro's body and it was taken a long time ago before it was given back temporarily yesterday night. Cuchulain found something in Mit's resident when Assassin was tracking him, which pulled the attention towards Mit again. Leo thought of checking on them, but because everything is happening and the fact they aren't in their residence, he had better things to do. Now, Rin said that Mit Shinji, who is a waste of a magi, became a first-rate one. Not to forget her sister, whose hair is supposed to be purple, became black. Mit Shinji, who is incapable of performing sorcery because of Mit bloodline training, isn't even a magi in the first place. Mitsura, Rin's sister, was supposed to be adopted by Mit's family, which transformed her element affinity to water via a painful and hellish process of insect magecraft, so her hair color changed from black to purple. Well, it's one of the unfortunate events that happened in this dark world. Leo as Satan and Beast Vi, can tell you now that what happened to Sakura isn't the worst thing in this world. There's a ton of things worse, even far worse happened to people in this world, and you say why he doesn't like the current humanity at all. To be honest, Leo thought of a lot of possibilities. Like a system user to traverse into this world and join Mit's house, save Sakura, kill Zukin, summon a servant, Etka broken bar, a lot of things that every reincarnated does in this world, but Shinji? Traversing into Shinji's body? He has to admit that he didn't think of that one. Note to self, expect more unexpected in the unexpected. Don't think outside the box, but shoot it into space and think from there. Leo gave himself a small reminder for the future. This Shinji is really something, Archer said as he was also surprised by this development. For someone to fool Allah in the aspect of humanity. He doesn't know if he even should call him Shinji anymore. Indeed, 10 years hidden system user Leo frowned because this was one of the worst developments possible. A system is a trump card that can create trump cards. He can't imagine how many cards Shinji has in his sleeves. Then Medea should also be the caster from the 4th Holy Grail War, and survive until now like Gilgamesh. Leo looked at Merlin because he knows that he has some of Medea's mana, which can be used to track her. Do you want to track her? I need to be at a certain distance to work, Merlin said, which made Leo shake his head before he said, I was thinking, do you have any idea why this Shinji actions are all over the place? Sending Pale Rider to kill Enkidu during his battle with Gilgamesh, Medea and Lancelot to steal Ku, and giving Emiya Shiro Avalon back to save him before taking it again. Is this a high-level IQ play or something completely stupid, which he can't see through? Maybe he wants something with his actions a broken bar, but most of them are vague, or he's just doing things randomly. Merlin shook his head as he was also thinking about the current events. Eliminating servants. Obviously that the first goal of every master in this war. Nero raised her eyebrow as she stated some obvious things. If he wants to do that, he can just gather his servants and get the advantage of number. Archer shook his head as he denied these casual attempts from someone hidden in this dark world for more than 10 years. Maybe it has something to do with the chain of heaven? Ritsuka said, because Enkidu's abilities can be fatal on certain enemies and it might pose a threat to this newly discovered enemy. The group was thinking about why the new Shinji is throwing his servants around while forgetting someone. Rin was bewildered while looking at everyone discussing Shinji's subject like he was a final boss or something. More importantly, her sister is with Shinji, which means she is also participating in this war. She knows her sister's attitude towards Shinji, so she can't think of another thing that will happen. And now, this group is clearly aiming at him, which includes her sister. Okay, let me get this straight, you won. However, before Rin finished, Merlin and Leo realized something before they said Angramaniu. The completely random name confused the people around. However, before they explained their great wisdom to the others, Leo and Merlin flinched because they felt something weird in the city. Rejoicing priest? Leo's expression became weird again when he saw something with his clairvoyance, or nothing, because Kairoi's location became a black screen now. Leo didn't wait for them to understand as he clapped his hand and said, "Rejoice, everyone. Who wants to go to the church with me?" Satan, with his flesh, blood, and mana, actually offered someone to go to the church with him as an awkward silence filled the place. Kairoi, who was in the church, felt a sudden chill as he didn't know the source for it. However, without anyone knowing, a red blood was in Fuyuki's sewer system as it was extending towards the whole city while moving in the church direction. Meanwhile, Shinji and Solomon were facing each other as they didn't show any particular expression for this event. "Assume you." Shinji wanted to continue the conversation, but Solomon raised his arm without a warning and shot a huge beam of light at him. A direct sneak attack without even giving a crap about everything else. This is Solomon in his rationality mode. The beam of light carried a huge amount of heat while flying towards Shinji, however, he didn't show any care about it. The beam, which is a partial release of Solomon's third noble phantasm, started to become smaller and lose power during its flight towards Shinji. In less than a second, the beam became a spark as Shinji extinguished it with his fingers. "I guess you aren't friendly." Shinji shook his head before he said, "But I think that obvious because we are aiming for the same thing." Solomon didn't respond to Shinji because he knows that Shinji is delaying the time for some reason, but he is also taking advantage of that to analyze the situation. "However, now I look at you. No wonder Beastvi chose to attack you despite all other choices." Shinji smiled at Solomon, even if his words carried a lot of sarcasm. "Alchemy, a broken Bano, it's something else." Solomon's golden eyes lit up slightly before he looked at Shinji and whispered one word: "Origin." At that moment, the smile on Shinji's face faded a little as he waved with his hand towards Solomon. Solomon took a step to the side as something passed next to him before looking at a deep cut that extended for more than 1 kilometer in this reality marble. "An attack for another, right?" Shinji said casually as Solomon's expression didn't change at all. "The flow has changed." Solomon whispered those words, which made the expression on Shinji's face become colder. The atmosphere of war was boiling in this reality marble as the third day of the Holy Grail War had officially started. Big events. Solomon looked at this young man in front of him as he analyzed the essence of this reality marble and found it works by origin as the main pillar. Origin is the starting point that defines one's existence and directs one's actions throughout life. It is the driving force that comes from within the route that has managed to stream out of the source and take on material form. Everyone's actions always become adjusted to match and be in harmony with their origin. These actions are more along the lines of an inherent compulsion that could be called a person's instinct rather than a conscious decision. If a person becomes awakened to their origin, it becomes nearly impossible to stray from their origin if it's even possible in the first place. Under the system of magecraft, origins are used to describe precise details about a magus, while elemental affinity indicates one's general alignment. Magi who focus on their origin become specialists in magecraft that match it, which allows them to overcome obstacles like talent and magic circuits altogether. Shiro Emiya is a clear example of this phenomenon. His origin is sword, which makes him unable to cast spells from normal elements, but it allows him to manifest unlimited blade works. The origin can be counted as another way to reach the roots because it came from there. So, if a magi followed his origin, he'll eventually reach the roots, but the risk is beyond any other attempt. Origin keeps reincarnating from a being to another, which means if a magi attempts to awaken and control his origin, then he'll face the memories from the past lives and might lose his sanity and self in the process. His origin is flow. And it's almost completely awakened. Solomon was able to detect Shinji's origin with a glance after his first attack, however, this made him puzzled. No matter how weak it is, his third noble phantasm is powered by the fifth true magic, which is a mystery from the roots. Shinji needs a fully awakened origin to rival it, if he didn't lose himself in the process, of course. However, with the almost awakened origin and the reality marble, he was able to block it easily. Shinji's alchemy was also very weird for him, even if it had the normal alchemy traces. Suddenly, a rainbow light flashed as Solomon used the second true magic to teleport from his previous location and appeared on top of a building far away. His previous location was decaying like years were passing quickly, even the mana was vanishing from that position. Second true magic? Shinji frowned because he found that he's unable to control the flow from that magic. Solomon didn't wait for Shinji to analyze something as he raised his arm before something manifested in the reality marble sky. Shinji raised his head to see one of the light belts that burned humanity falling down from the sky. The heat was beyond anything else on this planet, however, Shinji didn't care as his reality marble was functioning properly. The heat from the light became weaker and weaker before it vanished without even hitting the ground. What wrong? It's not lit. Shinji wanted to say something, but Solomon ignored him again as he gathered his mana and said Ars Paulina. Crack. Ars Paulina, Solomon's second noble phantasm, and his temple started to manifest on top of Shinji's reality marble. This is actually one of the most simple ways to fight a reality marble. In regular terms, Solomon is rejecting Shinji's reality and substituting it with his own. However, before Solomon's reality marble manifested completely, it stopped in the middle of the process. The temple was in the sky, but the surrounding was still the same as Fuyuki City, which means one thing. Solomon's reality marble was contained in Shinji's one. Solomon was surprised by this as he widened his eyes even in his rational mode, however, he didn't think too much before activating his temple to welcome an attack. In the sky, the moisture gathered into a huge amount of water before the water flow accelerated. The water speed passed all the physical possibilities as it became thousands of arrows, covering the sky. The flow of time. Solomon's eyes were looking around as he was analyzing Shinji's origin to counter it. On the temple, some kind of tentacles with a lot of eyes manifest before they look at the water with all those eyes. These are Solomon's 72 demon god pillars. They are Solomon's familiar, which was created from a very high-level magecraft that employs demons. They can assist Solomon in his magecraft or combat and even perform some difficult rituals easily. The demon's god pillar's eyes glowed before a scorching laser shot towards the sky and hit all the water arrows accurately. Even so, the impact was huge as the shockwaves filled the sky, but they died immediately after a moment. Solomon didn't look at them because he was focusing on Shinji, who took a Rubik's Cube while clapping his arms together. Electricity was flying around as the moisture in the air was changing. Mystic code and that weird alchemy a broken bar. Is this the reason why he can affect true magic with his origin? Solomon continued his analysis, especially about Shinji's alchemy. After these few attacks, Solomon figured the effect of flow origin. Like its name, it controls the flow of things, and Shinji was able to maximize the effect with his reality marble. Control the flow of heat to weaken the light power, or the flow of time to make the wave of his hand a deadly blade. This is also why Shinji's reality marble looks the same as the outside, because he's flowing the flow of the real world with his origin. Solomon doesn't know how far this origin can reach, but apparently, he can't control the flow of the true magic without regular medium like the heat in the third noble phantasm. Also, Solomon found something weird about this reality marble. It was the same thing that made it contain his own, as he whispered Avalon when Solomon was calculating everything about the situation. Shinji was doing the same thing. The Rubik cube floating around him was glowing as some sort of data was gathering from the surrounding. True magic from irregular elements might pose a problem. Shinji frowned as his eyes were glowing like a water flow. Like Solomon thought, he can't control the flow in irregular elements outside his reality marble, like second true magic space and time elements. He was able to detect the flow of death and life in Solomon's temple, but he's also unable to control it, so he can't destroy it directly. If I can't control it, then I'll use the strength of my reality marble to rewrite Solomon's one, Shinji thought quickly before he snapped his fingers as electricity was flying around. His reality marble is stronger than Solomon in this situation, so he plans to use it to overcome him. He knows that Solomon has a grudge with Beast Vi, so he also plans to use that to make him unable to fully activate his third noble phantasm. Although he has no idea how in the hell did Beast Vi manifested in that form, he can bet that Solomon won't reveal their location because Beast Vi won't miss a chance to attack them both and ruin their plans. The electricity around Shinji spread around before something was manifesting using elements and matter in the air or the ground. Giant cannons appeared behind Shinji as he included his flow origin. The mana and elements like heat and time were fully activated in the cannons. Demon God's pillars stared at Shinji and calculated the best outcome before their eyes started glowing. They are mostly some high-level magecraft computers because the true pillars and their personality are with Beast One. What is going around is a true battle between magi. Both of them analyze each other and try to find loopholes to get an advantage. The cannons and the demon gods were fully charged now before they started the first round of the attack. Shinji squinted his eyes because he wanted to examine Solomon's attack. However, when the attack started, a rainbow color flashed before Solomon appeared in front of Shinji. The lasers and beams were flying around with the power to burn Fuyuki City into ashes in less than a second, but Solomon didn't care as he swung his glowing fist towards Shinji's face. Shinji didn't know how to react. Aren't you the king of magecraft? Why the hell do you want to rush with a punch? Was all that analyzed for nothing? The automatic defense of Shinji's reality marble activated as the flow of space and time was controlled to block the attack. But it was slightly late as Solomon punched Shinji to the face. Bam! Shinji was sent flying across the reality marble like a rag doll by the king of fighters, Solomon. Meanwhile, the group was finally recovered from Satan's invitation to the church as it left them speechless. Don't give me that look, we don't have time for this. Leo's eyebrow twitched because of their reaction. He's also an angel, you know. Tapping the ground with his feet, Leo's shadow expanded as a green glow appeared before a black armored horse manifested. The horse was armored with black and red armor while his hair and hoofs had faint blue flames burning. Leo rode the horse as he signaled Ritsuka to come before he said, "Come on, I need to check something on the way, eh?" Ritsuka didn't understand why Leo has a horse now and why does he need it anyway. Merlin, you check the left and I'll take care of the right, Leo said as Merlin didn't have a problem before he nodded and disappeared with a storm of petals. Leo looked at Merlin disappearing before he saw Ritsuka was still in confusion as he sighed and drove the horse towards her. What? To Ritsuka's surprise, Leo picked her up and made her sit behind him before he rushed with the horse. Hey! This isn't fair. Nero looked at Leo taking Ritsuka before she rushed behind them. Archer picked Rin before he jumped and followed the group to the right side of Fuyuki City. What are you doing, Lucifer? Ritsuka couldn't open her eyes straight or talk properly because of the wind around. The horse was running on the air as he crossed a long distance easily, but Leo didn't seem to want to go fast because he was checking something around. Leo glanced at Ritsuka before a small cat appeared on top of the horse's head and waved its paw. The wind calmed down as Ritsuka finally could look again. Checking on something, Leo said while he changed direction and landed on top of a building while looking at the streets, especially the manhole on them. I mean the horse and this. Ritsuka didn't understand the surprise rush from Merlin and Leo because these clairvoyance bastards don't explain anything. I said that I wanted to become a rider. Leo didn't know what was confusing about his words before a red shadow flashed and Nero landed next to them. This is unacceptable. That was the first word Nero said while she looked at Leo and Ritsuka on the horse. Huh? Leo looked at Nero before looking at Ritsuka as he realized something and said, "Are you serious?" "Of course, I am." Nero didn't back down. This is a rare chance, so she should be the one sitting from the behind. At that moment, Archer and Rin landed on the rooftop. Rin jumped from Archer's arms and walked towards Leo. "Before you say anything, I heard you want to save this city from getting blown to oblivion. A broken bar. Did you include its citizens too?" Leo said as Rin stopped in her place. After a second, Rin's face became slightly pale before she calmed herself and said, "What happened? Her problems can wait a little because there seems to be something important happening now. A full network of a magical ritual is spreading into the city," Leo said as he got a report from Merlin that he found the same thing. Red blood is moving in Fuyuki City sewers and reaching every corner from it while drawing the ritual formula. "I don't have time to analyze it completely, but I'll assume that it isn't good for your city," Leo said while looking at a red blood leaking from the manhole on the street. "Do you know the source?" Rin asked. "The source, which is the cornerstone of the ritual that can be used to crack it." "No, it is constantly changing, but I know the destination," Leo said, "because the blood is the ritual and it keeps moving around." The church. A broken bar. Archer realized something. He felt that the priest was the goal of this ritual, but why? Except for the command seals, the only thing he is the connection with a broken bar. Angramaniu. Rin, ask questions later, we have to go. Archer, in the surprised eyes of Rin, picked her up again and rushed towards the church. He doesn't want another fire to happen in this city. Did I trigger his flashbacks? Leo looked at Archer leaving the place before he raised the horse reins and wanted to follow, but then he saw Nero in the way. "Look here, we only met for less than 3 days, don't you think you're taking things too far?" Leo stared with a blank face at Nero. "My broken bar." Nero looked at Ritsuka, who raised her hand because she is innocent. "You know she's weak," Leo said as he caused some damage to Ritsuka behind him without knowing. "I know, but a broken bar. This is a rare chance." Nero refused to back down, which made Leo sigh. Rushing with the horse, Leo picked Nero by her hand and made her sit in front of him before the horse kicked the ground and rushed towards the church. "Oh!" Nero let out a voice of surprise when she looked at the surrounding changing quickly. "Listen, you two. If this ritual is what I think, then I need both of you to act quickly. A broken bar. Whoever did this can't stay in the war." Leo looked at the ritual becoming bigger and bigger as he accelerated. "Doing big things, then you plan to run away? Do you think this is a game?" Leo's expression darkened because these bastards that keep attacking and running away. Count on me." Nero leaned her back on Leo's chest as it made his eyebrow twitch. Nero realized that Ritsuka is actually a good person, who helped her. She should reward her later. Ritsuka, who took a good person card without knowing, looked at her command seals before she nodded. "However, does this horse have a name?" Nero looked at the horse that was running in the sky as she couldn't help but ask. "Yeah, it's Made in Hell," Leo said, a name that made Ritsuka widen her eyes. Her mood went from confident into scared in an instant as she didn't know if it's the correct choice to ride this horse. Human Order Correction Ritual. After finishing his attack, Solomon didn't even bother to look at Shinji before he gathered mana on his feet and chased after him. All the lasers and beams exploded behind him and created a huge flame flower in the air. The sparks and the light particles were flying behind Solomon as they made a shadow on his face. Despite the intense explosion, he only made a simple mana shield on his back before using the explosion strength to push himself further. His speed broke the sound barrier easily as sonic booms filled the area before eyeing Shinji, who was flying away, and rushing towards him. Although teleportation is an available option, Solomon knows that it takes a split of a second to work and his opponent might be already ready to face it. Shinji was flying at a very fast speed in the sky. The wind was blowing around him as its roar affected his hearing a little, but he quickly adjusted himself and opened his eyes. His forehead was stinging because of Solomon's punch. That punch wasn't a joke because it was aimed at his brain. Presuming that he didn't use space and time to slow it down, he'll probably end up with a cracked skull if he was lucky. Shinji moved his body in midair to stabilize his position. His speed decreased after a moment before the gleam in his eyes intensified. The eyes that looked like a flowing river glowed before the flow around Shinji started to change. Using his flow and reality marble, the wind became a platform on his feet like a flowing river, which allowed him to glide away before opening his hand and making a claw shape. He didn't need to look in front to see Solomon, who was rushing with a burning fist, because the flow of his reality marble could detect him if he used mana or other attacks. The wind moved around Shinji's fingers like a serpent before he waved his hand in a vertical motion quickly. Whoosh! The flow of wind and time activated instantly as the calm and peaceful wind became terrifying blades like claws, rushing towards Solomon. This attack can cut any physical material in its path because the time of the wind is different. The clouds and buildings in the claw's way were severed cleanly while rushing towards Solomon. Solomon didn't bother to look at the blades. His two fists glowed with an intense heat before moving quickly, yet accurately, and punching forward. Solomon used a straight punch to crush two wind blades before he did a spin in the air. Using the momentum from the rotation, he backhanded blocked a wind blade before using another straight punch to crush the last one. Everything happened in a split of a second before the aftermath affected the area. Bam! 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 Every collision between the fists and the blades did a huge shockwave which cleared the area. The upper half of the building raised up in the air before they were pushed away like dominoes and started falling. However, Solomon passed through the wind without reducing his power. His actions were like he knew the correct path to pass without even looking forward. Suddenly, the wind direction changed, which made Solomon's speed decrease. The buildings that were falling raised again because of a hurricane that swiftly appeared. Shinji, who launched the wind blades, didn't wait to see the result. Gliding back using the wind, he waved his hand in a circular motion. The wind around started to flow with Shinji's hand as it made a tornado. With each moment, the wind speed increased and the tornado grew up larger until it covered Solomon's vision. The destructive vortex of violent winds advanced towards Solomon while clearing everything in its path. The buildings and rubble around were rotating with the tornado as they also launched themselves at Solomon. Solomon stared at the hurricane in front of him as he rushed without slowing down. His actions followed a clear path in the air, a path that made the violent wind become a breeze and allow him to pass easily. However, that didn't last long before Solomon glanced at his surroundings. Without knowing when, small water droplets were flying in the tornado. Each droplet had a different time axis, which makes it equivalent to a deadly bullet like those wind blades. Shinji stepped on the wind as he shot himself upwards while electricity was flying around him and his Rubik cube. The cube was rotating and changing its formation like solving a puzzle before a magic circle was made on one of its surfaces. When that happened, the water droplets changed their direction immediately and attacked Solomon. The wind was roaring and howling. The violent wind was enough to destroy a city easily, which was obvious by the buildings that were actually flying with it. Solomon was in a tight situation as the water droplets accelerated towards him, but this didn't stop him. At Solomon's temple, the demon god pillars destroyed Shinji's cannons before they looked at the tornado in front of Solomon. Their eyes started glowing before hundreds of lasers were shot at the droplets around Solomon. The lasers crossed the sky all the way from Mount Indos, making the sky filled with red arcs of scorching heat. Reaching the tornado, each laser hit a water droplet accurately as numerous explosions appeared in the tornado. Solomon's balance was broken slightly because the tornado was losing its form. Solomon wanted to use this chance to teleport towards Shinji, but then, the tornado formation changed. All the wind started to gather at one point in front of Solomon. The violent wind became some sort of a cage, which was dragging Solomon towards the center that was heating up because of the friction between the wind. Shinji in the sky gathered his palms together as the tornado started to close on its own, blocking all Solomon's escape paths. Without a moment of waiting, Shinji activated his flow and accelerated time on the wind. The already violent wind became berserk as its speed passed the possible limits. The friction in the air began to generate heat, especially at the center. The wind was compressed fiercely at the center as Solomon saw a glow of light, which shows that wind started to turn into plasma. In the air, Shinji raised his arm as the wind began to compress before it became plasma. Like throwing a spear, Shinji shot the plasma at Solomon, who was trapped in the wind cage, blocking all his escape routes while putting him in a very dangerous position. Solomon didn't gaze at the plasma for long before he clenched his two fists. His body started glowing before a blinding light was released from him. The heat of the light destroyed the formation of the wind and broke it down before a huge explosion hit the area. Boom! A terrifying explosion demolished everything around it. The wave of heat melted all the buildings that were floating, even the plasma vanished. Shinji, who was in the sky, saw the whole area burning. Like a sweeping motion, most of Fuyuki City in his reality marble burned as the black soot filled the sky. Covering his face, Shinji felt the terrifying heat. He couldn't help but sweat a little. If his reality marble automatic defense didn't block the heat, then he'll become a burn corpse by now. However, he didn't have the luxury to think because the attack wasn't over. From the black clouds of ashes, lasers shot towards Shinji from the demon god pillars. Shinji wanted to meet the attack, but then, his eyes became pinpoint before he desperately waved his hand. He didn't know when Solomon teleported above him as a fist with a huge amount of heat was rushing towards him. Even the moisture in the air was vanishing as Shinji felt his lips dry because of the heat. Waving his hand, the flow of the lasers changed as Shinji was able to deflect them towards Solomon above him. Solomon was falling down from the sky at a very quick speed towards Shinji. His fist almost hit him before he changed his direction and hit the lasers. Boom! Another explosion happened in the sky as the black clouds were cleared and two figures were launched into different directions. Solomon was blown away because of the explosion of his attack, which took him a moment before stabilizing himself in the sky. On the ground, Shinji fell down as the wind was whistling around him before he rotated his body in midair. Landing on the ground, Shinji's feet dragged a long trail before he stopped and stared at Solomon in the sky. The true magic a broken bar, it's rigid for him. Shinji lowered his hands as he released a breath after all that quick fight. His flow is limited to 2 broken bar. Solomon squinted his eyes at Shinji's figure before the scorching mark on his hand began to heal. Although this was a quick clash that didn't take more than 20 seconds, both of them didn't miss any detail about each other. Every move and action was analyzed in an attempt to find a weakness or a loophole. To be honest, no matter how intense was the last collision, for Magi, that was just to warm up to analyze the situation further. At first, they found each other's abilities, and now, what they can do and what the limit of the said abilities. Solomon tried to test the limit of Shinji's flow. He found that his flow can only work on 2 elements at a time. One belonged to Shinji and the other for his reality marble automatic defense. At the last collision, Shinji was desperate to block one of the attacks because he knew that the automatic defense can't change the flow of 2 different attacks. This sold his limit instantly for Solomon. Not only that, but Solomon also found that Shinji's mystic code, the Rubik Cube, has magic circles drawn on each surface. A part of each circle was on each block, which allows the cube to make a lot of combinations with each turn to support Shinji. Solomon, as the king of magecraft, found those are magic circles of alchemy that Shinji is using. A lot of combinations mean a lot of different spells. This makes Solomon have a hard time determining the type of spell because the cube keeps changing. Shinji on the other hand, also found Solomon's weakness. His usage of the true magic is rigid, unlike his noble phantasm and magecraft. Solomon isn't a real user of true magic, so his mystery of it is lacking, even if he tried to back it up with a huge amount of mana. During the battle, Shinji saw that he needed a moment or two to use the second true magic without preparation, which limited him a lot in a quick battle. However, Shinji also found another advantage for himself, which is Solomon's clairvoyance. Apparently, Solomon can't see him with the clairvoyance and only used the surroundings to determine his location. Boom! Boom! When both of them were calculating the results, the rubble in the air and demolished buildings fell after the wind calmed down. Huge chunks of rocks made a huge noise when contacting the ground as some dust was rising in the air. Ashes and soot filled the place, which made it look like the aftermath of a real war. Shinji wasn't bothered a lot by this before he said to Solomon Sai, "It seems that I spend a long time with Magi, which made me forget how unreasonable the servants are." Shinji tapped his head as his wound from Solomon's punch healed quickly before he said, "However, aren't you worried about Beastvie detecting our location? Your reality marble is using Avalon as a cornerstone, which almost makes it a different world." Solomon felt that Shinji is buying some time again. However, he didn't know why, so he is also taking this chance to analyze the data he got. Shinji is using Avalon as a cornerstone for his reality marble, which gave it the power to contain Solomon's one in here. After all, only a world can contain our reality marble, and Shinji's reality marble is almost reaching that quality. Shinji flinched for a moment before he returned back to normal and said, "Really? How unreasonable, I must say. For a person with the same goal, your actions are really a broken bar unique. We are both aiming at the evil of the world, a broken bar anger mania." Shinji said those words, as Solomon in the sky stared at him with his emotionless golden eyes. "Although the evil of the world is a disaster for most of the people, for us, it's just a mere tool," Shinji said as Solomon narrowed his eyes. "The evil of the world is the grail alerted form of Angra Mainyu, the Avenger, who was summoned during the Third Holy Grail War. Because he was very weak, even as a servant, Angra Mainyu was defeated first during the Third War, but his soul didn't vanish like that. When servants are defeated, their soul will be absorbed by the Holy Grail to be used later to open the path to the roots. However, Angra was a different story. Angra Mainyu, all the world's evil, is the curse and the ability of Avenger. It means putting all the world's evil on one person. However, it isn't really a useful ability. Normally it would not affect anything, but the way the Great Grail is set up to take the servants' souls means placing all the world's evil into a wish-granting machine. After Avenger is absorbed during the Third Holy Grail War, the Grail is transformed into an incarnation of Angra Mainyu that materializes as black mud and later a large humanoid under certain conditions. The materialization of Angra Mainyu brought forth by truly opening the Holy Grail is a nicker that will consume every human being, 6 billion curses flowing out from the gate to hell. Solomon and Shinji know this very well, but they aren't worried. Weak Magi might be afraid of dealing with the black mud, but Solomon and Shinji are planning to use it as a sacrifice. The world's evil is dangerous, but with the right operation, something like that evil can become the best sacrifice material for rituals. Evil was always the target of the good. So, if they count themselves in a ritual as good and burn the evil, the perfect sacrifice will be made to do earth-shaking rituals. However, are you really serious about your plan? Shinji grinned as he looked at the king chosen by God in the sky. Solomon chose to stay silent, but strangely, his eyes didn't leave Shinji at all. Human order correction ritual, I believe this is the name of the spell you want to use. Broken bar. Do you think you deserve the name of king after this attempt? Shinji said in a tone filled with irony, but he shook his head because he didn't see any reaction from Solomon. Although your spell is good and all, don't you think you're going too extreme about it? Shinji's words finally got a reaction from Solomon as he said, "A sacrifice is a must for the sake of humanity." A broken bar. Shinji hummed with a long tone before he said 5.5 billion lives is a necessary sacrifice. Solomon didn't say anything, but his silence was the best answer. Human order correction ritual is a spell that allows the user to correct human history. This spell is made by Solomon as a protection for humanity as the king chosen by God. Although it says correction, but the correction is up to the user, which in this case is Solomon. However, things have changed. Solomon met with Beastvie and saw the under broken bar, the land of steel. Regular correction isn't enough now and extreme measures need to be taken to assure survival of humanity. Believe it or not, but the huge number of humanity now made them weaker. The world operates with mystery, and humans who became common as rocks on the ground have lost a huge amount of that mystery, especially with the advance of science. This made the humans lose a lot of human order, essence inside of them, which weakened the overall strength of humanity by a lot. Solomon, who saw the land of steel from Leo's third noble phantasm, began to think about the future and how humanity is going to survive the attack of types. A small number of humans is necessary. In the land of steel, the small amount of humanity at that time was able to counter the types and even kill some of them, which show the power of humans if all essence was concentrated in a small group rather than billions of them. Also, a small number means less pollution and destruction to Gaia, the planet, which gives humanity more time to prepare. Solomon isn't only preparing to fix the world, but he'll also lower the number of humans to give them a better chance against the land of steel, which is an inescapable future. To be honest, people like Shinji, Gilgamesh, Merlin, even Leo, don't see a problem in this plan. This is the best solution, even if it was just delaying the inevitable. A beast won't get mad at you for killing humanity. The heck? They won't even care about what will happen, but you, in a way, angered a beast. Shinji grinned as Solomon looked at him deeply. I'm getting a reaction here? Shinji was normal from the outside, but on the inside, he was surprised because Solomon changed his expression. This is the second effect of your ritual, Mr. Puppeter. Broken by who the hell do you think you are to determine other humans' choices? Shinji said as Solomon flinched for a moment. Original sin removal, correcting humanity's shortcomings, and leading them towards your position. This is the true form of your spell, right? Shinji said as Solomon lowered his eyes for some reason. Like God is guiding Solomon's action from his crowning day, the ritual has the same principle. Allowing Solomon to guide the humans according to his perfection, which is the king chosen by God. In Leo's words, let them become puppets like Solomon. Humanity has its flaws, and those are its sins, original sins, if you prefer to call them. Something in the fundamental existence of humans, but you want to take it. Geez, you're lucky this world doesn't allow Beast Vi to chase after you like a maniac. Shinji waved with his hand as Solomon clenched his fist while his rings were glowing, except the cracked one. Leo, as Beast Vi, saw through Solomon's ritual essence and plan directly, which made him don't care about any plan and attack him directly. Sins are humanity's flaws, which bring the worst in it, but at the same time, it's something that made them evolve and grow. Leo represents these sins as Beast Vi, which can attribute to the evil of humanity, but funny enough, and even if it was ridiculous, it also means freedom. Sins made the humans have their thoughts, desires, goals, even life, and a soul. Every human is different from the other because of that. Taking those away from them will make them literally inhuman. The best example of that is the man standing in front of Shinji, Solomon. He doesn't have free will because he follows divine guidance like a puppet, and now, he plans to make the whole humanity like him. At that time, Leo snapped immediately as Beast Vi because of that. His thoughts were, who the hell do you think yourself? God? Even if it's a curse, but it's also a freedom given by God. For something that was allowed to exist by God, something that represents Beast Vi, yet Solomon wants to deny it. This triggered Beast Vi beyond the limits of rage. Shinji can understand that the battle of yesterday wasn't for any gain, but it was a battle between order and chaos, or rather say, restraint and freedom. TSK, you didn't only step on a landmine, but on the whole field. Shinji shook his head as Solomon raised his head and looked at him again. Not to mention what you did when you were a Mani Archman, Shinji said as Solomon clenched his fist. The cause of burning humanity, that's what happened, Shinji said with a grin before he heard a cold voice that made him widen his eyes. Shut up, a broken bar. Solomon said those words in an icy voice that sent chills towards Shinji's spine. For the first time from his summoning, Solomon showed a clear emotion, and it was anger. Shinji looked up to see eyes filled with anger and burning mana that was sending a scorching smell in the surrounding. Bal, Solomon said with the same cold voice before his temple trembled. In the temple, a yellow demon god manifested before he opened his eyes and looked to the sky. Clouds, dark clouds filled the sky instantly as thunder and lightning were flashing above. In a few seconds, all the area in this reality marble was covered in thunder clouds, flashing with golden lightning. Shinji didn't hesitate for a second before he raised his arm and controlled the flow of time and space to block the attack. At that moment, the judgment from heaven fell. The lightning fell from the sky as it dyed the whole reality marble in a golden color. Church. The light of the sun was bringing warmth to the world as it was your regular day in Fuyuki City. People were doing their own thing even if the snowstorm yesterday delayed them a little. On the highest floors of a huge building, a man was working on his desk while checking some files. The files accumulated after the snowstorm when he couldn't come to his job, so he sighed while putting a file on the desk. I should try to finish them quickly. A broken bar. The man stretched his arms while looking at the window before he said, just what is going on in this city? A gas leak after a gas leak. A broken bar. The man couldn't help but to complain at these gas leak accidents that Fuyuki City has seen in the past days. Shaking his head, the man wanted to go back to his job, but then he widened his eyes. For a moment, the man can swear he saw a horse flying in the air with 3 people on it. A woman raising her sword like announcing the charge for the attack, a man, who had an angry expression for reason, and a girl, who was scared while looking at the horse. The horse left a trail of blue sparks in its way before it vanished instantly from the man's vision. Whipping his eyes, the man looked again to see the empty clear sky and no flying horses. However, before the man started to question his sanity, he saw a few blue sparks in the air, which came from the flames on the horse hoofs. Looking down at the ground for a moment, the man stood up slowly from his desk while walking towards the door. Maybe he should call it a day and go relax or something. However, the man didn't take more than 3 steps towards the door before he felt an intense pain in his chest. The man held his chest trying to understand what was happening, but the pain was so huge that it made him fall immediately and struggle on the ground. He couldn't even scream before he lost consciousness. When the man fell down, blood started to leak from his mouth and eyes before it floated around. At the sewers under the building, the place was normal with the same disgusting smell in the air. However, that didn't last long before it started shaking slightly. Boo-oo! A huge amount of blood rushed from the nearest exit and flooded the whole sewers under the building before it rushed towards the next location. Wherever the blood passes, people, animals, and any creature with blood in its body, experienced an intense pain before falling into a coma. The blood was escaping their bodies and rising to the sky. More and more blood flowed to the sky as it started to turn the area into crimson red. The blood in the sewers also started to leak a little as it made a small river in the middle of the city. Far away from the building, a horse was running in the air. The wind was howling around him because of the speed as it left some glass windows broken when it passed them. With each step, the horse was leaving sparks in the air, like it was stepping on a burning land while passing a huge distance in seconds. A blood sacrifice ritual, huh? But for what? Leo stared at the crimson river as he was analyzing the ritual. From the first look, the ritual is a sacrificing one, which consumes the blood of a lot of victims to achieve something, but Leo couldn't see what was behind it. It was like the ritual is just an empty shell with no purpose except killing and sacrificing. Sacrifice. Ritsuka looked at the blood dyeing the city red behind her as she muttered those words. Ah, the usual satanic rituals, Leo said as Ritsuka couldn't help but look at Satan, who was driving a horse made in hell. You shouldn't bother with those bastards that try to use your name to justify their acts. Nero frowned when she heard Leo's words. Leo looked at Nero in front of him before he closed his eyes and said, it's not like I cared about them in the slightest. They are just wasting their time. Nero wanted to say something, but she didn't get the chance because of the area under them. A broken bar exploded. Boo-oo! Blood started to leak from buildings and streets, like it was under high pressure before they exploded. Red blood rushed towards the sky like a fountain and covered the area with a red shade. Leo stared at the huge amount of blood in front of him before he let go of the horse reins and raised his right arm. Particles of light appeared around him before they gathered into the holy lance, Rongaminiad. The blood started to group in the sky. In less than a moment, it became numerous spheres of blood. The spheres started beating slowly before they exploded. Creatures that resemble a large worm with a mouth filled with teeth appeared. They were made from red blood and something like mud. The worms raised their heads before they howled. Roa, Hideous screeches rushed towards the sky, but before they continued, a golden beam of light rushed towards them. The light blinded the surroundings as it was crushing all the blood in the air. The worms didn't even look at the light before their skin started solidifying. Under their screams of agony, they turned into ashes and disappeared from this world. "Shut up," Leo said while waving the holy lance in his hand. Honestly, their screams were so annoying that it gave Leo a headache. However, the blood soon recovered and increased even more. The blood became a fog in the sky which filled the area immediately. The whole area around Leo became like a monster's spawning zone. Worms and different creatures appeared, but this time, like they were controlled. The worms didn't howl like idiots. They rushed instantly towards Leo as their sharp teeth reflected the light. "Nero," Leo said in a quiet voice before Nero nodded and jumped from the horse towards the sky. Leo pulled the reins of Made in Hell before the horse kicked the area behind him. The kick was so strong that it made the air vibrate while knocking the monsters away. However, that wasn't all. "What?" The kick made Ritsuka, who was in the back, fly away from the horse. She did a few flips in the air before she was caught by Nero. At this moment, the blood on the ground became a small river before something was manifesting on it. A huge tiger that reached 50 meters high appeared from the river as his body was flashing with electricity. Nero, who was in the air, raised her sword before injecting a huge amount of mana in it. The sword ignited on flames before Nero waved in a circular motion. A wave of fire burned all the monsters around her before she used them as a platform and jumped higher into the sky with Ritsuka. The lightning tiger on the ground opened his mouth before shooting a huge column of electricity at Leo. Leo didn't even glance at this attack before Made in Hell kicked the lightning and crushed it into sparks, which left a shockwave in the air. HMPH. Looking at monsters around him, Leo raised the lance slightly. The light on the lance defied the physics laws and started to spin. The light became a spiral around the lance as a buzzing sound was heard because of the speed. Suddenly, Leo's sleeve, who is venom, moved a little before some runes joined the spiral and began to turn around the lance. Uruz, as sense, means the urge, a wild ox, physical strength, and speed. Sawilo as means the sun, success, power, elemental force, and cleansing fire. These two runes forming a link can increase the purifying power of the light and heat while strengthening the power and speed of attacks. Theoretically, it's possible to harness some power from the sun using these runes, but that needs a complicated array of runes. However, the user here can even make stars on the palm of his hand. Those two runes appeared multiple times around Rongaminiad before the light grew stronger and the area became hotter. A spinning red golden orb appeared on the tip of the lance before Leo raised it up high. The light from the orb started to make all the monsters around ignite on fire before they howled in pain. The orb grew into the size of 2 meters as it revealed its true form, a broken bar, a miniature sun. When the sun appeared, the bloody fog was purified instantly and left the monsters scream in agony. The close ones turned into ashes while the far ones didn't have the power to fly. The area color became golden red because of the miniature sun as it covered Leo's face with a shadow. His golden and blue eyes were glancing at the tiger and river of blood on the ground before he waved the lance gently. Burn a broken bar. With those words, the miniature sun was shot from the lance and rushed towards the ground. The sun grew larger in the air while burning all the monsters around it before it reached the tiger. Its speed and power were strengthened because of the Uruz rune, which made it smash the tiger body into sludge before the area exploded with light. A wave of heat and flames rushed to the surroundings as the whole area was smoking. The river of blood wasn't spared as it began to evaporate instantly. The monsters and river of blood vanished instantly under the heat of the sun, leaving a smoking street filled with the smell of charcoal. Leo pulled Made in Hell's reins again before he rushed towards the two girls in the sky. Nero and Ritsuka fell from the air before Nero changed her flight direction and landed on the horse. When everyone sat down again, Made in Hell kicked the air and rushed in the church's direction. He easily broke the sound barrier and left the area with a few sonic booms. "How was the flight?" Leo asked with a grin, which made Ritsuka, who had a few spins in the air, roll her eyes. "Ha ha ha. Leo laughed at this reaction while Made in Hell finally left the business area of the city. A cemetery appeared from afar, which means the church is just around the corner. Is that the church? Nero asked as Leo nodded at her words. It was an old building surrounded by a lot of trees. Although it was linked with the city, strangely, the atmosphere here is very dull and creepy, like it's screaming for people to not come here. Are you really okay with coming here? Ritsuka asked after she recovered from the sudden flight. Leo had a confused expression on his face, which made Ritsuka say, won't you get weaker at the church or the Holy Land? Weaker? A beast won't get weaker because of these things, especially if it's this church. The amount of faith here is very low that it's sad. Leo grinned while looking at the church in the distance. Can you see the faith on the land? Nero raised her eyebrow while looking at the church. Of course, I can. I'm an angel before a devil. I can tell you now that I believe this building is a satanic church more than a holy one. Leo shook his head with a frown because the church in front of him carried a lot of sins. You seem to know a lot about the faith of God. Ritsuka couldn't help but be surprised by this development. Like I said, I'm an angel and these are just the basics. Even though I don't really understand. Leo shrugged his shoulders while driving Made in Hell towards the church. You don't understand. Ritsuka didn't know where this talk was going as Made in Hell flew down towards the church. You can say, I really don't understand the reason behind God's judgment. I know God is the wisest and all his actions have wisdom behind them, but yeah, broken bar, I really can't understand. Leo closed his eyes slightly before he said, and I'll probably disagree with them, even if I understand. Ritsuka blinked her eyes while looking at Leo. Why does she have a feeling that Satan is more of a believer of God than most people in the world? Your next line, I said, broken bar, then what do you think about God? Leo grinned and said those words before Ritsuka said, then what do I? What? I still got it. Leo nodded with satisfaction before he said, for you question, God is God. Oh. You can predict people's next words. Can you predict mine? Nero provoked Leo into a challenge. Ritsuka stared at Leo, who was in a challenge against Nero, with a blank face because she received the same answer as yesterday. If Kazuma or Kaguya were here, they'd nod at this floor made out of the floor type of answer. Reaching the area above the church, Leo raised his eyebrow because he sensed a battle going around. Looking at the church back, Leo, Nero, and Ritsuka saw Kairoi, who was hanged on the wall with an arrow on his shoulder. The arrow had a few sparks of electricity that made his body numb. Rin was holding her gems to guard against any sudden move from Kairoi, and Archer, who was fighting Ku as their weapons kept clashing. Archer launched a sneak attack at Kairoi, but he was able to dodge before using a command seal to order Lancer to fight. Leo analyzed the situation in a split of a second. How rude. You didn't even invite me to the party, Leo said as his words got the attention of the two fighters, but in fact, it was the ground that was trembling behind him. Boom. The street next to the church exploded with blood as it was rushing towards everyone like a huge tsunami while floating everything in the surroundings. Blood. Before Leo arrived, Archer and Rin rushed towards the church as they blasted the door open immediately. Kairoi, who was slightly surprised, yet delightful by the city condition, turned around to see Archer aiming at his head. Taking a second to recognize Rin and why these people are attacking the Holy Grail War supervisor. He thought that was his own thing. Throwing those ideas away, Kairoi jumped away from Archer's arrow, but then, he met Rin's gem witchcraft. That didn't end because Archer started detonating his arrow. Taking a few black keys, which are the common weapons of the church, Kairoi throws them at the gems before an explosion devoured the interior of the church. Boo! Because the gems and the arrow were close, Kairoi broke through the window and was knocked away towards the church back. Rushing from the smoke, Archer did a flip in the air before he projected arrows on his bow and shot them at Kairoi. Kairoi grabbed his black keys while trying to summon Ku, however, Rin came with Ganda spells as she shot black beams at him. Kairoi was in a tough situation, which made him jump back to avoid most of the arrows while deflecting some of them with his black keys. Embracing himself, Kairoi turned and threw his black keys at Rin's Gans. That got him an arrow to the shoulder, which pushed him towards the wall. However, He succeeded because he raised his hand with the command spells and summoned Ku, which made the battle between him and Archer start. Rin tried to threaten Karuai, but of course, that was useless as Karuai didn't care about her threats at all. He was even thinking if he should tell her that he killed her father to see the look on her face. After those events, Leo reached the place before the blood exploded. Crimson was the only color in front of the church as the blood flood was crushing everything in its path. If one looks hard enough, he can see different types of monsters in the blood biting anything close to them like they were on a rampage. This stopped looking like a ritual and became more like a natural disaster as the blood filled the street and tore the trees around the church while moving forward, drowning everything in its way. If this was in the sea, then everyone here will think this is a tsunami hitting the city. Archer and Lancer stopped fighting and jumped away in two different directions. Archer picked Rin and evacuated while Ku didn't care about Karuai at all if he didn't order him with command seals. Leo looked at the blood rushing towards the church before he raised his palm, facing the raging blood. His finger wrote on the air at a very quick speed before several runes appeared. Algiz means elk, protection, a shield. The protective urge to shelter oneself or others. Defense, warding off of evil, shield, and guardian. 7 of this rune appeared in a circular manner, all pointing outwards, with the bottom all ending at the same point before they glowed pink. Pushing his hand gently, the runes flew to the front before the pink space power from Palkia manifested on them and turned into a circular shield around the church. Bam! The blood wave collided with the barrier as a loud sound echoed in the surrounding. More and more waves arrived as the impacts continued, but they were unable to affect the barrier as the blood moved around it. Some of the monsters in the blood tried to bite the shield, but they got knocked away with their teeth broken. Leo, who saw this, nodded because his idea was correct. Except Palkia, who is a divine beast according to this world, his beasts are also under the judgment of Type Moon's rules to use their powers. From that night of battle, he saw that his beasts are kinda getting stronger because of the link with him. He wanted to do some experiments, but the situation in this world doesn't allow him at all, so he tried using Palkia with runes now and it was a very successful attempt. Maybe he'll find some very interesting combinations that can even be used to mess with Odin if he dares to possess the runes again. He blocked all this area because of a simple, yet unbelievable thing that he never thought he'll do in his life: a broken bar protecting Karuai. Yes, you heard that right. The final target of the blood was Karuai and the link between him and Angramaniu. Although he still doesn't know the reason behind the ritual, Leo won't just sit still while these guys open up Allah's dumpster, Holy Grail / world's evil, and fill the area with the black mud. While Leo was thinking about his devilish plans against the poor Odin, Cuchulain looked at the runes before he frowned and muttered, "Primordial runes?" A big one god / divine being appeared. "Buta broken bar, who is this guy?" Ku recognized the primordial runes instantly because he's also a user of them, but he couldn't recall anyone from the Norse like Leo in front of him. Even the divinity wasn't from the Norse at all, so who is this guy, who is using runes as a servant? Shaking his head to forget the devilish plans, Leo looked at the people below before he said, "Rejoice. Now, what happened and why did it happen?" "I'm fighting, can't you see that?" Archer stared at Leo with a blank look while pointing at Ku. "Sorry, but I only see you wasting time. You should have used your reality marble and pushed the advantages already," Leo replied with the same blank look at Archer. "You have a reality marble? Are you really an archer?" Rin was surprised by this as she was annoyed by the huge amount of secrets her servant had. She already denied the possibility that he forgot his memories because of her ritual. "Oi! You were holding back?" Ku snapped at this information as it put Archer under the eyes of a tsundere and a dog Ku. "Thanks a lot." Archer looked at Rin and Ku before he stared at Leo and said those words. "You're welcome," Leo shamelessly replied under the blank eyes of Archer. "Now." Nero jumped from the horse and landed on the ground before she pointed at Rin and said, "I want to report about the situation, huh? Don't order me around. And do you think I know what's happening?" Rin snapped, which made Nero confused before she said, "But you seemed like the type that know things. Yuga broken bar, don't remind me." Rin turned her head away. She thought that after these years, She became a very knowledgeable magi, but this war, this crazy complicated war, showed her how wrong she was. They have these clairvoyance users that play multiverse 5D chess with each other while they, the mortals, don't understand anything. However, they apparently forgot about someone. With my command seals, Lancer, use your noble phantasm on everyone here. Karai, who was hanging from the wall, said those words while raising his arm as it flashed with a red glow. You. Damn. Ku's body started to move against his own will as a great amount of mana entered his body from the command seal. This amount of mana made him able to activate his noble phantasm immediately as his spear glowed red before he jumped towards the sky. Bulk became like a red torch in Ku's hand while doing a throwing position in the air. Bulk. Ku didn't have much time to think, so he just aimed as the most troublesome and strongest person here, which was Leo, and shot his spear with all his strength. Ku's noble phantasm, Bulk, has two forms, and this is the true usage of it. Unlike reversing the casualty, this type of release contains more power and energy as it can affect a large area. Due to the speed and power, it is almost completely unavoidable, which makes it like Gungnir. The spear left a red trail in the air as it broke the sound barrier easily and detonated the air with its power. It didn't take a split of a second because of the speed to reach in front of Leo, who raised his eyebrow and moved his hand. The same Ulges a rune with space power appeared around Leo's hand before he raised his two fingers and caught the demonic spear. Boo-oo! The red demonic was struggling with all it might, but it couldn't move forward past Leo's fingers. Even the shockwave from the impact was contained in space and runes, which made it look like Leo caught a random rock, except the sound was loud. Glancing at the spear between his two fingers, Leo flicked it with a third finger and sent it towards cubic inches the sky. What? Ku's eyes almost popped from his skull because of the shock before he raised his arm and caught the spear. Even if the energy of the strike was crushed, the power from Leo's flick made him fly in the air before he hit the barrier with his back. Sliding from the barrier, Ku recovered immediately before he used the barrier to jump away and land on the top of the church while guarding against Leo. However, his body was shaking slightly. This guy just flickered his noble phantasm using runes, which was almost very much like someone he doesn't want to mention. Is this what do you call a spear that surpassed Gungnir? If your teacher heard this, she'll take you on a tour in hell to clear your head. Leo lowered his hand and said some words that made Ku's body tremble. I didn't say that at all. Who is the bastard that spreads lies? This wasn't his own emotions, but his instinct and body can't help but tremble when imagining what Leo just said. His teacher, Scathach, will absolutely, definitely, 100% do that to him if she heard about something like that. Leo pointed at Archer, who was watching the show, with his lance. That was a literal sellout. You. Ku looked at Archer like a sworn enemy that he'll have 300 rounds of battle to recover his honor from. Archer looked at Ku before he glared at Leo with an empty face without any hope in this world. His thoughts were, this isn't the regular timeline, so why do you have to sell me like this? Lance, with M. Ugh. Karai tried to use his command seals again, but suddenly, the space around him became a blade and chopped his arm off. Stay silent, will you? Leo said as Palkia appeared behind him and solidified the space. Karai was frozen in space as he couldn't move an inch, even the blood from his chopped arm stopped flowing from his body. Praetor, what do you think we should do? Nero, who was well aware that she didn't have an ex-clairvoyance, asked Leo. She feels that she can make that skill using her imperial privilege and a lot of mana from Leo, but she will only forget it later, so it's pointless. Find who did this. Obviously Leo blinked when he heard this silly question, however, Nero didn't know shame when it came to these topics as she nodded naturally. Glancing at the proud emperor, Leo shook his head before he landed on the ground and called Merlin with their links. Do you have anything at your side, Merlin? Nothing, except this disgusting blood that tries to stick on my clothes. I refuse to be defiled by such things. Merlin looked at the blood in the city with a bothered expression because he, the Magus of Flowers, doesn't like this atmosphere at all. Nothing, huh? Then what? Do we have to wait? Leo said as Merlin snapped immediately. Wait for what? Look at this blood. Do they need anything else? You really don't like this, huh? Well, let's see. Never mind. Leo wanted to say something, but then, the ground started shaking violently. The rivers of blood in the city stopped expanding all around the area. Instead they all rushed to the center of the city while they were grouped into a huge sphere. More and more blood was rushing towards the sky as the sphere grew larger with each second passing by. Even the blood around the barrier starts decreasing while going to the sphere. The monsters in the blood were also forced to go back as Leo put his hand on his chin. What is this? I feel like I saw this before. Hold on, isn't this the Crimson Fucker Alucard ability? Leo exclaimed as he said a name that confused everyone around him. Alucard, the protagonist of Hellsing, he's a true vampire that is basically someone who you shouldn't meet in the middle of the night. His most powerful ability allows him to absorb and dominate someone's soul by draining their blood. He can even summon them as familiars to fight for him after that. Okay, that's it. I've Alucard wannabe phony here and now what? Blood for the blood god? Leo said with annoyance before he stopped in his place because he felt a broken bar divinity from the sphere. Unlike what he saw before, the ritual now became full as the empty shell was filled by the said divinity. Looking at the divinity rising in the blood sphere as more blood came to it, Leo felt like someone was making a joke of him before he raised his holy lance gently. Everyone felt something wrong as they backed away, even Made in Hell, and Palkia, who opened a hole in the barrier, moved away because Leo was glowing with particles of light. More and more light started to spin in spirals around Rongo Miniad before Leo did a thrusting pose. Rongo, Miniad. Waving the holy lance forward, a huge beam of light launched from Leo as it blinded the surroundings. The golden beam of light passed the barrier from the hole instantly before it rushed towards the sphere. The golden beam of light illuminated the whole city as it made the blood in the air evaporate while advancing across everything before it reached the sphere. Boom! A loud impact sound echoed in the whole city as the sphere and the light collided in midair. Particles of light were flying around as the shockwave destroyed most of the glass windows in the area. The blood around the sphere started boiling as the blood sphere was pushed away, but suddenly, the sphere divinity rushed to the sky. Like having a mind of its own, the sphere started moving around the light beam. Some tentacles made from blood rushed from it and tied the beam down. A sound of corrosion was heard when the tentacles touched the light, but they kept moving around it before they tightened their grip on the light beam. Crack. The cracks filled the light before it was broken down into particles by the sphere's divinity. When that happened, Leo widened his eyes. Even if it wasn't his strongest attack, that attack contained his own divinity. However, his surprise didn't end because, after that attack, he was able to see what was behind the sphere. Leo closed his eyes as he held his head because he saw something that made his clairvoyance overload. Merlin, who was in the city, was in the same condition, or even worse because he was leaning on the wall behind him while feeling a strong headache after attempting to see what was in that sphere. The sphere was slightly weaker now, but the huge amount of blood made it recover in no time as it continued growing. "Caster, are you okay?" Ritsuka said when she saw Leo holding his head. She called him with his class name because of the habit of having the enemy master around. "I'm fine, a broken bar, it's just, I saw something I shouldn't see." Leo shook his head before he checked on Merlin, which apparently, except being lightheaded, was also okay. He couldn't see the thing inside of the sphere completely, but it wasn't something from this world. It was like gazing into a forbidden place with a trap, which knocked everyone away. "Now, what do you want to do?" After shaking his head for a moment, Leo asked Ritsuka, who was next to him. "What do you mean?" Ritsuka didn't understand, so she asked. "That thing is getting his power from the people of this city, which makes killing all of them be the quickest way to deal with it." Leo said some words that made Rin exclaim they are still alive. After seeing the city condition, Rin, even if she was unwilling, thought that most of the citizens died in this ritual. Of course, they are alive. A living sacrifice is better than a dead one. Except who drowned in the river of blood, Most of them are alive until the ritual's climax to have a better result. Leo shook his head while explaining the condition of the city. When Archer heard his words, he went silent. He saw a lot of these things happen, so he's basically used to them, but his master, Rin, clenched her fist. Caster, can I ask you if you can save them? Ritsuka closed her eyes and took a deep breath before she asked Leo. Huh? You want me, a beast, to save humans? Did you hit your head or something? Leo raised his eyebrow, but Ritsuka kept looking at him with a serious face as she didn't back down. Being serious now, huh? Yes, I can save them, and without asking, I'm pretty sure you want me to do so, Leo said as he got a nod from Ritsuka. Everyone in this place looked at him, even the hand Kairai. Sure, why not, Leo said, while Ritsuka, who took a deep breath, said, I know it's much to You will! Exclamation mark. Not to mention Ritsuka, Archer, Nero, and Rin also widened their eyes as Leo was actually offering to save humans. Don't get me wrong, I'm the type of person that when he does something, he doesn't only like to stop his enemy, but hurts and even kills him, Leo said as he called Made in Hell. The horse moved quickly before reaching in front of Leo. So, let these humans be useful and work for their survival, Leo said as he rode the horse and pulled his reins. Everyone didn't know what to say about this, it even left the sarcastic Archer speechless. I might have to get a little serious here, Leo said with a small voice while closing his eyes before something was moving inside his spiritual core. Inside his spiritual core, 3 dark blue, golden, green orbs that represent his 3 noble phantasms were glowing. Each one of them were circling around the red drawing of Clifoth, the tree of evil. Self-modification, a broken bar on with those words, the 3 orbs inside of his spiritual core started glowing like they were linked before the Clifoth glowed, with a faint, yet a sinister gleam. At this moment, Leo activated his skill, Self-Modification X, as something that he doesn't like to use a lot was awakening. In the deepest part of his soul, deeper than the Book of Law itself, his essence and origin, the Fool, was a broken bar activated. Legit caster. The sphere of blood was growing larger with each moment passing by. It already passed 30 meters in height as it engulfed some buildings around it. The divinity was also growing stronger as the environment was changing. The buildings, trees, cars, even the sky started to turn red like it reflected the color of blood and hell that was behind it. If someone looks hard enough, he can see numerous bloody eyes and mouths screaming in that red color. Merlin, who was on top of a building at the sides of Fuyuki City, looked at the blood, or this blood god growing larger as he frowned. The area was already changing. The reality is rewritten by the blood in a similar fashion of a reality marble, but this one is changing the real world rather than creating a bounded field. Just how many souls are in that blood? Merlin couldn't count the number of trapped souls in the blood. It was like the blood was feeding on their agony and pain while growing stronger. However, this made Merlin have another doubt. If they have this amount of souls, why do they need the souls and blood of the people in this city? They need sacrifices from this world, Merlin. Suddenly, Merlin heard Leo's voice in his head. However, the usual bored and annoyed tone in his voice became slightly monotone. Merlin raised his eyebrow as he thought for a moment before he said, like a price from this world to invoke this thing? To guide and link this guest to this world, they need a medium. What better than a fresh sacrifice from this world? Merlin heard Leo's voice again as he couldn't help but frown. Usually, people won't notice, but Merlin has a bad feeling from that monotone tone. Did you analyze the ritual? And a broken bar, did something happen to you, Leo? Merlin said, only to receive a light chuckle from Leo. To think about it, you were able to appear in this era and even know my true name by one of those links, right? Leo's words made Merlin sweat a little because his great sneaking plan was discovered. Anyway, I need you to go to this location and release my mana with your noble phantasm or something else, Leo said as Merlin took a moment to look at the place. It wasn't far from his location before he said, I can do that, but why? Just do it and as fast as you could. With those words, Leo left the link, which made Merlin's eyebrow twitch. I really need to consider getting paid for my work, Merlin sighed before he walked towards the location, which was just around this corner, while making sure he doesn't touch the blood round. Meanwhile, at the church, the blood around almost disappeared completely and allowed the street to be shown again. Palkia, if someone tries something funny, hit them with a space earthquake. Leo, who was driving his horse, said in a calm voice while closing his eyes. It was like he was waiting for something. Hey, Master, Nero, wait for my signal. Leo's words made Ritsuka and Nero flinch, but before they said anything, they heard a clicking sound. Click. With a clicking sound, Leo's necklace was opened and became crossed before a wave of mana rushed from him. Boom. The wave of mana cracked the ground under Leo before it pushed everything away. Ritsuka and Rin were almost sent flying, but Archer caught them, even if he was almost blown away too. Nero stabbed her sword on the ground while Ku just stood firm with his spear. He saw worse weather than this in his life. Suddenly, the mana began to become thicker and denser as its quality began to change before it turned into Alta Telesma, which is Leo's version from the mana into Aru's heaven. Particles of light started floating around before they circled Leo as a book with a chain appeared on his wrist. Like the Qliphoth in his spirit core, the Sephiroth on the Book of the Law glowed with a faint golden light. On top of his head, a golden light appeared before it gathered into a halo with 7 sharp tips. Realizing a breath, Leo lowered the holy lance in hand slightly before he opened his eyes that became a slit like a dragon's pupils. Inside of his spiritual core, Qliphoth flashed with a sinister red aura before Leo raised the lance in his hand. A red dark ominous aura appeared from Leo's hand before Ongominiad started changing. The white holy lance became a dark demonic one. The shape also changed as the lance body started rotating slowly in Leo's hand. With each turn, even if the lance is slow, a dark red storm was generated around it. This is Ongominiad altar form. Light and shadow are 2 sides of the same coins, blabla, good and evil, blabla broken bar. Everyone knows this stuff by now. Leo waved with the lance to the side before he pulled the reins. Maiden Hell's eyes glowed before kicking the ground. Boom. The already cracked ground was shattered with that kick before the horse rushed towards the sphere, leaving a trail of sparks in the air. Everyone looked at each other as they didn't know what to say. Ku looked at Archer and Palkia before looking at Kairoi. Thinking for a moment while looking at his spear, Ku raised it and walked towards Kair. Broken bar. They need to have a talk. Back to the city, a comet of blue flames was running in the street while leaving a blue trail of flames on the ground. A red dark storm followed the comet as it blew everything away. Maiden Hell was running with its true speed as the wind was howling around him. Wherever he passes, the raging wind will merge with the dark storm and crush everything around it. However, this was only the start because Maiden Hell is just entering the real acceleration as the blue flames on his hoofs were glowing brighter. Leo held the reins with one hand while controlling the spinning lance in his other hand. The Qliphoth and Sephiroth gleams started to match before they reached a certain stability. Boo-oo. Suddenly, without a single warning, some rivers of blood that were going to the sphere changed direction and rushed to Leo. The ground under him also cracked open as the blood from the sewers was rushing. Creatures started to form from the blood. Apparently, whoever caused this, got a lot of different souls of his victims in that river of blood. Leo glanced at the creatures forming with the corner of his eyes as he was even able to see humanoid creatures like humans in there. King Crimson. A broken bar. Not giving them a chance, Leo said those words quietly as his stand, King Crimson, appeared behind him. The area cracked completely around Leo before it became a dark red void. The creatures continued their manifestation, but Leo had already left and passed this part of the city while they attacked his previous location. As his maker, Leo can proudly say, he's one of the few that know the true ability of King Crimson. Unlike what it's told to erase time, King Crimson doesn't actually erase time in that basic fashion. He only makes it absent from the rest of the world, or at least the area of effect around the user. For King Crimson, the world exists by 3 factors in its basic state, which are space, where everything exists, time, where things move and interact with each other, and destiny, that means where, when, and how things should happen. These 3 are linked, and if one of them disappeared, it'll affect the other 2. Unlike deleting time, King Crimson makes it absent without affecting how the world works. When that happens, lower life forms lose their focus because of time disappearance. However, they continue their actions because of destiny, like mindless puppets in the space that is still intact without falling into the void. Glancing at the sphere from a distance, Leo noticed that the sphere didn't stop and kept changing its movement, which means it's immune to King Crimson's ability. This shows two things: it either has a counter ability or it's a higher life form. Maidenhell's speed kept increasing as the air around him was getting hotter because of the friction. Even the flames under his hoofs started to melt the ground while making a trail, but Leo didn't care that much as he increased the speed further. He already entered an area with a lot of blood. It even became a whole lake in the middle of the city. At this moment, King Crimson's ability was countered by the world's correction power, and the time came back to work. Everyone regained their senses before the blood exploded again. Roar! Giant monsters appeared from the lake and rushed towards Leo while breaking the sound barrier. Dragons, serpents, and a lot of fantasy creatures with a huge size made a tsunami while rushing towards Leo. Buildings were crushed just by sheer power when the monster passed as they joined the flood. Dragons and monsters started to throw ice, fire, lightning, and a lot of other attacks at Leo. This literally became a rain of arrows in the form of magical attacks as it covered Leo's vision completely. Everything was happening in an instant, so it was obvious how strong the power and the control of this blood user, but Leo gazed at it with a lack of interest. I/N, when you see it means Leo is talking with the angelic language. 49, 6, 1. The total is 56. Tet, Vor, Aleph. Water, release yourself from filth, and bring judgment to thee. Leo's lips moved very quickly as he finished his words in an instant, but the sound came like a high-pitched gibberish with an echo. The book of the law opened up as its gleam increased. However, those words were very strange as the surrounding was distorted by the echo. When Leo said those words, his origin, the fool, moved as 4 paths and positions in both Kabbalah glowed. Suddenly, the ground started shaking while all the creatures in the blood stopped. They began struggling before the sound of corrosion was heard. Even the movement of all the blood in the city became dull. Leo waved his free hand upward before the blood tsunami that was supposed to attack him changed direction, and became a barrier that took all the attacks head-on while using some monsters as a meat shield. Boom! Explosions echoed in the blood, but it soon extinguished when it was drowned by the huge amount of blood. Leo didn't stop as he jumped with Made in Hell before waving his hand again. The blood around became completely dull before water appeared from it. Like oil and water, the water left the plasma in the blood and became unable to blend with it. Like having a mind of its own, the water automatically rushed with a huge speed towards the monsters. It began to tie them down or pierce while they screamed in pain because their bodies are melting. This didn't end because the water and blood started rising. Like a tide, the blood and water retreated from this place. The drowned buildings and streets finally started showing again as the wave was rushing towards the blood sphere. Leo didn't look at the result as he continued rushing forwards with the tide. Made in Hell speed increased again before the flames exploded from his hoofs and blasted forwards in the air. The blood sphere didn't care about the wave coming towards it, or couldn't care because it was working with instinct for now. It continued drawing blood from the surrounding, however, that blood was mixed with some water from Leo. When that happened, the blood sphere stopped for a moment, even its crimson-red color became dull. Instinct or not, the sphere figured out what was that thing just now. A broken bar. It was holy water. A broken bar of very pure holy water. Aawak. Chilling screams rushed into the sky, filled with pain and suffering. It sounded like a beast and a person were screaming at the same time as it gave everyone in the city a headache. Even the other cities in Japan felt the same thing. After the screams, the sphere waved with its bloody tentacles as it pushed the wave of holy water away. It even began to use its divinity to change the water into blood, but the water didn't change immediately. The change was very slow as the water continued it advancing. This angered the sphere completely as its tentacles stretched towards the sky before rushing towards Leo. They were faster than any monster Leo saw in this blood as they reached him almost instantly. King Crimson, Glancing at the blood tentacles, Leo smiled a little before he pulled Made in Hell's reins. Made in Hell finally gathered enough speed before getting the signal from Leo when King Crimson erased time. Boom! With a sonic boom, Leo and Made in Hell disappeared from their place. What left was a blue trail of flames that burned the tentacles from the blood sphere. However, it didn't last for long before Leo and Made in Hell appeared again in the same place and kicked what was left from the tentacles. They were smoking with heat, like they were burning. That was only the effect of fast speed, because if someone looked from the sky, he'd see a triangle made from blue flames around Fuyuki City with the sphere in the middle. All the blood and monsters around those blue flames turned into ashes and nothing was able to come closer to it. This is the power of Made in Hell, which is based on Vi. His power allows him to accelerate his time to reach imaginable speeds. When that happens, all the living things around the blue flames will decay and die. Although it isn't strong like Vi, who is the stronger beast of Leo, it's extremely effective, especially against something like this blood. Merlin, who arrived at the location and wanted to use his noble phantasm, saw the blue flames trail appear in front of him suddenly. Although he can sense Leo's mana in it, all his instincts tell him to not touch the flames. Leo looked at the sphere in the middle of the triangle before he raised his arm and said with a gibberish voice 40, 30, 5, 1. The total is 76. Lamed, hey, Olaf. Oh water, form on my palm and show your glory. Leo's voice echoed again before the moisture in the air began to change and gather on his palm. More and more holy water floated above Leo as his beast, Alreshka Glacis, manifested from his body. The water started freezing slightly, but before it did, Venom threw 2 runes on it. Isa the rune of ice and reinforcing runes around it. Thorizas, As broken bar, the rune of thorns, conflict, purging, and directed force of destruction. These 2 runes can form a simple spell of an ice arrow with more than the regular elemental's attacks. The 2 runes floated before Alreshka Glacis waved her hand and gathered the water into a giant thorn of ice. Gathering its power, Alreshka throws it like a meteor across the city. The thorn was freezing everything around it while rushing towards the blood sphere. However, it didn't hit it. It just passed next to it. The sphere and the blood around it became even more dull because of the coldness. The normal ice can't affect this sphere, but strangely, this one was able to slow its movements. The thorn of ice continued its flight before it struck the ground on the 3rd corner of the triangle. At this moment, Leo, Merlin, and Thorn on Ice were on the 3 corners of the triangles. Like it was calculated, each one of them started releasing mana at the same time. From above, it looked like 3 positions were glowing in the corners of the triangle before all of it started glowing and raising from the ground. Merlin, who released his noble phantasm with Leo's mana, saw this as he retreated immediately with a shocked expression on his face because he understood what's going on. A broken bar, this guy, who loves to blow things up, is using magecraft, and actually a complicated one. The triangle raised 100 meters above Fuyuki City before it stopped. The blood's area wasn't able to continue its infection because it started burning when colliding with it. Leo looked at this as he took a deep breath before using his link with the spell and teleporting far above the triangle. You know? I don't like this world, but I discovered now that I hate it to my very core. A broken bar. Leo had an annoyed expression on his face before he said, making me use something so complicated that it gives me headache. As a broken bar, I almost bit my tongue. How dare you? When Leo was complaining, the triangle under him started rotating before it became a blue magic circle with a large number of symbols and runes on it. What Leo was mumbling with his angelic language was actually chants for his magic from Ta'aru or magecraft from this world. Angels from Ta'aru are beings related to Sephiroth, so they can instinctively use a magic called Kabbalah magic or magecraft in this world. This magecraft is focusing on deciphering codes in the religion of Christianity and figuring the meaning behind those messages. The user tries to find mystical meanings in arrangements of letters and numbers. It grants those who decipher them power, and even some strong people can invoke and summon the power of angels and those mythical beings. Leo, as an angel, can use that magecraft easily, and stronger than any human because of his angelic language, However, there's a more important factor, which is his origin, the Fool. In the major arcana that used to represent the 22 paths in Kabbalah, the Fool is number 0, which gives Magi a headache when including it in the ritual because you can put it anywhere from 1 to 22. Using this concept, Leo, as the Fool, an angel, and the devil, was able to substitute himself in the paths and spots in both trees of Kabbalah, drawing power from all other demons and angels. This really reflects the Fool, who is a master of none. This is the power of his skill, self-modification X. Like now he substituted himself with Gabriel, whose element is water, and summoned some of its power to this world. An angel is an angel, even if it was weaker than the sphere, but that water has some of Gabriel's power in it, which turned it into a deadly poison for whatever in that sphere. This maneuver in the Magecraft system is only available for Leo, who has the origin of the Fool. Like Shiru's swords and Shinji's flow. This power doesn't belong to Lucifer or Beast Vi, it's more related to Leo's personal angel power, which was covered with Lucifer's one because of a lot of reasons. However, there's something very important about these maneuvers. Although Leo can use it easily, he won't do that because he broken bar it needs singing and chanting. Do you have any idea how many times he almost bit his tongue? And how embarrassing it'll be if he did it in the middle of the battle. Do you think angelic language with spells is easy? Leo was struggling to not mess it up while calculating a ton of complicated stuff about this Magecraft. Anyway, let's end these a broken bar. Leo shook his head before he glanced at the giant magic circle under him and raised the lance in his hand towards the sky. Click. The lance seemed to be released from something before its rotation speed increased suddenly. Its rotation speed increased quickly as a red dark storm appeared above Leo. The storm grew larger and larger as the clouds also started to rotate with it before it covered the sky above Fuyuki City. Even the sunlight wasn't able to reach the city now. Aawak. The sphere, which woke up to the gravity of the situation, screamed again before its tentacles rushed towards the sky, but they were blocked by the magic circle and the storm. Apparently, the farther the blood goes, the weaker it'll become. 1, 3. Aleph, Jaimal. From heaven, I announce the law. Leo's voice echoed in the surroundings as the magic circle under him started glowing before spinning quickly. The book of the law was also getting brighter. 6. Vor. Pray, 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 Son of Man. Here is my mercy. With those words, Leo started lowering the lance as the storm followed his movement. It was like he was dragging all the sky with him. In Fuyuki City, the humans, who were included in the ritual, started mumbling some weird words before the magic circle glowed brighter. 1. The total is 11. Aleph. In the name of evil, I announced the law. Leo said those words before he pointed with the lance and the storm towards the magic circle. Maiden Hell started running towards the circle as they were engulfed in the dark storm. The circle began to absorb the storm as its glow started to burn and purify the blood in the city. Suddenly, some bright light appeared in the middle of the storm before a loud voice was heard all around Japan. Boom. My number is 11. The stepping stone of wickedness that supports the good deeds. The gigantic dark storm exploded by light as Rongaminiad returned to its holy form before Leo passed the magic circle and turned into a meteor of light. The light brightened all the city as it cleared the blood instantly. This is a higher concept falling from heaven as the sphere was crushed towards the ground. Suddenly, it lost most of its power and it was in great pain. Anything it was doing was bringing more pain. The blood was filled with the holy water, even their human blood isn't available now. It couldn't take fresh blood from them because when it did, it was hit with an intense pain like it was ignited on fire. The sphere felt all the blood in the surrounding, the source of its power, became a poison and a curse instead. The principle behind Leo's spell now uses evil to achieve justice to the poor. Sometimes, evil is necessary to uphold justice. Himself and the blood sphere are evil in the point of view of humanity, so he chose to become the stepping stone of justice and increase his light and holy power with the support of humans in the city. This allowed him to channel Allah's power via those humans' desire to survive, even if he was a beast. This turned all the blood in the souls of the humans in the city into a curse for the sphere. What in the name of Avalon is this? Merlin stared blankly at the sky, looking at the golden meteor falling from heaven while purifying everything in its way. These maneuvers, these concepts, this knowledge, and the disgusting complicated meanings that most people won't understand. Turning all the strength and advantages of the enemy into a literal poison while pushing them into the edge with just a few movements using his knowledge in magecraft. These tactics are so disgusting and without honor, exactly like a true magi. Even so, Merlin likes them a lot. Merlin's chin almost fell from his mouth because of surprise before he screamed this guy was a legit caster. Leaving Merlin, who was doubting life, Leo fell down like a meteor and reached the sphere. Almost all the blood in the city was cleared and people's connection to the sacrifice ritual was severed, which left the sphere alone. Pointing towards it with the lance, Leo channeled his mana before he screamed Rongaminiad. At that moment, the golden meteor collided with the blood sphere before a bright light blinded all the world. This is the true description of the skill, self-modification, although it is called self-modification and it's the source of his high endurance, he doesn't change anything about himself, except it can only be used when he uses origin, to control Sapphira, and paths, as he please, or to balance them with the Book of the Law. For those who love details, hear the meaning behind the spells. Warning: this is complicated, however, I love to do things in a legit way, so I included them. Those who don't want to read, don't worry. It won't affect anything, you can know the spell effect from the normal chant after the numbers. Believe me, this is complicated. You're stubborn, huh? You have been warned. Gabriel's power drawing spell, 49:6:1. Total is 56. Tet, Vor, Aleph. Water, release yourself from filth, and bring judgment to thee. Each letter is correspondent to a number in the same position. equals 40 and others are in the same count. Is a path that represents the water in the Kabbalah and also corresponds to the position of judgment, Jevera, in it. Tet is a path that represents mercy, which includes the peaceful nature of water and the desire to bring peace to these souls trapped in the blood. It also represents judgment because it is linked to Jeveret. Vor is a path that links the others to the wisdom position in Kabbalah, which allows creativity in the spells. Aleph is more like Leo's personal path because it's usually what represents the fool in the rituals. It is also related to the highest crown, to make the water very pure and poison to curses. Leo uses it in every spell to increase the harmony with his origin and the effect of the spell. Gathering the holy water spell, 40:35:1. Total is 76. Lamed, hey, Aleph. O water, form on my palm and show your glory. And Aleph are the same as the other spell. Lamed is related to as it increases the power of water and increases its gathering speed. It is also related to judgment and purity. Hey number is 5, which relates to 5 fingers on the hand. It makes the spell target related to the user's hand. Evil and good turning spell, 1:3:6:1. Total 11. Aleph, Jaimal, Vor, Aleph. From heaven, I announce the law. Pray, 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 Son of Man. Here is my mercy. In the name of evil, I announce the law. Aleph in first means Leo is the person who'll perform the ritual with his very core. Jaimal and number 3 means heaven and sky, the place and concept where the spell will be performed. Vor means mercy for the humans in the city while giving them a chance to struggle for their lives. Aleph is confirming that Leo will carry this spell as a promise to save the humans in the city, which allowed him to draw Allah's power. Total number 11 means the Cliffoth, the tree of evil, which means that Leo considers himself evil in this situation. It also means the stepping stone of wickedness that supports the good deeds as the evil. He's here to support the good, against another evil, which boosted the spell power to the top. Something that shouldn't be seen. The light blinded everything and removed all the colors from the world, except the golden bright glow. A golden pillar of light that reached far high in the sky, stood tall in the middle of Fuyuki City as its lights made everyone in the city and outside it in Japan close their eyes. It wasn't that irritating, in fact, it was peaceful and warm, but everyone couldn't help but to close their eyes and don't look at it. Like something they shouldn't see, their instinct worked on its own and made everyone close their eyes. From the space, Fuyuki City became a light bulb as the pillar of light can be seen clearly from there. After 5 seconds, the light started to die down slowly. The blinding light backed down from the sky and the pillar lost its height gradually. Like snow melting in heat, Fuyuki City that couldn't be seen because of the light, recovered its own colors as the light became particles floating in the air. In several parts of the city, the humans and animals, whose blood was taken, started recovering to the time before the ritual. Most of the light particles are made from purifying their blood, so it just came back to their original owners. Although it wasn't a small number of died, those who followed the spell survived. At the center of the city, the pillar of light finally died down to reveal a small red space of 100 meters between buildings at the city fountain. There was some blood here and there and the colors of the surroundings were red, but it was decreasing slowly, like something died here. At the corner of this space, near a building, a young man was riding on a horse while looking at this red space. In fact, he wasn't looking at it because his eyes seemed to be losing focus and becoming empty. Dismounting from his horse, Leo stood on the ground before he let go of the lance in his hand as it floated in the air. In the eyes of the horse and lance, who seemed to be able to see, Leo walked towards the nearest wall. Without looking at the wall, Leo raised his head slightly before a broken bar crack. Hitting his head gently, the wall cracked as the cracks speared like spider webs. The halo above his head passed through the wall, which made it melt and drop more rubble on Leo's head. Maiden Hell and Rongaminiad looked at their lord hitting his head on the wall as they didn't know what to think of this. Leo didn't care about the cracks or the rubbles on his head as he used his hand to support himself while his eyes were still empty when looking at the ground. He wants to throw up, his stomach is trembling and he's feeling very sick now, even his head refuses to think about anything for now. That spell, that goddamn spell at the end, must be the one of the highest ranking things he'll regret in his life. Using a triangle with its 3 corners to symbolize number 3, which means heaven. Leaving Gabriel's power in the blood to act as a link. Using the altar Rongaminiad as the source of evil because if he used that storm without the spell, it'd kill all those humans before touching the sphere. Everything was going well. Then, the spell chant came along. Every time he thinks about the stepping stone of wickedness that supports the good deeds, Leo wants to throw himself in a volcano and swim in the burning lava. Although he already knew it, saying and doing it was a whole different thing. He couldn't stop the spell in the middle or else, it'll explode in his face, and worst, he'll bite his tongue. So he rolled with a broken bar until his stomach hurt. However, he can't throw up even if he wanted. As an angel and a higher life form, Leo is free from the mortal's necessities. He doesn't need to eat or sleep. Also, he doesn't have to go to the toilet or even get dirty. These are the privileges of being an angel of a higher level of existence. So, how is he going to throw up? Is he going to release some sort of rainbow-colored mana puke? He doesn't even want to think about it. Why do these good and evil spells have to be like this? Leo said with a listless voice while looking at the ground with empty eyes. He knows tens of spells about good, evil, justice, judgment, darkness, light, mercy, cruelty, and those are his strongest spells because he's an angel and the devil, but just thinking about their chants makes him want to hide in hell. Luckily, Solomon's 10 rings can make him immune to magecraft, so Leo doesn't have to use them against him. Moreover, why does it have to be like this? Just to channel the stupid Allah's powers that it can't use on its own? And why does it require this amount of edge? Do you feed on edge as an energy source or you only accept edge and cringe as a tribute? Hold on a broken bar. Leo supported himself on the wall with his hand before an expression of realization appeared on his face. The human orders, disasters, counter-guardians, beasts, magi, all these things are Reggie and all them are related to humanity, which means Allah. The picture became clear in Leo's head. They have been tricked. It was Allah all along. the source of edge and their suffering, the edge order. Leo never felt the desire to advent as beast like he did at this moment. Breath in, breath out, Leo continued doing that until he calmed down a little. You know what? He doesn't care anymore. He just wants to go and relax. Maybe watching anime or something. Pinging the whole Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood while slumbering under the bedsheets to heal his mind and heart. Maybe that'll make me forget the stepping stone of Wek. Leo stopped in his place before he raised his head again. Boo-oo. This time, the cracks filled all the building walls as Made in Hell and Emiya felt more confused. When they wanted to get closer, Leo just signaled them to stop and said, just give me a second. A broken bar. Am I new to broken bar? Make it an hour. Leo's eyes were more empty because that phrase was stuck in his head and he can't forget about it. However, in his back, what left from the blood started moving slowly towards him. Shaking his head, Leo left the pothole that he made with his head before all the rubble fell from it. The dust was cleared automatically. It's kinda convenient to be an angel. Suddenly, the blood gathered together before it rushed towards Leo. Its speed was very fast and its movements were completely silent. But when it reached its target, Leo turned his head and looked at it. Whoever was in the blood widened his eyes because something was faster than him. Made in Hell appeared next to Leo before it kicked the blood. Boo-oo. The mass of blood was thrown across this red space like a football before it was splashed on a building wall. Falling down slowly, the blood separated from the wall and fell into the ground before its shape changed and became one of the players, Lizard. Are you smart or stupid? Even if I'm casting a complicated spell, your chance of sneaking on me is less than 30%, Leo said with a listless and bored voice because he's already tired from this day. Ha 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 ha. I really dug my own grave, huh? This is funny. Lizard started laughing like he agreed with Leo's words. You're insane, huh? That explains your thinking, even if you made this plan, Leo said as he raised his hand. Emiya, who was floating, flew to his hand before he aimed at Lizard. Just glancing at what left from this red space, Leo can know most of what the sky is aiming for. It was weakening him or Solomon before trapping them here and stealing a noble phantasm from one of them. This space, or rather called a game space because most of the rules here follow these players' powers. In addition to summoning that blood god, it's like a battlefield provided by the multiverse space, which makes it almost a foreign world for anyone from this world. This is why Leo and Merlin were ejected instantly when they looked at it. In this place, players get a lot of advantages against aborigines from the other worlds, but it seems Lizard has done his homework because this thing in Type Moon is far more dangerous, especially for a beast like Leo. Beasts get their power from the human order's evil, which makes them related to the existence of humanity to get strength, but in this multiverse space battlefield, there's no human history at all. Even the connection with the original world will become very weak. This will make Leo unable to unleash his noble phantasms at full force, and if he was just a regular servant, then his stats will also go down. Not to mention, in those 14 souls that left in Lizard, Leo can see Alcide's soul struggling. Alcides has a very interesting noble phantasm called Reincarnation Pandora, which grants him the ability to steal other servants' noble phantasms. In the last battle, Lizard saw the situation wasn't good, so he decided to secure his plan and devour his servant for his ability. Apparently, Lizard can absorb servants' souls and take their abilities, but there's a limit, which is the strength of the target, especially Solomon and Leo. Lizard was trying to increase his power and chance to steal their noble phantasms or power, so he took Alcide's noble phantasm, summoned the blood god, and manifested the game space. He even wanted more securing by taking the power of the world's evil from Angramaniu. Summoning Alcides to get a strong servant and a tool he can depose from later without losing any money, everything was well planned. But then, the legit caster came like a meteor and blew up everything. Whoa. Whoa. Don't rush things, we still can have a talk, don't we? Lizard saw the light shining on the holy lance in Leo's hand before he waved his hands. Leo glanced at Lizard blankly as he was going to obliterate him with a light beam, but when he wanted to attack, he felt his hand stuck in the air. Are you serious? Leo looked at his right arm, which was tied with several red threads that had the previous blood god divinity. These threads stopped Leo for a moment, but the cost wasn't low because Lizard lost one soul in his disposals. You can't blame a man for trying, right? And you're more familiar with links than me. Lizard smiled as he wanted to leave this place while trying to slow Leo down with what left from his power. Looking at his side, there was a holographic screen next to him. Name, Beastvi Lucifer/Satan alias, the Lightbringer. The Further of Lies. Beast of Babylon. 666 states, STG, 932. End, 1985 Agate 1234 INT, 2732, unable to appraise luck and charm states. Description: one of the 7 beasts of calamity that represent the evil of humanity. Unable to appraise more, skills and abilities. Unable to appraise, hint, has something to do with the 4th true magic as a base. This monster, even my states combined didn't pass 800 points. Lizard looked at the states screen as his eyebrow was twitching. The players can appraise objects or enemies with certain items or skills, but the stronger the enemy, the less chance to get any information. At first, Lizard didn't get one state from Leo, but using the game space and blood god, he was able to see some of them. However, that hint was there from the start. This made Lizard suspicious. Is the nightmare space actually helping him? He didn't have enough evidence, so he denies it. But this was very important information. All that Leo guessed was correct. Lizard really wanted to use that plan to steal Solomon's rings or Leo's 10 crowns. However, it was more complicated because he wanted to use the 4th true magic, which represents most of Leo's power, as an advantage. Subtype true magic is just a branch of true magic, but the beast that holds it can use that subtype stronger than the original true magic magicians. 4th true magic has a relation with the law of conservation of energy, also known as the first law of thermodynamics, states that the energy of a closed system must remain constant to it can neither increase nor decrease without interference from outside. The universe itself is a closed system, so the total amount of energy in existence has always been the same. The forms that energy takes, however, are constantly changing. Everything is linked together one way or another. The 4th true magic takes this principle to the next level with its power, which is called karmic memory. The energy keeps changing from a form to another, but in fact, it also contains a hidden memory from the roots, which records everything that happened. The 4th true magic user can harness those memories and allow the manifestation and control of things like destiny, fate, and karma. Although it is bound with conditions like strength, amount of power, and mana, the user can even kill someone just by the fact he killed a fly before. In other words, karma is a bitch. The user can even summon past events as long as he satisfies some conditions, so he can use the achievements of others to fight. For example, a meteor fell here before, he can make it fall again around that area casually because it already happened before or it'll happen in the future. This is the 4th true magic, the hidden link that everyone knows that it exists, even if they didn't see it with their eyes. Lizard learned from the nightmare space about this magic before he went into the mission, as he planned to remove Leo's connection with these links whatever they were. He isn't wrong because Leo's 2nd noble phantasm, which links his 1st and 3rd noble phantasm, is based on the 4th true magic in the form of humanity sins. Cause, progress, consequence. This is basically Leo's noble phantasm's meaning. Removing the progress 2nd NP will disable the consequence 3rd NP, leaving the cause 1st NP, which isn't even an attack noble phantasm. The blood god was specially summoned to limit those links, and the game space weakened them further. It can be seen that Lizard found the Beastvi's weakness. If Leo was just Beastvi, Lizard's plan will really put him in a very difficult position. But he didn't expect that his sacrifice and blood will actually become his downfall. The blood that was supposed to increase his power became a poison. Even Allah manifested some of its power in those humans' souls, so their blood became a deadly curse against him. HMPH. Looking at Lizard, who wanted to run, Leo still had a bored expression before green threads appeared from him and tied the red ones. Leo looked at this before he said, although the true destiny is far stronger, Your fake imitation can be easily dominated. Drake a broken bar burn it, Leo said quietly before moving his hand. When he did that, flames ignited on the green threads and burned the red ones in no time, which allowed Leo to complete his swing. A beam of light rushed towards the surprised lizard, which made him raise his arm to block the attack as some red threads appeared on his body. Boo-oo! Lizard's body was crushed into sludge by the light before he was splashed on the building wall again. He recovered faster than the last time before he jumped away. His lives lowered into 3, so the next attack will be fatal. However, his thoughts of escaping were quickly extinguished because a larger beam of light was heading his way, which left him no way to escape. Damn it. This is where I die, huh? I really wanted a more spectacular one. Lizard looked at this as he wanted to sigh, but he didn't have time to do it because the multiverse space screen appeared again. The Temple of Blood offers you the following deal to overcome this difficulty. The temple will allow you to summon the power of First Seat Blood God to assist you in exchange for the following: 90% of all of your states, 90% of all of your skills, all your items and points, your bloodline, true vampire. Your level and rank in the nightmare space will be set back to the beginning. A penalty mission with nightmare difficulty. Do you accept? For his plan, he prepared sacrifices to summon some power of the blood gods from the Temple of Blood in the nightmare space. Those temples can be used by the related occupations players to get benefits for doing certain things, like sacrificing people or hurting the world. Lizard's occupation is the Blood Devourer, which increases his power to absorb souls from other beings using his bloodline. Wow, are you really asking? Of course, yes. Do you think I'm crazy? Don't answer that. Lizard accepted immediately when the light beam almost reached him. Now, he understood that the nightmare space is really helping him because, even if that deal was a literal rip-off, the nightmare space would never offer something to players and it'll just let them die. Several lines made from blood rushed from Lizard's body as his expression was filled with pain. That was his bloodline, skills, items, points, and states turning into blood before they rushed towards the light beam. Using himself as a sacrifice to summon power, how ironic after all that he did. Crack. Because this was just a casual attack, the light was broken instantly as the threads rushed towards Leo. With each thread appearing, Lizard was getting paler and his body became skinnier. Okay, I had in or oof or broken bar. Leo twisted the lance in his hand before it changed it from into the dark lance. He actually wanted to leave this guy's soul to check on something, but it doesn't seem to be a wise choice now. The lance started rotating as the dark storm was blowing, but suddenly, sparks appeared before blue flames ignited on the lance as it joined the storm. This is Leo using his third noble phantasm with the lance. Leo was like holding a storm of blue flames and dark air before he jumped towards the bloody threads. Boo-oo! The two collided as the blue flames started burning the bloody lines instantly, but their numbers kept increasing. Sparks kept flying in the air because of the collision between the spinning lance and the blood threads. Leo raised his eyebrow before he sighed and chose to step on his heart one last time. He wanted to cast a spell, but before he did, he widened his eyes from the shock. When using the spells, Leo always activates his origin. But without his knowledge, the divinity of the blood god was sneaking from the threads and almost having contact with his origin. This divinity was very weird as it could even reach something conceptual easily. Leo's wings appeared on his back as he wanted to back away. He isn't worried about the divinity, something like that can be defeated even if it was troublesome, but he can't allow it to touch his origin. However, Lizard didn't allow this. He forced himself beyond the limits and pushed the threads forwards. At this moment, the red bloody divinity touched Leo's origin as everything became silent. It wasn't metaphorical, but literally, everything became silent. Crack. A faint sound of something breaking echoed in the surrounding, but strangely, even if it was small, it hit Lizard like a bell and made him feel something he didn't feel a long time ago. Broken bar fear. Ugh. Hideous screams filled the red space as the bloody threads backed away from Leo. No, they weren't backing away. They were running, like they saw something very terrifying. However, something caught them as the bloody thread scream halted like they were too scared to release a sound. Platinum lines in the shape of ribbons caught the bloody threads easily before they dragged them. Lizard, who was floating, felt an intense pain before the bloody threads were plucked from his body, which made him fall down. The platinum ribbons tightened their grip on the bloody threads and crushed them into nothing easily. They didn't even have the chance to scream again before they were deleted. Struggling to raise his head, Lizard looked above to his Leo floating in the sky, but his eyes were taken by the platinum ribbons appearing from his right shoulder and moving around his right black wing, which became semi-transparent. The ribbons were also crawling on Leo's right hand, which glowed with a platinum color like it wasn't physical anymore. Leo had a slightly pained and a very annoyed expression while holding his right arm and shoulder, like he lost all sense and control over them. The book of the law that was on that hand, was flipping its pages like crazy. At the church, Ritsuka, who was waiting for the signal while looking at her command seals, saw something strange. For a split second, she could swear that she saw Leo's class change from caster to something called foreigner before returning to normal. Lizard's eyes started bleeding while looking at those platinum ribbons, who wanted to form a wing on Leo's right shoulder. However, he couldn't take his eyes off the state's screen that was cracked like a mirror. The Blood Temple unable to find any information. Using reference a broken bar, the entity is sending similar waves like AWAs from Urimajutsu no Inexa broken bar results. Name, impossible to appraise. Alias, extraterrestrial life form. The one who holds the blueprint of the pure world. The guardian angel of $equals A tilde copyright $equals A tilde copyright $A tilde copyright. The demon dwelling in equals $equals A tilde copyright A tilde copyright A tilde copyright equals $A tilde copyright. Ein Sopho $equals A tilde copyright equals A tilde copyright $A tilde copyright $equals A tilde copyright $equals A tilde copyright equals A tilde copyright equals A tilde copyright. The screen exploded. Description: the angel, demon in the deepest phases, the pure world, who isn't bound by the Sephiroth, Cliffoth $equals A tilde copyright equals A tilde copyright $A tilde copyright equals A tilde copyright equals A tilde $P caret $$ equals $A tilde copyright equals $. The screen exploded. AWAS a broken bar. Urimajutsu no Inexa broken bar. The actual words became corrupted before they lost all their meanings. The screen exploded in front of Lizard as he couldn't believe what he's looking at or understand anything. The nightmare space and the Temple of Blood wasn't doing this for him, but for itself, he just happened to see it. This wasn't Lucifer, Satan, or Beastvie. He's looking at something that shouldn't even exist in this world or a broken bar anywhere. At this moment, he didn't only step on a landmine, but actually, he almost opened something that was supposed to stay closed. A Pandora's box that closed itself a long time ago. Dream. Leo felt this was the worst day in his life, except for that one time his father kept laughing at "Don't you dare to Aruara" for a week. Sometimes when he asks for something, Richard will say, "Here, don't worry, I won't." For broken bar Aruara broken bar, ha ha ha. Those were dark days that he would never forget. Stopping his thoughts about the dark past, Leo's expression surpassed the limits of annoyance as he looked at the platinum ribbons round his right arm and shoulder. His right wing and arm are becoming transparent. The former is losing its meaning and the latter is becoming a mass of energy because physical entities can't handle the said power. His eyes' colors started fading as they had a shade of platinum, even his horns started to lose their black color and become brighter. His halo wasn't spared as it also was slowly becoming platinum. Leo couldn't help it when he felt that his black hair was becoming longer and it started glowing with a platinum color. Even venom became some sort of a robe. It was like he's becoming an ideal form of something. Moreover, even his AIM field that he stopped spreading a lot was going like crazy. I was really trying a broken bar from the bottom of my heart to not accidentally destroy the world, and guess what happened? Leo started moving slowly as the fingers of his right arm started flinching. Wasn't Beastvie enough for you? But no. You need to force me into this. Leo raised his left arm and caught his necklace before he entered it into the void like a key. If it wasn't for the game-friendly space here, this will really produce from big to absolutely no good effect on the real world. Hold on, a broken bar isn't their goal the world's destruction? I guess they are smart, huh? Leo came to a sudden realization, which made a weird expression on his face. More and more blood fell from Lizard's eyes while looking at this thing in front of him. His mind was almost blank, unable to process any proper idea or thought. The platinum ribbons in the air literally made the world he's looking at lose meaning. All that is left is clear platinum space where nothing should exist, something that knows no beginning or end. Outside of this world and domain, something that the laws of the world can't explain. The more he looked, the more he felt that he's losing himself and everything he knows. Although the platinum ribbons dragged the blood god from his body, he couldn't move at all, even if he had some of his power, bloodline, and lives left. What is this, a broken bar, an angel? What is an angel? Lizard's thoughts were running wild in his head before he found something wrong. On a broken bar, what was it called? What is this place? Who is that? Lizard's expression became terrified as his eyes became more and more blank. What I'm doing? Who am I? Lizard's thoughts became weaker and weaker before the drool started leaking from the corner of his mouth. He couldn't even stay awake as the last spark of wisdom was extinguished from his brain, which made him fall down. All his thoughts vanished as the last breath of life was spit from his mouth before his eyes lost focus completely. The magical circuits rushed to the sky before they turned into the drawing of Clifoth, but this time, Leo removed his hand as the drawing became brighter and appeared behind his head. His 3 noble phantoms are officially out of service when he activates his 10 crowns completely, but at least, he stopped raising to the sky and ribbons halted. Feeling his right arm again, Leo grabbed the book of the law as he glanced at the first page. Except for the first 7 phrases that were glowing, the 8th phrases, weird, was glowing. The glow was spearing to the other phrases, which made Leo frown. Clenching his right arm, he raised it slowly as the platinum ribbons started moving back into his body. However, they were resisting, which made Leo grab the book of the law and hit them with it. Bam! The platinum ribbon that wanted to form a spiral wing on Leo's right shoulder lost their formation and spread around. Knowledge is the key to solve all problems. Indeed, looking at the thick book of the law, Leo nodded because he can just kill someone by hitting him with this book. He had a weird feeling that this book physically is the strongest weapon he has. Look here, I don't want another long problem with spells and origin today. I really had enough. Leo sighed as he closed his origin and the book of the law. With that, all the ribbons lost their platinum glow before they vanished inside Leo's body. His arm also recovered to normal and his AIM field was contained again, which made him sigh more. In fact, that was what you can call the scientific angel, which is the thing that dragged Lucifer from Ta'aru's world. It's even the true face of Leo's origin and power of spells. It's what allowed him to even substitute the position of another angel like Gabriel because it already was able to substitute Lucifer before. Feeling his wings return to normal and his body recovered, Leo landed on the ground before he shook his head only to see the long black hair that passed his shoulders. His clothes also became a black and red robe that matched the red Clifoth behind him, it even had the Clifoth drawing in the back of it. Venom, a broken bar, Leo said with a quiet voice. Yes, my lord? Venom answered immediately. Why did you transform into my servant's edgy clothes? Leo's eyebrow was twitching while looking at his long hair and robe. Forgetting about the hair for a moment, Leo felt like he had seen this robe before, except it had few changes, which means Root actually plagiarized this. It wasn't me. I can't, a broken bar, we can't control our action. When those ribbons appeared, Venom said with a helpless voice. He and all the other beasts of Leo lost their connection when those platinum ribbons appeared, so nothing can be done about it. When Leo was about to change his clothes and cut his hair, he heard a loud scream. Looking at the side, Lizard woke up suddenly as he held his chest. He was sweating and his face was very pale. His eyes were bloodshot and his entire body was shaking like he experienced a horrific thing now. He just died, his remaining lives vanished just by looking at those platinum ribbons. It even made him go completely insane. Suddenly, he saw Leo, who was looking at him with confusion, before he scrambled in fear. "Stay away from me, you monster." He started crawling with his hands because his legs lost their strength. This picture was showing like he'll do anything just to move 1 millimeter away from Leo. Although I am an angel, calling me a demon, or even a dragon isn't wrong either, but I've to agree that a monster might be more fitting. Leo tilted his head while looking at the crawling lizard. His answer was simple, like he didn't care about that fact at all and it was just a trivial matter. "However, I must say that you're the first person to actually have a proper reaction to my existence." Leo felt this terrified guy, who was running for his life, was the proper reaction that someone should have for a beast. Maybe he isn't insane, but saner than all of them. He met Ritsuka, who didn't know what a beast was. Even when she knew, her actions didn't change much. Fu, who is a beast. Nero, who is linked to his beast's power in the first place. The counter-guardian archer, even if he was in deep trouble, he won't scream like that. Rin, well, she fainted, but she was okay after that. Merlin, a broken bar. We don't talk about him here. That guy won't do this even if he saw Gaia getting killed in front of his eyes. Anyway, Leo raised his hand before Lizard flew from his place. Like experiencing a huge attraction force, Lizard was forced to fly towards Leo, only to get his neck caught by an icy cold hand that didn't belong to a human. Lizard kept struggling as he couldn't even glance at Leo another time, especially when Cliffoth was behind him and sending some sinister red gleam. "I've to say that your multiverse space products are really solid, maybe Root should learn from it." Leo glanced at the red space that was cracking, but still holding on, even if his true angel form showed itself a little. "Multiverse space?" Lizard winded his eyes before he remembered something he saw before. Awas and Oru Majutsu no Index. There was only one thought in his head. This guy isn't from this world like them. Impossible. Lizard couldn't accept the fact, but Leo didn't bother with him a lot before he said in his servant Link, "Master, use one of those command seals." Ritsuka, who was still thinking about the foreigner thing, heard Leo's voice before she raised her arm and said, "With my command seals, yeah, broken bar." She didn't know what order to say actually before she just said, "Recover caster's mana." However, nothing happened as the wind blew up Ritsuka's hair slightly while everyone in the church looked at her weirdly. Ritsuka, who didn't know what happened. Leo, who was choking someone while waiting. "A broken bar. How to do this?" Ritsuka tried a few times, but she couldn't activate the command seals. Leo's eyes became blank like he was already tired from this. "It wasn't me. Don't they work with the sound?" Ritsuka didn't know why, but she could imagine Leo's blank look now as she tried to defend herself. Maybe the connection is low. "Go and put your hand on Nero's shoulder." Leo remembered that he's still in the game space, even if it was almost breaking. "Nero, activate some of the 7 crowns power." Nero heard Leo's voice before she nodded when looking at Ritsuka next to her. Ritsuka did that immediately before she tried using the command seals again. This time they worked as one pair of the 6 wings glowed. In the game space, Leo felt the mana entering his body via the link between him and Nero before he said, "Be sure to catch this, Root, a broken bar." "What are you a broken bar doing?" Lizard had difficulty in breathing as he saw Leo's body glowing with a rainbow color. "Achieving all that you desire, this is my duty as beast," Leo said with a monotone tone before the rainbow light intensified. The Cliffoth behind also glowed further as the breath of divinity and authority was flying in the air. "Here to return the favor, I shall recover the past glory." A broken bar Negamessiah. With those words, the faint rainbow color exploded as it rushed and engulfed Lizard's body completely. Lizard felt his vision become black as he couldn't see anything before he saw a white feather falling from the sky. In this dark world, it was the only source of light. Then, like something dropped into a calm lake, everything changed as Lizard was forced to close his eyes. At night, in a normal house, a young man screamed as he woke up. It was like he saw a very scary nightmare. However, this young man had an expression of disbelief when he was looking around before he released these words with difficulty, "I am possibly broken, but this can't be happening." Looking at his hands and the room decor, Lizard that his shape changed and became younger said in disbelief, "This is the original world, a broken bar, my home." The old memories that he almost forgot were rushing towards his head. Before he joined the nightmare, he was just a regular student. On an unfortunate night, some robbers entered his house and killed all his family in front of his eyes. He couldn't help them at all as he felt something inside of him broke. Be it rage or sadness, Lizard, who should be called John now, wasn't the same anymore. Even so, he was also killed, but before he lost his life, he got the invitation from the nightmare space. Is this dream? What I was doing before this? John tried hard to remember, but he couldn't recall anything except he was a player in the nightmare space. Wait, this dire broken bar, no. Glancing at the calendar in the room, he saw it was the same day that his family got killed. He felt his mind blank as he couldn't think of anything except rushing downstairs. When he got downstairs he felt something going to hit him. His senses are still sharp, but his body was slow, so he got hit on the head before he heard an annoyed voice stop screaming, "Don't you know it's the middle of the night?" Sister, a broken bar. John felt his face wet. Tears were streaming from his face. This is something that didn't happen to him in a long time. After that, his sister was surprised by his sudden crying. However, he only played it off while trying to act normal, but his shaking shoulders betrayed him. He stayed the whole night awake, but there were no robbers and all his family was safe. Is this a dream? It must be a dream. The nightmare space and his fighting senses were broken bar. Suddenly, he forgot about his fighting senses because his family is more important now. However, there was something in front of him glowing red, but he couldn't see it at all, like it didn't exist. Warning. Warning. The player is exposing information about the nightmare space. A penalty will be given to the player if he doesn't stop. Unable to give the penalty, a broken bar. Unable to give the penalty, a broken bar. The player violated a lot of rules of the nightmare space. The execution process will start, a broken bar. Unable to start the process, a broken bar. Unable to start the process, a broken bar. At the window, there was a pair of golden and dark blue watching John's movements before they disappeared. After that night, John lived a normal life. He gradually forgot about the nightmare space and took it as a weird dream. This life, this simple life with his family, was actually everything that he wished for before he got dragged into madness by that nightmare space. However, there were some strange things, like the fact he and the others didn't need to eat or even to breathe. Did the humans need those things? He strangely forgot about that before continuing his life. He married and had kids. He felt like everything that he wished for came true and he was a broken bar satisfied. Sometimes, scenes of the dream about the nightmare space will flash in his head, which made him grateful for his current life and doesn't desire more than this. He doesn't need to breathe, eat, sleep, even to think, because something will do them for him, a broken bar. He doesn't even need to broken bar live. At this moment, after 20 years, John didn't even have the desire to live anymore as he felt something cracking before his mind and soul, which lost all reasons to exist, started crumbling. Back to the real world, the game space, which was separated from the real world's history and reality, was cracked in an instant by the rainbow color. Unlike what John felt, it was just a moment here as everything was crushing before it turned into light particles. The rainbow color vanished as Leo stopped his Naga skill. Lizard or John in his hand was shattered like glass and turned into light particles flying around, leaving only a small flame in Leo's hand. This garden that gives everything while taking everything. Is this what it means to be an angel and a demon, I wonder? Leo looked at the small flame, which was the core and last part of Lizard's soul, as he was in deep thoughts. His necklace closed as the great red's dream power stopped and Leo's halo also vanished. The game space was completely shattered as it showed the normal Fuyuki city. All its parts joined the light particles as they were falling around Leo while his hair and robe were moving with the wind. Naga Messiah is a skill that can only be fully activated when using the 10 crowns, which means sealing Leo's 3 noble phantasms power to supply this skill with strength. It allows the manifestation of a conceptual bounded field that creates a dream where all desires will be achieved. No matter how big they are, the dream will be sure to satisfy the endless desires of humanity or anyone who enters the dream. This bounded field rejects the regular history, so it doesn't allow Leo to use his normal noble phantasms. However, it isn't something to be taken lightly. Anyone inside will start to lose themselves because the dream feeds on a victim's desires while achieving them. The victim will slowly lose every desire and with it, the will to live and do something. Humans always evolved and advanced because of their desires. What is the point of breathing if you don't have to? What is the point of eating if you don't have to? What is the point of living if the dream can even achieve it for you? Finding there is no meaning to exist anymore, the soul and mind will crumble to pieces. This is the Forsaken Eden, the true authority of Beastvai, a dream so beautiful to be true. Yet it hides a hell that devours everything. Menaka Seiju tried to use this power to achieve Arthur's desire for an eternal Britannia. To make it a dream that lasts for an eternity, but in the end, you can't rely on a beast to do these things, so her goal was a lost cause from the start. And a broken bar. I should stop before I die from the edge now. Leo shook his head before he looked at the sky. Did you get that, Root? When Leo said those words, the chat room appeared in front of him. It directly entered a private chat with one message. Route developer /type moon will, got it, I can finally locate it. Thank you. But I want to say that my world is very solid, except this part. You're really linked to Ritsuka, huh? Leo shook his head as he chose to not think about it for now before looking at the screen. He can feel that she is the one that stopped the nightmare space, so it doesn't delete Lizard before his dream finishes. I guess this is related to the third objective, right? Leo raised his eyebrow when he remembered that he had 3 objectives in this mission and the third one is optional. Objective 3, try to stop the anomaly in the world, root developer /type moon will, Sai you can guess that? Why can't you be one of those slightly slow guys? For the first time in his life, Leo saw something bothered by the fact that he's smart and can guess things. He means, it'll be a shame to all angels if he can't do these simple things. Route developer /type moon will, fine, like she can see his expression, Route decided to stop and sent a simple message. Route developer /type moon will, do you know something called the hook? At this time, one of the secrets of this multiverse and world is going to be revealed here. Naguma A+, a skill that permits one to maintain a conceptual bounded field that rejects their progress and results expressed within the proper continuity of the history of man. It allows all desires and regrets to be achieved within the possibilities of power, awareness, and will. It is also known as the Forsaken Eden, a sealed garden away from the history of the world. If it is released completely, a new history will be created according to the desires of the humans trapped within. If they weren't human, their desires will be achieved. But unlike humans, Beastvai will have more control over their movement there. The Forsaken Eden will devour all the desires of the victim to strengthen itself and the dream, as the victim will stop even questioning the anomaly happening around him and accept it casually. When the victims lose their desires, they will even lose the capability to exist anymore, as they will crumble into dust. When activated, Leo will seal all his 3 noble phantasms to supply this dream with power. Using Great Red's dream concept also strengthened Eden's power and lowered the cost for using it. This is a place where everything could be achieved, the biggest favor to anyone who enters, yet the biggest nightmare hidden in sweet dreams. Giving everything, which made them lose everything, as a beast, this is his twisted love for humanity.
Thanks for listening.